Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The demon's wings, growing straight out of his hands, shot up and he screamed, causing the people in the city to run. Some of them froze in horror. The boy stared at the demon, mesmerized. Flying sparks reflected in his red eyes. Lightning ran down his cheek, causing the boy to turn away from the monster. Lightning began to cover his body. The pain they caused made the boy's pupils narrow. It was as if thousands of scarlet threads pierced the boy's body. He screamed as his body was covered in lightning. It was as if he was flying into the air, tormented by lightning. A pink sphere appeared in the sky. It looked like a small ball. The sphere grew larger as it approached the boy's face. The ball touched the boy's forehead. Finally, the sphere was absorbed by the boy. The boy woke up. He lay on the bed, unable to move, thinking that he seemed to have awakened his talent, since what he had just seen was the remnants of a dream. He sat up and looked out the window, thinking about how countless dimensional portals had opened on Earth 100 years ago. The boy looked at the houses outside his window, thinking about how ferocious monsters had invaded the planet, threatening the survival of the human species. He thought about the various monsters and how the dimensional energy had also contributed to the emergence of talents in humans. He thought about the times when people ran away from monsters in fear, unable to do anything. In those times, some had awakened their powers and led humanity into the era of talents. Someone knocked on the door. The boy heard his sister ask if he had awakened his talent. He looked at the stone in his hand. It made a sound and released a bolt of lightning. It turned out that the boy had a low-level talent. The young man thought with irritation that with a low-level talent he would be a nobody for the rest of his life. The boy got out of bed and thought that if he did not become a warrior, then how would he protect his little sister? He went to the window again. The door opened, and a smiling girl entered the room. She excitedly asked how he was. She was interested in the result. The boy grinned and replied that of course, the result was excellent. The girl folded her hands and looked at her brother with delight. The young man smiled and asked his sister not to worry, since he would definitely become the strongest warrior. The girl jumped up in joy, saying that she knew her older brother was the best. He suggested going to have breakfast, since she had prepared his favorite dish, so they needed to celebrate. She went to the front door, when a system window appeared in front of the boy. He looked at the sign in surprise. The status window said that Yayu had a low level of cultivation talent, and also had a talent for freezing, a low level and unawakened, after which the girl asked what he was waiting for and demanded that he move. He looked at the status window again. His eyes widened in surprise. He touched the status window, which was immediately replaced by another system window. The guy was surprised to read to himself that he, Yeshin, had a talent for cultivation, but a low level. At this moment, Yayu grabbed his hand. She pulled her brother into the kitchen. Hurry up and go, because the food will get cold. A pink glow enveloped the girl's hand. Yeshin was surprised to find several system windows that appeared at this moment. He looked at Yayu's status window in surprise, where now a note appeared next to her talents that they could be copied, but he did not yet understand how. The status window asked if he wanted to copy talents, and Yeshin looked at his hand and thought that now he could copy people's talents, so everything was not so hopeless. They came to the kitchen, where Yayu said that she had cooked his favorite braised pork, to which the guy thanked her. There were still hot dishes on the table. The girl asked her brother to eat more, and constantly put food on him. Yeshin thought that copying talents was an amazing ability, but he could not try it on his sister, so he would have to click no. But his sister's main talent was better than his, because freezing was extremely rare, and when she awakened it, the enemies would have a hard time. He took a piece of meat and thought sadly about his mom and dad. Photos of his parents stood behind him. They depicted a smiling man and woman, and Yeshin thought that if they were watching their children, they could rest easy. The sky above the city was almost cloudless. Yeshin walked along the sidewalk. At this hour, there were not many people on the street. He decided that it was time to test his talent. The guy came close to a passerby. Circular waves began to radiate from him. It turned out that the surrounding people had low-level talents, and then he thought that it seemed that the effective search radius was about 3 meters, and this was not enough. He put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head, thinking that these talents were no good for anything, since he needed at least an average level, so now, having awakened even a low-level talent, he could go look around the academy. He walked along the street, thinking that however, copying someone else's talent could cause it to change, so it was not worth applying to the academy where he was being tested. He smiled as an idea came to him. Yeshin came to the 5th Linhai Academy. He looked at the gate where the armored warriors were scurrying about and thought about this place. He looked at one of the warriors, thinking that there should be quite a few people with average talents here. He smiled, because with his talent, he would definitely become stronger than everyone. 10 days later, at the Linhai 5th Academy, in the training ground number 3, there were shouts that if they wanted to become warriors, they first had to become disciples, and to become disciples, they first had to undergo physical training. A middle-aged man was sitting on the ground and saying that they would now be training with him. Yeshin, as well as the other students, were sitting on the ground and listening to them remember that the exercise was only successful if they were able to concentrate the energy vortex at chest level. Suddenly, the guy next to him called out to the teacher that the man had fainted. The man stood up from the ground and ordered them to ignore these insignificant people, as they only had a chance to become warriors if they could concentrate their energy. Yeshin thought hard about why he was failing, as it was possible that his cultivation talent was low. Finally, the teacher ordered them to stop for today, as they were truly the worst students he had ever taught. The man looked at the children condescendingly and advised them to follow Chendong's example and strive for the best, rather than be so pathetic. Yeshin was sweating profusely. He and Jiangbao were walking through the academy when the boy asked who Chendong was. Jiangbao explained that this boy was no ordinary man, as he had become a disciple in half a month and was now being personally taught by the head of the academy, and Yeshin concluded that his talent was clearly not low level then. Jiangbao smirked, pulled out a piece of paper, and asked him to take a look at it. Chendong's signature was on the paper. Jiangbao, proud of himself, said that he would wait for Chendong to match the academy leader's strength and sell the autograph, as he was curious to see how many months the proceeds would last. Yeshin could only smile awkwardly. Suddenly, the crowd became animated and began to shout that Chendong had arrived. The boy waved his hand and greeted everyone. Jiangbao immediately rushed over to him, asking him to sign for him again. Yeshin grinned evilly, thinking that Chendong had arrived. While he was thanking the girl for her support, who admired him, Yeshin decided to scan the boy. He looked at the status window with a smile, which said that Chendong had an average cultivation talent, and the boy decided that he should go and say hello too. Chendong was clearly enjoying the attention, but he asked everyone to calm down. He said that he had come to cheer them up instead of the teachers, so they should forget about signing autographs, because if anyone found out, they would laugh. In that case, Yeshin asked to shake hands. Chendong shook Jiangbao's hand, saying that he would succeed. Then he wished good luck to one girl first. Then it was the turn of another girl. Finally, he extended his hand to Yeshin. Yeshin looked longingly at the hand extended to him. His lips spread into an anticipatory smile. Their hands reached out to meet each other. Their palms touched, casting a pink glow. Chendong wished the boy good luck. Chendong left to joyful cries when Yeshin thought about what he had done. He watched the boy leave with a sly smile. That night, a downpour broke out. The rain covered the forest. Tian looked at the status window with the text that the mid-level cultivation talent had been successfully copied, after which the system suggested to start fusion, but Yeshin didn't know what would happen after the fusion. He thought back to that vision with doubt, how he screamed from the lightning strike, and how his body was pierced by pain. Yeshin thought about what it meant. Finally, he made a decision and looked at the system window again, choosing to start the fusion. A stream of power enveloped the boy's body. Suddenly, an intense pain pierced him. Yeshin clutched the clothes on his chest with his fingers. Yeshin screamed, unable to hold back the pain any longer. He fell to all fours, not understanding why. The boy clutched the ground with his fingers, thinking about absorbing the talent. Yeshin gritted his teeth, thinking about how hellishly painful it was. Lightning struck somewhere in the forest. Yeshin was finally able to sit up. He was breathing heavily, and sweat was running down his cheeks. The status window reported that he now had an average cultivation talent, and the boy smirked as he thought that he had copied the talent and his cultivation level had increased, so this pain was worth it. Suddenly, a status window appeared in front of him, which said that the recharge time of the copy talent was 30 days. Yeshin thought in surprise about the recharge time and that in a month he would be able to continue copying talents, and that this was a terrifying ability. He sat on the ground in the posture he was taught, wanting to do the exercise that the teacher showed them. A vortex of energy swirled at chest level. Tian thought in surprise that this was it. His hair was sticking out from the force, and the boy realized that with a mid-level talent, it was easy to do the exercise. He walked towards the exit of the cave, thinking about what kind of ordinary warrior was there. He saw a coiled lightning. Yeshin decided to become a great warrior. The boy was full of determination. A month later, a full white moon appeared from behind the clouds. It illuminated a swift shadow. A white wolf covered a huge distance in one big leap. The monster bared its teeth. The little girl held her father's hand and asked what they were having for dinner, to which the man called her darling and asked what she wanted. Yeshin was thinking that even though he had become a disciple, he still had a long way to go to become a warrior, and somewhere in the distance, the father and daughter were discussing fish for dinner. They were walking in different directions when the man promised to cook the fish when he returned, and Yeshin was thinking that Chendong was studying one-on-one with the head of the academy, and of course, his progress was faster. Suddenly, blood shot up in a scarlet stream. The lantern fell to the floor with a dull crack. The man was attacked by a monster when Yeshin sensed something was wrong. He turned around, having time to notice the blood. The monster pinned the bleeding man to the asphalt with its paw. The girl, with tears in her eyes, called out to her father. The wolf growled, and steam gushed from its mouth. Yeshin froze. Random passers-by began to turn around. They scattered, encouraging each other, shouting that the monster had killed a man. Yeshin looked at the wolf with interest, thinking that this was what kind of monsters they were. For some reason, the girl did not run away, but watched as the wolf devoured her father. The monster's face was stained with blood. There was a noise. The monster decided to attack the girl, but Yeshin snatched her from under the wolf's paws. He thought in fear that the monster was too fast and that he would not be able to escape. At that moment, a man jumped on top of the wolf. The ground split from his blow, but the monster managed to avoid the attack. The blow was directed at the wolf again. However, the monster bounced back, leaving stone chips underneath it. The monster crouched to the ground, preparing to jump. His eyes glowed scarlet. The man apologized for the delay. He frowned. Yeshin asked him who he was, to which the man replied that everyone called him Captain Windwolf. He turned to the boy and asked him to leave the silver moon wolf to him and let him protect the girl. Yeshin said that he understood. Captain Windwolf rushed to attack, offering the wolf to do the same. The sword whistled through the air. The man and the wolf clashed in battle. Yeshin covered the girl's eyes with his hand and asked her not to look. Captain Windwolf shouted that the monster was strong. He swung his sword again. However, the blow was in vain again as the monster managed to dodge. They attacked each other. The man, without ceasing to attack, shouted that, as expected, the silver moon wolf was very nimble. He gritted his teeth. It turned out that the man was not alone, as more people jumped down from above. The wolf looked furiously at the reinforcements. The people began to attack the wolf together, and he decided to leave the battlefield. The warriors turned to the captain. The silver moon wolf decided to attack the man. He said that his men were just in time and got into a fighting stance. The warriors immediately rushed to help. The sword was stained with blood. Captain Windwolf and the silver moon wolf fought hand to hand. One of the warriors approached, raising his sword over him and asking if the monster was dead. The clawed paw clenched. The captain frowned. The wolf screamed. The warriors immediately jumped away from him as the captain shouted for them to be careful because the monster had entered a state of bloody flash. One of the warriors got hit. The captain managed to slow down. The wolf decided to run away. Yeshin watched the monster as if fascinated. The captain asked not to worry, and the others could watch the bloody trail that the wolf left behind. Captain Windwolf said with a grin that the monster would not run away. A figure appeared on the roof of one of the buildings that the wolf was approaching. The girl pulled the bowstring and shouted that she had been waiting for him. She released the bowstring. The arrow shot towards the prey. The wolf had just jumped from building to building. He noticed the arrow at the very last moment. His eyes filled with light. The arrow hit the target. The wolf fell on his back. Captain Windwolf grinned and said that he was still too weak to compete with them. Yeshin watched the warriors making joyful noise. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the system window with the monster's talents. The status window reported that he had a low-level blood talent and a basic-level speed talent. He looked at the status window in surprise and thought that these were the monster's talents. Suddenly, the wolf's paw began to tremble again. Yeshin took a closer look. The warriors were discussing how fighting speed monsters was such a hassle, and then they wanted a drink and did not notice that the wolf had stood up. The captain shouted for his Vins to be careful. Everyone turned around. The captain shouted that the monster was still alive, so he ordered them to disperse. The monster screamed. Captain Windwolf irritably noted that monsters were incredibly tenacious, and one of the warriors asked what they should do, and then the man told them not to worry since the creature was quite weak, so let them leave it to him. He turned to Yeshin and said that it was not safe here, so he should leave here immediately with the girl. He looked at the children and asked if he could hear him, since now was not the time to stand still. Yeshin thought with a greedy grin that this was a great opportunity. He rushed into battle, which greatly surprised the captain. Yeshin extended his fist to strike. He attacked the monster. Yeshin punched the wolf again when the status window reported that the monster's talent had been successfully copied. However, this did not stop the boy from attacking again. Yeshin sank the monster, despite the incoming status windows. The boy mercilessly beat the wolf. He hit and hit him again, while the status windows continued to notify him that the monster's talent had been copied. At the end, the wolf fell. Yeshin smirked. He raised his fist to strike again. However, Captain Windwolf intercepted his hand and asked him to stop since the monster was dead. Yeshin was now sure that he had copied the talent. He removed his hands from the monster's body. Captain Windwolf turned to his warriors and said that they needed to clean up here. He ordered them to remove the corpses of the wolf and the man and ordered the archer to take care of the girl. He turned to Yeshin and thanked him for his help, after which he said that he would be glad to have him in his squad when he became a warrior. The boy smiled enthusiastically. Deep night fell over the city. Yeshin thought about washing the blood off his hands. He washed himself in a public toilet when he thought about not showing himself to Yayu like this. He froze for a moment. Yeshin exhaled a cloud of steam. The boy was walking to his home. He pulled the door handle. Yeshin quietly entered the house. He looked around in surprise. Yayu was sleeping on the couch. She muttered something about her brother in her sleep and smiled. Yeshin sighed in relief. He looked at the set table and thought that today was the first time he saw a monster in real life. Yeshin went to get a blanket. He covered his sister and thought that this was tens, no, hundreds of times more terrible than listening to stories about them. He looked at the peacefully sleeping girl and thought that for the sake of his sister's safety, he should become a warrior as soon as possible. Yeshin walked into his room. He was carrying a towel in his hands. The guy sat on the bed and thought about something he was curious about. The talents of monsters can also merge with the human body. A system window appeared in front of him. Yeshin looked closely at the status window. He thought that most likely this will be more painful than last time, maybe even fatal, but he must become stronger to protect the people dear to him. The status window displayed the wolf's talents. When Tian thought that he would do it no matter what it took and put the towel in his mouth. He clenched the towel with his teeth. A terrible pain pierced the guy's entire body when the system notified that the copying of the speed talent had begun. Yeshin fell to the floor. Veins stood out on his hands. The guy was in unbearable pain, and it felt like his bones were splitting one by one. Suddenly, something happened to his leg. It all bent unnaturally. Yeshin screamed silently in pain. He turned around to look at his leg. It seemed that his leg was broken. He thought with disappointment that the copying had really failed. A red veil covered his eyes when the guy thought that he was finished. Yeshin's last thought was Yayu. The morning was sunny. Yeshin woke up on the floor of his room. He stood up abruptly, not understanding whether he was alive or what had happened. The guy immediately looked at his whole hands, examined his leg. Tian swung his leg, and his body was immediately engulfed in power. He swung his legs and was surprised that his body was as light as a feather. He was dumbfounded, because the status window reported that he now had a basic level speed talent, so he knew that the copying was successful. Sometime later, in the 5th Academy, a red streak cut through the space. The man rushed with the speed of a monster. Only a red light trail remained behind him. Yeshin soared into the air. He jumped over the trees with delight. He looked into the distance with a smile. Yeshin jumped off the cliff with a light rustle. He landed on the ground without any damage. Yeshin noticed a falling leaf. He concentrated. The guy rushed forward. The leaf was still falling. Yeshin managed to run to it and caught it before it touched the ground. He clutched the leaf and thought that the silver moon wolf's agility was impressive. Tian jumped forward again. After a while, he sat on the ground and meditated. An energy flow swirled around his chest as the guy thought about how he was currently on par with a warrior in speed, but he was sorely lacking in strength. He wanted to find a way to improve faster. Suddenly, Zhang Bao called him. The guy said that he couldn't find him in the entire academy, and he was training here. Suddenly, Zhang Bao exclaimed in surprise. He touched his friend's chest and said that he was strong, then asked if Yeshin had already become a disciple. Suddenly, Zhang Bao whispered a question about whether his friend knew how to become even stronger in a short time, to which Yeshin immediately asked how. Zhang Bao smiled and asked if the guy had ever tasted monster blood. Yeshin shook his head. Then Zhang Bao told him that he had advanced faster than his friend because he had drunk it. The boy was surprised that monster blood had such an effect. He thought with disappointment about how much silver moon wolf blood he had missed out on, and he considered it a mockery. Zhang Bao raised his finger and said that there was one way to get it. Yeshin immediately asked him to continue with a smile. Zhang Bao told him that the Linhai Academy leadership had unofficially established a zone outside the city, which was used to hold exams for the 5 academies, and the main prize was monster blood. Yeshin thoughtfully asked what the level was there, to which Zhang Bao replied that it was quite low, since the beasts there had long been destroyed, so only their subspecies, monsters, remained. Yeshin thoughtfully said that it sounded tempting, so it was worth trying for that. Zhang Bao happily said that since they were talking about it, would Yeshin like to join his team to mine blood together. However, the boy didn't know whether to join his team or not. Zhang Bao poked him with his finger and asked, "What does this mean?" He was the one who told him because they were good friends. Yeshin smiled and apologized as he decided to join them next time. Zhang Bao exclaimed that he thought they were friends, but he was so heartless. He shouted after the boy that even if he didn't join, they would still be friends. Yeshin thought that if he teamed up with someone, he would get into trouble in the future if he revealed his abilities, so going it alone was the only option. That way he would definitely obtain the monster's blood and become a warrior. A month later, the 5th Academy, the principal's office. Inside, the director himself, flexing his fingers, said through teeth clenched in rage that since they had not sent an invitation to the exam, there was no need to come to register register and then asked who had blabbed about this information in the first place. In front of the man stood the protagonist, who, with shining eyes, said that he was already a student and had every right to enroll. The director, nervously tapping his finger on his cheek, smiled madly. Getting up from his chair, he said that he only wanted Yeshin to live a little longer, when suddenly, in a rage, he threw a paper in the guy's face and shouted that, as he saw, the protagonist was eager to die. Yeshin did not answer, only bent down and picked up the paper thrown at him. It was a waiver of claim in case of death. The director, sitting back in his chair, picked up a cup of drink and angrily said that if Yeshin wanted to take part in the exam, he needed to sign this paper. That's how, the protagonist slowly said, reading all the terms of the contract. Suddenly, the principal shouted at the student in a rage that if he was afraid of dying, he should leave here and not waste his time. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the man with contempt and disrespect in his eyes. A few minutes later, he left the principal's office and calmly walked down the corridor. There was a satisfied grin on his face, with which he looked ahead. On the principal's desk lay a death waiver contract with his signature. The principal stood by the window and asked if all the brats seriously thought that this would be an ordinary exam. There was a crazy smile on his face, with which he said that all the fools would regret this later. Some time passed. The protagonist's house. His sister had just woken up, sitting up in bed. She yawned widely and rubbed her eyes. After that, she carefully stood up on the floor. A few seconds later, she went to the kitchen, shouting for her brother. Fixing her hair, she said that it was time to wake up. Suddenly, she saw 3 dishes with delicious food on the table, which surprised her greatly. Looking to the side, she saw that there was a note under the salt shaker. Taking it in her hands, the girl read that an event had begun at the academy, so the protagonist would return in 3 days. After reading the note, Yayu excitedly asked herself in her head if everything would be okay with her brother. Some time passed. A ruined city. A crow with red glowing eyes was sitting on a broken lamppost. Suddenly, all the crows in the ruined city rose into the sky, cawing loudly. Copper barbed wire was stretched along the entire perimeter of the ruined place. There were a lot of people in it on a wide square. Flags with the name of the academy were raised up. There were about 20 people under the banner of the 5th Academy. The protagonist and his friend approached them. Seeing how many people had gathered, he said in surprise that there were a lot of people here. Of course, Jangbao replied, holding a huge axe on his shoulder and adding that all 5 academies participated. The students of the 5th Academy, a guy asked to the side with a crazy smile on his face. The guy had long black hair, and next to him stood a huge man in a formal suit. He looked at the crowd of the 5th Academy and asked if the good-for-nothings were allowed to participate in the upcoming exam. With a wide smile on his face and hatred in his eyes, the man standing next to him told the gentleman that during the exam, the guy could hunt both animals and participants, because the fewer weaklings, the better. With fury in his eyes, the guy looked at everyone and laughed, saying that this is true because the fewer participants, the more opportunities for the strong. Do you see that guy? Jangbao asked the protagonist, standing to the side, adding that this is Mo Xiaobei, the genius of the 1st Academy. With a smile on his face, he waved his hand and said that in the Mo family, this guy is the strongest of the younger generation. Looking at Xiaobei from under his brows, the protagonist said that now he understood where so much arrogance came from in one person. Suddenly, a sword strike on the ground was heard. A guy with a strong magical aura was walking towards Xiaobei, who was furiously shouting for him to stop, asking afterward who he was to draw a sword on the side of the 1st Academy. The guy stopped. After that, he raised his head high and shouted furiously, calling Xiaobei to him, adding that he would cut the guy down. With an ominous smile on his face, Xiaobei asked if it was that guy again, adding that he had already defeated him 10 times and was he still not tired of it. A wide, crazy smile also appeared on the guy's face. The birds, as if sensing a threat, loudly flew into the sky. The protagonist looked in surprise at Xiaobei, who had challenged him to a fight, and asked who he was. Jangbao, slightly tense, said that this was Lai Yangxi, a genius swordsman of the 2nd Academy, adding that in the past this guy had lost to Xiaobei several times. The director, spitting on the road, shouted in rage, asking where such people come from. Veins appeared on his face from rage, and his eyes were filled with hatred and malice. Completely detached from life, he folded his arms across his chest and shouted towards the two arguing. Hearing this, the protagonist clenched his teeth in anger and, looking at the director, said in his head that only the man himself was detached. When suddenly he raised his hands up and began to shout loudly and joyfully, supporting Yangxi. Yangxi himself, hearing the support, was very confused and, seeing the one supporting him, asked himself in his head who this guy was and why he supported him and not Xiaobei. A huge radio suddenly shouted that fighting outside the wilderness area was prohibited and violators would be disqualified. Hearing this, Yangxi shouted in rage that his opponent was lucky. After saying this, he began to expertly spin his sword in his hands. After that, he deftly sheathed it. Looking at Xiaobei with eyes filled with hatred and contempt, he said that once they entered the wilderness area, He would not leave a single living space on the enemy. Shayabei had a mad smile on his face. He said, laughing madly, that he would teach a lesson there. "Hey, kid," Yancey suddenly called out to the protagonist as he approached the 5th Academy. With his hands on his hips, he said that he saw that Yeshin was brave to dare to encourage him in front of Shayabei, and then ordered him to identify himself. With shining eyes and a slight smile on his face, the protagonist gave his name, adding that he was from the 5th Academy. Suddenly, the reality around him changed, illuminating everything. He looked at the interlocutor, who folded his arms across his chest and said that it was a good name, a piece of paper that blocked out the sun, or had he ever seen such a thing. A status window appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that in front of him was a person named Yancey, whose cultivation talent was low level and his fencing talent was average. Yeshin's eyes lit up even more, and he himself said in his head that the guy's fencing talent was at a pretty decent level. After thinking about it, he extended his hand to Yancey. With a wide smile on his face, he said that he hoped that the guy would surpass Shayabei in the exam. Hearing this, Yancey was surprised. The next second, a warm, wide smile appeared on his face. After that, he shook the outstretched hand and in return wished the protagonist good luck, telling the guy to survive the test. Of course, Yeshin answered. After these words, they tightly squeezed each other's hands. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, informing them that the swordsmanship talent had been successfully copied. A few minutes later, a shout was heard from a large speaker announcing that the exam was about to begin. 2 men approached the huge gate, preparing to open it. The speaker shouted for the students from the 1st Academy to come through. After these words, the men opened the gate, and the students from the 1st Academy immediately rushed in. The first to rush through the gate were Shayabei and his bodyguard. The guy had a satisfied smile on his face, and his eyes were resilient and determined. Zhang Bao said with a wide smile on his face that the exam had finally begun. He immediately began to run away from the protagonist, shouting that he was going to his team so they would meet later. "Be careful," Yeshin shouted back. Yancey stretched and loosened his joints and said that the 1st Academy would start first, then theirs, the 2nd, and the protagonist and the entire 5th Academy would start last. After that, he began to leave, waving his hand and wishing him good luck. After these words, he left, and the protagonist was left alone to see off his comrade who had appeared. He looked askance at the departing Yancey with burning eyes. As soon as the protagonist was alone, he rushed into the forest at great speed. There was no emotion on his face, he was completely calm. He covered a large distance at great speed, pushing off from the trees. A few minutes later, he landed in a small clearing. Throwing off his backpack, he said in his head that this place should be suitable. After that, he waved his hand through the air, opening the system screen. A status window opened, which said that the intermediate level fencing talent had been successfully copied. Below was a question asking whether Yeshin wanted to start the fusion right now. Yes, the main character answered firmly in his head, his eyes glowing with anticipation. After that, he pressed the yes button. The next second, his hand swelled up and was covered in veins. "It hurts," the guy said in his head. His hand began to shake violently, twisting from the pain. In his head, he said that this time it was not as painful as before, adding later that it seemed to be starting to get used to it. Gritting his teeth from the pain, his entire face was covered in veins. When suddenly he fell to his knees and, getting on all fours, said to himself that he had to become stronger. Pain pierced his body, but Yeshin did not give in and resisted it to the end. When suddenly a pillar of strong magical energy struck the sky. The main character stood with his eyes closed. The next second, he abruptly opened them. His eyes were burning brighter than before, emitting powerful magical energy. After that, he abruptly stood in a stance, getting ready to practice a few blows. The next second, he swung his sword. After that, he dealt many fast and strong blows, causing the tree to be cut into many pieces. These attacks not only hit the tree in front of him, but also the others behind him, which fell to the ground after the first one. The protagonist, seeing the result, opened the status window in which the talent for intermediate level swordsmanship was added. After reading this, Yeshin sheathed his sword, put on his backpack, and began to leave with glowing eyes. A shout was heard on the huge radio, announcing that the first 4 academies had entered the zone. The next one, the 5th Academy, shouted. All the students of the 5th Academy prepared to enter the zone. Some time passed. The protagonist walked along the road of the zone. He stepped slowly and carefully along the road so as not to make noise. He walked forward with his head down. Suddenly, a glowing tentacle began to creep up from behind. Yeshin immediately heard the sound behind him. A huge dragon with glowing eyes and sharp fangs rose into the sky behind him. The protagonist did not hesitate and pulled the sword out of its sheath. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, he looked at the huge monster. The snake hissed loudly, getting ready to attack. But the protagonist was the first to break away, jumping high towards the enemy. A second later, he found himself in front of the giant monster, which opened its mouth to swallow the guy. Yeshin swung in the air, raising the sword behind his back. The next second, he cut the huge snake into 2 parts. The protagonist's face did not express any emotions except for composure. After that, he carefully landed on the ground while the monster was convulsing, having lost its head. Yeshin calmly approached the severed head of the snake lying on the ground and stuck his sword into the eye. A few seconds later, he held the monster's huge eye in his hand, saying that this was +1 point in the piggy bank. Putting the eye in his backpack, he said that the monster was surprisingly weak. After a short pause, he said that according to the rules of the exam, the more beasts they killed, the higher they would rank, and then asked himself how many he needed to kill to pass the exam. After that, he looked at the preliminary rewards. The first place was given the blood of a mid-level monster and 100,000 yuan, and the last 10th place was given the blood of a low-level monster. After that, he lowered his head, exhaled heavily, put on his backpack, and said that he had a long way to go. After saying that, he jumped high into the air, moving forward, saying that no matter what, it was time to start hunting bigger game. Suddenly, a loud, heart-rending cry was heard, begging for help. The protagonist, moving at an incredibly high speed, ran past the place where the cry came from. Hearing the cry for help, he looked to the side in surprise. What he saw made him stop. He watched from the roof as monsters approached the guy holding the axe from all sides, and behind him lay the corpses of his comrades. The protagonist immediately recognized the guy. It was his friend Jangbao, who, shaking with fear, shouted that it was too early for him to die because he was not even married yet. Large wolves with burning eyes were approaching closer and closer. Suddenly, the guy threw down his weapon and began to quickly run away, but the wolf had already rushed at him. The protagonist, seeing all this, realized that things were very bad. At that very second, he pulled an arrow out of his quiver. After that, he took out his sword and, pulling the bowstring, took aim. Having aimed, he released the arrow. With incredible speed, the arrow pierced the wolf's body. After that, the monster fell dead to the ground. Seeing this, Jangbao was terribly shocked. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in front of him. Turning around, he asked if help in exchange for points was good enough. Yeshin, Jangbao said in fear, recognizing his friend in the savior. Suddenly, he shouted loudly for the protagonist to run because the guy couldn't handle the fanged wolf. Horror and fear were visible in the eyes of the protagonist's friend, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. But Yeshin didn't listen to his friend. There was a malicious smile on his face, and his entire body was enveloped in powerful magical energy. He used the speed talent technique. In an instant, he tore off, enveloped in powerful magical energy. The protagonist flew between the wolves at great speed. Not a single monster could hit him at that moment, when suddenly he stopped. At that very second, wild monsters rushed at him from all sides. Yeshin didn't hesitate and grabbed his sword. He was enveloped in incredibly powerful energy, and his eyes were burning with scarlet flames. He used the sword talent skill. The next second, he began to cut through each monster with his sword. Blood began to spurt in all directions, and the protagonist's eyes filled with bloodlust. His friend Jangbao watched this, unable to believe what he was seeing. A few seconds later, it was all over. There were many dissected wolf corpses lying on the ground. In the center stood the unharmed protagonist. "Wow," Jangbao said quietly under his breath, looking at his friend. A few minutes later, the protagonist cut something out of the dead predator's mouth. After that, he tore off the wolf's fang. Putting the fang in his backpack, he turned to his friend and said that, as agreed, he would take the points for the wolves for himself. Of course, Jangbao shouted, adding that all this was his savior. A few minutes later, he threw the backpack over his shoulders again. Turning to his friend, he asked if he planned to continue. Jangbao, sitting on the ground, exhaled heavily and replied that he was done. With bitterness in his eyes, he looked at the ground and said that the exam was much more dangerous than he initially imagined, adding that he was lucky to have survived at all. Looking to the side, he saw his dead comrade, after which he said that all of his teammates were seriously injured, so they needed to get the guys out of here as soon as possible. Looking in the other direction, he saw 3 more of his friends, saying after that his comrades must survive. Hearing this, the protagonist exhaled heavily and said that it seemed that this was the only thing Jangbao could do now. After that, he began to leave when suddenly Jangbao called out to him and asked him to wait. A few seconds later, the guy shouted, saying that pseudo monsters were found in the depths of the zone, so he should be careful. Turning around, Yeshin asked in surprise what kind of pseudo monsters. At that very second, he remembered that there was a gradation of monsters monster, the most powerful, after it comes pseudo monster, and the weakest is beast. Jangbao lowered his head and said that he had heard that the students of the first academy had decided to attack a snake more than 10 meters long, and that it was one of the pseudo-monsters. Suddenly, he abruptly raised his head to his friend and said loudly that killing one would give 500 points. Hearing this, a crazy smile appeared on the protagonist's face and his eyes lit up. Running up to his friend and grabbing him by the shoulders, he shouted, asking where that monster was now. Jangbao pointed his finger to the side. In the southeast, he said after a few seconds. Hearing this, Yeshin looked in the direction where the guy pointed and saw that everything around was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The next second, he took off, leaving behind raised dust. Enveloped in the powerful energy of the speed skill, he ran to the southeast. With his eyes full of determination and firmness, he said that 500 points are not easy to find, adding that if he got them, first place would definitely be his. Looking after his friend who was running away, Zhang Bao excitedly asked Yeshin to take care of himself. Some time passed. The protagonist, who was running at a tremendous speed, had a purple trail of his powerful energy. He ran on the ground with a loud stomp. He covered huge distances at a gigantic speed. When suddenly he ran to the bridge. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that surprised him greatly. At that very second, he braked. Having stopped, he saw many corpses not far in front of him. With his head held high, he looked at the dead guys. When suddenly, looking closely at the uniforms of the guys, he recognized the uniforms of the students of the First Academy. The next second, a powerful explosion was heard to the side. Looking at the explosion, the protagonist coldly asked if he was really there. After saying these words, he jumped high into the air and went to the center of the explosion. In less than a second, he reached the place he needed, landing on the roof of the broken building. Crouching down, he looked down, seeing many students of the First Academy there. He looked around carefully. Suddenly, he saw something that surprised him very much. In the middle of the fire, a huge snake-shaped monster was fiercely fighting with the students of the First Academy. Could this really be the pseudo monster? Yeshin wondered in his mind. Shayabei, standing to the side, shouted loudly, "Forward!" All the students and his bodyguard attacked the snake. "The points for the monster will be mine," he shouted, informing everyone. After saying this, he jumped and slashed his sword at the scales of the snake, but did not even leave a scratch on it. Shayabei's bodyguard also attacked the snake without stopping. Suddenly, he turned to the master and shouted that the snake's stamina was running out, which meant that now was the time to kill the monster. The pseudo-monster raised its ugly head up and shouted furiously. Hearing this, Shayabei powerfully kicked off the ground, shouting that he would take care of it. With a mad smile on his face, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow to the monster. With his sword raised behind his back, he flew towards the huge snake, which opened its mouth to respond to his opponent in kind. The guy flew towards the monster at full speed, preparing to kill the monster with one blow. The next second, he stabbed the blade into the snake, and blood immediately spurted out. With madness in his eyes, he pressed the sword, stabbing it deeper into the monster's flesh. He struck the huge snake right in the forehead, causing it to scream frantically. It worked, Shayabei joyfully shouted in his head. With a wide smile on his face, he was not going to stop. When suddenly, he received a powerful blow from the tail, causing him to be knocked off the monster's head. A powerful impact from the collision was heard. Shayabei flew into the ruined building with great speed and force, leaving a huge dent in the wall. A few seconds later, he raised his head and with the same smile on his face said that 500 points would still be his. The huge snake suddenly began to convulse, after which it fell to the ground. Seeing this, the main character, looking from the roof, asked himself if the monster had really died. After a short pause, he angrily clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if he had come a little earlier. After that, he did not leave, but stayed to see what would happen next. Shayabei, getting to his feet, hit a huge boulder in front of him with his fist, causing it to fly very far. After that, he walked towards the monster. His bodyguard bowed and congratulated his master. There was a wide smile on the guy's face, and he himself laughed maliciously. Raising his hands and clenching them into fists, he shouted loudly that now first place was rightfully his. At this time, the huge snake was lying on the ground, not moving. Suddenly, its skin color changed dramatically, and it opened its burning eyes. At the same moment, it rose from the ground, raised its head up and screamed furiously. Its terrifying energy enveloped everything around. All the students of the First Academy screamed in horror, asking why this monster was still alive. The next second, the huge snake hit the guys with its tail, causing them to fly apart in different directions. Shayabei and his bodyguard immediately jumped back, standing in stances. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy asked himself in his head with displeasure, did the monster really go into a state of bloody flash? Suddenly, the huge snake rose into the sky and began to run away. Seeing this, Shayabei screamed, opening his mouth wide, that this was not a pseudo-monster, but a full-fledged monster. Hearing this, all the students of the First Academy stopped, asking in horror whether they should then pursue such a strong monster. Of course, Shayabei shouted in rage, turning to all the students, adding that such a snake would be worth 1,000 points. 1,000? The boys shouted in shock, looking at the strongest of them in surprise. At that very second, they rushed to chase the monster, shouting that they could not allow anyone else to get ahead of them. In his head, Shayabei said that the previous attacks had greatly weakened the huge snake, so they needed to catch up with the monster as soon as possible before the others intercepted it. His face was very tense, and anger appeared in his eyes, with which he said that otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. The main character was still standing on the roof of the building. A strong magical aura of speed enveloped him, and he himself said that he would never have thought that a monster worth 1,000 points would appear here. His eyes were burning, and there was a mad smile on his face. Turning in the direction where everyone ran, he said that he was the fastest of all. Putting his hand on the floor, he said to himself that he needed to use the speed talent to the maximum. At that very moment, his aura became several times more powerful. With his eyes glowing, filled with fortitude and determination, he realized that it was time. "Let's go," he said in his head. After these words, he took off, jumping high into the sky, leaving a magical trail behind him. In a few seconds, he covered a huge distance, trying to catch up and find the monster. Some time passed. The huge snake, moving quickly, left its purple mucus on the ground. The monster quickly crawled towards a huge broken building, intending to hide there. At that very moment, the main character appeared in the sky. He landed on the ground with a loud bang. Seeing the trail on the ground, he immediately ran up to it, saying that the students of the first academy had not yet arrived, and that was very good. Crouching down, he realized that it was snake mucus. Putting his finger on it, he touched the mucus, checking how long it had been there. Bringing it to his face, he made sure that the monster had been here just recently. After that, he raised his head and saw a huge ruined building in front of him, after which he asked himself if the monster had hidden inside. Lowering his head, he said with glowing eyes and a wide smile on his face that it seemed like he would get 1,000 points. As soon as the main character entered the building, he immediately felt that everything around him was saturated with the powerful energy of the monster. He slowly walked forward. His energy also began to fill the building, and he himself said in his head that this creature was somewhere nearby. When suddenly what he saw shocked him, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his cheek. In front of him was a huge monster which, opening its mouth, was catching drops from the ceiling. Liquid was collecting down from some unknown piece of stone. It slowly gathered into a small drop. After that, it viscously dripped into the mouth of the huge monster. Seeing this, Yeshin wondered in his head what the huge snake was drinking. He understood that this was clearly not ordinary water. His face was very tense and serious. Without thinking twice, he pulled out his sword from its sheath. His aura changed in that same second, and he himself, standing in a stance and smiling maliciously, said that he would think about it after he got 1,000 points. After these words, he took off, leaving a small explosion under him. With burning eyes, he flew towards the huge monster. The snake also noticed its opponent and realized that it was necessary to deal with the guy. He abruptly attacked the protagonist with his huge hand. Seeing this, shock appeared in Yeshin's eyes. He tried to dodge, but the monster hit the ground with its hand, raising a powerful shock wave, hitting the protagonist. Such a blow threw him back. Yeshin did not lose his head in flight and grabbed his bow. In less than a second, he took out arrows and pulled the bowstring. Flying head down, he was ready to shoot 3 arrows at his opponent. The next second, 3 arrows flew out at the monster. 2 of them accurately hit the eyes of the huge snake, from where blood immediately spurted, and the monster screamed in pain. Turning over, the protagonist deftly landed on the floor. At that time, his blade, which he had lost at the moment he was attacked, was flying towards him. Yeshin deftly caught his weapon, firmly grasping the handle. At the same second, he rushed at the monster. The huge snake, seeing the enemy, tried to attack in the same way as a few minutes ago. This time, the protagonist managed to dodge the quick attack. The next second, purple blood of the huge snake spurted out. The monster screamed furiously in pain. His hand was pierced by the protagonist's huge sword. His hands were shaking and veins appeared on them. Screaming loudly, Yeshin's face was covered in veins, and he himself gave all his strength. After that, he started running up the monster's arm, cutting the flesh of the huge snake with his sword. After a few seconds, he pulled out a sword covered in thick purple blood. The monster, writhing in pain, splashed its blood everywhere. The protagonist, with burning eyes, deftly jumped off the monster. The huge snake convulsed, lashing its tail in all directions. After a few seconds, it fell to the ground dead. As soon as it was over, the protagonist smiled widely and, exhaling heavily, said that the monsters were wildly strong, adding that if Sheibe's group had not weakened the huge snake, he would never have managed it. After these words, he took off his backpack and, looking at the shard in the ceiling from which an unknown liquid was dripping, said that no reasoning was needed. Taking out a bottle from his backpack, he said that since the monster came here for this, it was definitely a very valuable thing. A few seconds later, he added that he would collect some liquid and then think about it. After that, he put down a bottle into which an unknown liquid began to drip. At this time, the main character, without thinking twice, approached the killed monster and stuck a blade into it. He sat on the face of a huge snake, extracting the monster's eyes. A few minutes later, he had a huge eyeball of the killed monster in his hand, and he himself said that this would serve as proof of murder. After that, he approached the huge heart of the snake and, piercing it, said that the blood from the monster's heart was incredibly valuable. Green blood gushed out of the heart of the monster, which Yeshin, putting another bottle under, began to collect. A few minutes later, as soon as he finished, he went back to the bottle into which the unknown liquid was dripping. Picking it up, he looked at how much had collected and with a smile on his face said that this would be enough. Looking at the source in the ceiling, he said in his head that he had no idea what it was. After a short pause, he took out his sword and said that not a drop should be left for Sheibe. After that, he quickly cut off the rock hanging from the roof. The spring fell to the ground. As soon as the protagonist finished, he opened his backpack, intending to put everything away, saying that the points he had earned were more than enough for first place. Looking away, he said with a malicious smile on his face that it was time to get out of here. Some time passed. The dead monster was found by the students from the first academy. After examining the huge snake, they reported that the eyeballs were taken and the blood from the heart was pumped out. The bodyguard turned to the master and angrily shouted that only a corpse was left here, and then asked what they should do. With his hands shaking with anger, which were clenched into fists, Sheibe asked, holding back his rage, who it was. Suddenly, unable to contain himself, he screamed furiously with his eyes wide open, asking who dared to steal his 1,000 points. The sky above the city was crimson from the sunset. Raindrops bounced off the surfaces. Yeshin squatted down, leaning his hand on the surface. He opened his eyes wide, realizing that they were coming out. A group of people in bright clothes were walking through the rubble, among them a man in a dark suit. One of the people noticed that the person who stole the master's victory points must be hiding somewhere and waiting. A tall man in a black suit walked right behind the youth, asking what they should do. The hero froze. Raindrops fell around him. He bowed his head, ordering them to search those they met along the way. After all, he must find this little rat. He cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Sheibe frowned, looking ahead from under his brows. The protagonist watched them from the roof of the building. The people responded to the leader's order with one voice. Yeshin frowned and looked down at them, thinking that he really needed to hide. Bright lightning appeared around the guy's body. The hero quickly moved forward, emitting bright energy in the form of flashes of lightning. The guy flew between the tall, half-ruined houses. He froze in the air, looking at the crowd of people below. The hero, emitting lightning from his body, landed on a stone beam. He immediately pushed off from it, moving forward and thinking that this could not go on forever. Yeshin frowned, his eyes shining brightly. He thought that the exam would end in 3 days. When the points were counted, everyone would immediately understand that he had killed the monster. The hero's foot stepped onto the ground wet from the rain. He walked along the empty road in front of the ruined buildings, thinking that he should use the remaining time to improve his cultivation talent and become stronger, and this place would be good as a shelter. The hero dropped his bag on the floor. Yeshin raised his eyebrows and assumed a lotus position, holding a glass bottle in his hands, asking how much the monster's blood could strengthen him. The boy threw his head back and began to drink the contents. The young man furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, saying that he should have a snack of peanuts so that it would not be so disgusting. The boy squeezed the glass bottle in his hand, saying that it did not matter, but for the sake of his sister's safety, he needed to become stronger. Yeshin squeezed the bottle with both hands and frowned, beginning to drink the contents. The girl closed her eyes and sneezed loudly. Yayu rubbed her nose with her finger, asking if anyone remembered her. The girl sat at her school desk and looked out the window, thinking that everything was fine with her brother. A stream of bright energy appeared in the hero's hands. The guy's eyes opened wide. The streams of energy that arose lifted the protagonist's clothes into the air. Yeshin frowned and opened his mouth wide, thinking that the speed of cultivation had increased fourfold. The hero's eyes widened. He understood that it was no wonder that Chengdong and the others were cultivating so quickly. It was not only due to talent, but also due to the use of auxiliary items. The guy looked at the bag with vials, saying that there were 2.5 days left. It was necessary to use them to the fullest. 3 days passed. The heroes approached the tables next to which there was a black banner. The girl stood up from her seat and wrote down the data, saying that Zhang scored 10 points, Bailey 23 points, Zuhai 0 points. A bright green backpack was placed on the table. Yangtze knitted his eyebrows and smiled. He put his hand in front of him, asking the teacher to help him with the calculation. In his bag were brightly shining stones. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that the guy had earned 195 points. The boys gritted their teeth and frowned, saying that this was very cool. Sheibe appeared, the guy carrying a bag and smiling, saying that these points were nothing, followed by a bodyguard in a black suit. The guy in the red jacket came closer, saying that he did not expect Yancy, who was standing in front of him, to be so strong. The hero laughed. Sheibe smiled widely, asking if he really planned to compete with him with such a number of points. The young man frowned, saying that this guy was up to his old tricks again. Shayabei smiled maliciously, pouring out jewelry from his backpack, telling them to count it. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She reported that Shayabei had earned 427 points. The boy frowned, loudly screaming that no one expected less from the hero. The girl raised her hand to her face, saying that this was a very big gap. She only had 30 points. Yancey put his hand forward and pointed at him, saying that he was a shameless fool who took points from others. Shayabei put his hands out to the sides, saying that he earned these points thanks to his talents. The young man gritted his teeth, calling him a bastard. The girls came closer. One of them congratulated the guy standing in front of him, because for so many points they would definitely give first place. Shayabei frowned and smiled, saying that first place would have more than 1,000. The girls opened their eyes in surprise and froze, asking how this was possible. The director of the 5th Academy put his hands in his pockets, asking if all the students who remained alive had managed to come out. The girl raised her eyebrows and adjusted her hair, saying that if someone did not come out, then most likely he was already dead. The man smiled, saying that this meant only one thing: first place goes to Shayabei. The hero took a step forward. Everyone turned around and cried out in surprise when they saw a silhouette approaching in the distance. The director frowned and turned around in surprise. Yeshin slowly approached, carrying a backpack on his back. The guy's eyes shone brightly, his face was hidden in the shadow. From the bag were pulled out the red eyes of a monster, bright balls and fragments of claws and teeth. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the monster's eyeball. Yeshin looked at her from under his brows, saying that it was so. He asked how many points he had. It was announced that the protagonist had 1,136 points. There were slowly floating white clouds in the blue sky. The girl congratulated the young man on the fact that he managed to take first place in the exam this year. His reward was 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan. She stood in front of the protagonist, holding the colorful figurines on a tray. The heroes cried out in joy. Zhang Bao clenched his fists, saying that the young man was great. Yangtze rubbed his chin in surprise, wondering how the boy managed to do this. Shayabei gritted his teeth and smiled, saying that a thief had appeared, who was a puppy from the 5th Academy. The hero frowned and clenched his fist, telling his bodyguard to dig up everything he could on this guy. The man bowed his head, agreeing with the order. Zhang Bao smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that Yeshin gave them all hell. Their academy finally took first place in the exam. The girls smiled happily, saying that they never thought that such a thing would happen. The director put his hands in his pockets, saying that the guy was an idiot. The hero standing next to him raised his head, saying that the teacher was not very happy, although Yeshin brought glory to the academy. The protagonist accepted the awards. The man frowned, saying that he insulted and angered the Mo family, and they are very strong and influential. He is afraid that his friend may suddenly die. Zhang Bao closed his eyes and frowned, thinking about his friend. The leaderboard showed the top 3 heroes. They were Yeshin from the 5th Academy. His reward was 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan. Shayabei from the 1st Academy was in 2nd place. He received 1 bottle of mid-level monster blood and 100,000 yuan. And Yangtze from the 2nd Academy closed the top 3, receiving 3 bottles of low-level monster blood and 50,000 yuan. The camera lens shone brightly. The photographer asked to look here. The young man smiled. Shayabei and Yangtze standing nearby did the same. The exam was officially over. They congratulated the top 3 on their well-deserved awards. The boys stood on the podium. The heroes around them joyfully rejoiced. Shayabei frowned, looking at the protagonist and saying that he was very brave to steal something that belonged to someone else. Yeshin looked at him with an arrogant look, saying that it was mutual. Yangtze frowned and smiled, asking if he had forgotten his own words. Shayabei frowned, telling him to shut up, because he was not talking to him now. The young man put his hands on his hips, saying that like Shayabei, the boy took these points thanks to his talents. The hero laughed, asking what talents he was talking about. Shayabei smiled maliciously, asking which of them was stronger. The boy took a step forward, suggesting that they find out in battle. Yeshin's eyes were shining brightly. His face was hidden by a shadow. He was saying that if the guy had time for this, then he would be happy to. Bright streams of red and blue energy appeared around the heroes' bodies. Shayabei smiled, saying that this was getting more interesting. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead from under his brows and thinking that if he became a target for such a person, then he would not be able to escape, because the only way out was to become so strong that his opponent would not even think of climbing up to him. The sky above the city was pink from the sunset. The hero reached for the door handle. The young man entered the room and took off his shoes, informing his younger sister of his return. The girl took a step forward. Yayu rushed to hug her brother. The girl opened her eyes wide and raised her eyebrows, asking where he had disappeared for so long. Yayu began to examine the guy from all sides, asking if he was injured, to which the young man replied, "No, everything is fine." Yeshin smiled and reached for the strap of his backpack, saying that he had gifts for her. The girl smiled happily, asking what was in there. She screamed, saying that it was a whole bunch of money. From the bag, the hero took out 3 bottles of monster blood, a wad of money, and a book in a dark cover. Yayu raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, saying that this was more than enough for a wedding. The main character sat down on the floor, saying that they were for her to pay for her education and for pocket money. The girl turned to him, asking if they could really eat meat every day. She moved the glass bottle with a bright liquid in surprise, asking what it was. Yeshin picked up the book, saying that he had no idea, so he bought an illustrated reference book for jewelry. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking to show her too. The young man slowly began to flip through the pages of the book. His eyes widened. He did not believe that this was really the elixir of the Earth's core. On the page of the book, it was said that the name of this treasure is the elixir of the Earth's core. The effect is a liquid essence formed by Terranite stones that have absorbed the Kai of the heavens and the earth for hundreds of years. When consumed, it can enhance the talent for cultivation. However, the elixir is only effective for talents of below average level. There is also a small chance of the appearance of primordial Terranite stones that can improve talents of high level and below. For more detailed information, you need to look at the section Primordial Terranite Stones. The hero imagined the mouth of a monster with sharp teeth behind him, thinking that that snake must have evolved into a monster by absorbing the elixir. He would never have thought that the thing that he did not get so easily would turn out to be a valuable item. He turned his gaze to the bottle. Yayu was holding it in her hands, saying that this thing could improve talents. It would be very useful for him to drink it. The guy lowered his head, saying that he did not need it. Yeshin smiled. His eyes shone brightly. The hero said that it would be better to make the girl stronger, so he ordered her to drink it. Yayu opened her eyes and mouth wide, surprised by such a decision. The sky above the city was scarlet from the sunset. A girl's question was heard from the building with large windows. Did he really want her to drink it? Yayu was kneeling on the floor, saying that her talent had not awakened yet and they would only waste the elixir. A status window appeared in front of her. The girl looked at the bottle in her hand in surprise. The status window said that this was a human. The talent for cultivation was basic level. The talent for freezing was low level, not awakened. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that his sister had cultivation at the basic level, so by drinking this elixir, she would definitely increase it. The only question was how much. The girl smiled, saying that they could sell it. It was probably worth a lot of money. The hero stood up and opened the book, saying that this would not do, because it spoke of the original Terranite stones that could appear where this essence was formed, but he had destroyed them. Sooner or later, people would come who would want to buy these stones, and they would hardly believe his story, because in the end it would endanger them and bring a lot of trouble. Yeshin grinned and pointed his finger at himself. Yayu twirled the bottle in her hand, asking why he had destroyed them. The hero took hold of the neck, saying that it would be more of a pity if she did not drink it. The protagonist took the bottle from her hands. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The guy squeezed her cheeks with his hand, telling her to open her mouth. Yayu began to struggle and scream, saying that she was being killed. An empty bottle lay on the floor. The young man stood up and smiled, asking what it tasted like. The girl cleared her throat. Yayu smiled, saying that it was very warm and refreshing. The guy frowned, his eyes shining brightly. He did not understand what was happening. Was the talent for cultivation still at the basic level? Maybe what was written in the book was a lie. The girl's original data remained in the status window. She sat down on the sofa, saying that she was sleepy, so she would cook a little later. The hero said that everything was fine, asking her to rest. The guy raised his eyebrows, wondering why this happened. Maybe he just needed to wait. An hour passed. The thick hand of the clock showed 7 o'clock. The protagonist was sitting on the floor in the lotus position. Brightly shining energy was coming out from his body. Yeshin gritted his teeth and turned around, noticing the appearance of a strong flow of energy. A bright status window appeared above the sleeping girl. It contained information that she was a human. The talent for cultivation was of an average level, and the talent for freezing was a low level, not awakened. The hero's eyes widened, surprised that his level had increased by 2 points at once. He reached for the bottle of monster blood, thinking that his sister would definitely become a first-class warrior. The boy looked at her with brightly shining eyes. In his hand was a glass bottle of monster blood. He mentally told Shayabei to prepare, because he would not lose to him. Yeshin's face was hidden by a shadow. His red eyes were shining brightly. There was a dark night sky above the building. He opened his mouth wide, pouring out the contents of the bottle. The boy reached his hand for the food on the plate and lowered his head, thinking that it tasted even more disgusting. His fingers reached for the peanuts. He greedily began to throw them into his mouth, thinking that this was exactly what he lacked in the cave. He wondered how many times the monster blood would speed up his progress. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides. Bright streams of energy appeared around his body. Yeshin widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, amazed that the increase was 8 times. There were streams of bright pink energy around him. The hero widened his eyes, thinking that this effect was even scary. If he had the blood of a high-level monster, he would have broken through to the warrior stage. He looked at the bottles of monster blood he had won in the competition and thought that he was sad that there were only 2 left. The hero wondered what he should do. The grove near the 5th Academy. 10 days had passed. Near the tall building of the academy, there were trees with bright green tops. A small bird was sitting on the head of a young man. Yeshin was meditating, sitting on a stone ledge in the forest. Zhang Bao gritted his teeth, quickly moving forward and repeating the question of what he should do. The protagonist stopped what he was doing and began to get up, asking what happened. The guy leaned over and opened his mouth wide, trying to catch his breath. He called out a name, Xiaobei. The young man stood up and looked at him menacingly, asking if the one he was talking about had come. Zhang Bao looked up at him, saying that it was not that. In fact, he had locked himself in his room and was clearly plotting something, probably calling for him to break through to the warrior stage, and only then settle the score with the young man. The protagonist put his hands on his hips. The guy frowned and asked displeasedly what the hero was doing. Because this was a serious matter, Yeshin assumed the lotus position, saying that he thought Xiaobei had come with a challenge, but he had just locked himself in his room. The young man closed his eyes, thinking that his opponent also had a talent for middle-level cultivation. It would take him about a month to break through to the warrior stage. Zhang Bao stood up and shouted that if the boy became a warrior, he would crush the hero like a bug. The young man looked at him, saying that he was also cultivating, so he had nothing to fear. The protagonist's friend frowned, saying that Xiaobei herself was very noble. He had a lot of resources, and the young man had 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood, and he must have already drunk them. Yeshin smiled, saying that this was true. Zhang Bao fell to his knees and put his hands on the ground, saying that the boy was doomed. As his friend, he would help arrange the funeral and take care of his sister. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that now he only had low-level blood, which he extracted from that snake in its heart. After using all this, he should break through to the advanced disciple stage. Although this is only a step away from the warrior level, he cannot become one yet. The boy frowned. He thought that with the talents he had already copied, he could even go out and fight a warrior. The protagonist's bright eyes widened. The Mo family's house. There was a gloomy sky above the large estate, with birds flying across it. A man in a dark suit stood at the door. Cracks began to appear on the stone door. It was broken into small pieces, streams of bright energy came out, and a silhouette of a man could be seen in the distance. The man congratulated the master on reaching the warrior level. The bodyguard knelt down on one knee, resting his hand on the floor. Xiaobei's face was hidden in the shadow. His eyes were shining brightly, and his body had become much more powerful and muscular. A flock of birds were flying above the Mo family's house. The man sat on one knee, congratulating the young master on breaking through to the warrior level and wishing him a long life. 2 maids were putting a robe on the young man. The boy's father entered the room, noticing that he had bowed his head and left. Moan spread his arms wide, saying that he saw that the boy had become a warrior and he expected no less from his son. The man frowned and smiled. He patted his son on the shoulder, saying that he was doing well. Xiaobei frowned, asking his father not to worry, because he would not disgrace their family. Moan frowned, saying that he had no doubt about it, and besides, his great-grandfather wanted to personally reward the boy. The boy knelt down on one knee and bowed his head, saying that he was grateful to both of them for their support, and his father laughed and asked him to stand up. The man frowned and told the bodyguard standing next to him to go into the kitchen and check if everything was ready. He raised his hand, asking him to stop because he had decided to go there personally. Moan put his hands behind his back, asking his son not to forget to eat. He ordered that his favorite dishes be prepared in honor of the celebration. Xiaobei bowed his head and thanked his father. The men hurried to the exit. The boy frowned, asking his bodyguard if he had found out what he was asked. The man grinned, telling the master that he had found out everything a long time ago. The boy had no parents, no past, no support, which meant they could do whatever they wanted to him. The hero headed for the exit. He put his hands behind his back, saying that he was sure that there was someone very powerful behind the young man. Above the white house of the Mo family, there was a clear blue sky with white clouds. Xiaobei rubbed his chin, saying that in that case, they should send someone to kill the boy. The hero sat down on the red chair. The man put his hand forward, saying that killing in the zone is one thing, but if they kill a person outside it, then no matter how strong and influential the Mo family is, they may have problems. The guy put a glass under the drink pouring out of a glass bottle, asking who told him to act on behalf of the family. Xiaobei grinned frighteningly, ordering to find the killers from the dark shadow. No one will investigate the case in which they are involved. The man put his hand to the side, saying that their services are worth at least $1 million. The hero slowly drank from the glass, asking if it is worth spending so much because of some kid. Xiaobei looked forward from under his brows, saying that all servants think like poor people and therefore he does not understand anything. The guy put the glass down, saying that if a genius is found among the poor, he must be eliminated immediately. Xiaobei smiled widely, breaking the glass in his hand. The bodyguard frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that the 5th Academy cannot raise a genius. The guy had a frightening smile on his face. He said that the law of the world is that the strong survive and the weak die. A grove not far from the 5th Academy. There was a gray sky above the stone castle. A flock of birds flew across it. The hero swung his weapon. He moved so fast that it seemed as if he was in several places at once, emitting bright lightning from his body. Yeshin raised his sword above his head, his eyes shining brightly. A bright trace was left in space. The guy swung, cutting the stone in front of her into small pieces. He sighed heavily. The protagonist looked up and brought his palm to his forehead, saying that it was going to rain. The hero moved forward. Drops of rain bounced off the surfaces. The young man walked along the empty street, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He stopped. A bright flash appeared on the face of the wires. The hero turned his gaze to it, his mouth slightly open. It was a bright system window. He did not understand what it was. Among the raindrops and the cloudy sky, its light was very bright. The status window contained information about a person named Liquin, a talent for cultivation at the basic level, a shadow talent at the low level. The window quickly disappeared, leaving behind a bright flash. A dark stream of energy headed straight for the protagonist. He opened his red eyes wide. Yeshin held out his sword in front of him, stopping the attack of the stranger who appeared. Bright dark lightning struck in all directions. The guy jumped back. He leaned his body towards the ground and leaned on it with his hand. The protagonist frowned, asking the person who appeared to introduce himself. The tip of the blade shone brightly. Liquin smiled and threw his head back, saying that he was his death. Raindrops fell to the ground. Yeshin froze, tightly clutching the hilt of the sword in his hand. Bright streams of blue energy were around the guy. Liquin licked the tip of his blade, saying that he was the death of the guy. There was a bright green light behind him. The young man tightly squeezed his fingers on the hilt of the sword, thinking that this killer was hired by Sheibe, but he had already become a warrior. He could have come himself to fight him. The guy did not understand what the hero was up to. Yeshin's eyes widened. The guy quickly moved forward, leaving behind raised streams of wind. Liquin hovered in the air, preparing to strike. He opened his eyes wide and pointed the tip of the blade forward. The young man turned his gaze to him. The guy raised his sword, stopping the attack from the air. The hero jumped back, looking at the bright green streams of energy in the air. He understood that his opponent had disappeared again. Yeshin leaned forward, summoning streams of energy around him, thinking about how the shadow talent allowed its users to become invisible. The youth looked ahead from under his brows. The tip of Lycan's blade appeared right behind his head, spewing out bright green lightning. The youth opened his eyes wide. The stream of bright energy was getting closer and closer to the protagonist. Yeshin turned around, opening his eyes wide and gritting his teeth. The protagonist quickly slipped away from Lycan's blade, ending up on the roof of a building, leaving a bright trail of lightning behind him. The youth gritted his teeth, wondering how an ordinary student could be so fast. Yeshin rushed to attack, saying that it was his turn now. He smiled as he approached his opponent's face. The youth swung his weapon, leaving a bright trail in space. Lycan grinned. The shockwave threw the protagonist into a stone wall. When the curtain of dust cleared, the protagonist saw only the trace of the blow. He assumed that the boy had disappeared again. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to resist this talent, but against him, he was simply useless. Yeshin froze in the middle of an empty alley. The wind currents twisted in the air. He abruptly turned his gaze to the side. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a bright trace in space and throwing Liquin's body into the air. He opened his mouth wide, from which streams of blood spurted. Liquin fell to the ground. The boy frowned and pressed his hand to his neck, saying that this was impossible, because even non-warrior elites could not see him. He furrowed his brows, asking how the boy did it. The hero took a step forward, his body enveloped in bright energy. Yeshin walked closer to the boy, asking if he really wanted to know this. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that for that, he must answer who sent him. Lycan reached out his hand to his blade, saying that he would answer this question when the boy was dead. He opened his mouth wide and thrust his hand forward, charging. The boy's bright red eyes opened wide. He dodged in an instant, landing in the air. The hero landed on the ground, his body emitting bright purple lightning. He pushed off the floor, moving forward with great speed. The hero's blade passed through, releasing a spray of blood. Yeshin froze, piercing Lycan's body. The eyes of the protagonist standing behind the fallen boy were shining brightly, repeating his question. Yeshin frowned. Lycan opened his bloody mouth, saying that the boy was the strongest disciple he had ever met, so he would answer his question. That person was Sheibe. The hero fell to the ground dead, rain falling from the sky. Yeshin froze, clutching the weapon tightly in his hand. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth, calling out a name, Sheibe. The guy crouched next to the body of the defeated opponent. His hand reached out to the streams of dark energy. The protagonist's eyes opened wide, bright streams of light emitted from his body. The system reported that the shadow talent was successfully copied. Yeshin rose to his feet, keeping his body bent. Dark smoke appeared next to him. The youth raised his head, his face was hidden by the shadow, and his eyes were shining brightly. In the system window, there was information about him. The talent for improvement is at the average level, the talent for speed is at the low level, the talent for swordsmanship is at the average level, and the shadow talent is at the low level. Yeshin looked up from under his brows, saying that the guy's shadow talent now belongs to him. It was raining in the mountains. Lightning flashed. Blood gushed from the enemy's mouth. The protagonist stood in front of the corpse with a stone in his hands. He stacked the stones on top of each other. A grave appeared at the site of the murder. A strong wind blew in the forest. A leaf fell to the ground. Leaning over it, Yeshin thought that a person born in this world should not be like fallen leaves, driven by gusts of wind and drops of rain. His eyes lit up. Taking the leaf in his hand, the boy promised himself to live his life with dignity. The young man squeezed the leaf in his hand. Passing by the grave, he thought that he should become the wind and rain, and not weak leaves falling from a tree. The awakened grinned. Clouds were gathering over the city. Steam came out of the hot water in the shower. The protagonist washed his hair, standing under the pressure of the water. Putting a towel on his head, he returned to the room. Yeshin took a t-shirt from the sofa. The boy got dressed. The young man walked barefoot on the wooden floor. Falling onto the sofa, the awakened thought that it was very nice at home. Litzen's things were lying on the table. Taking the shiny dagger in his hand, the student thought that his weapon had quickly become unusable, while this blade was not damaged at all. On the table were gold cards of 1,000,000 and silver cards of 100,000, for a total of 3.5 million. Putting them in his wallet, the protagonist decided that he would find the best use for Sheibe's money. In his hands was a book. Looking at it, he realized that it was a bronze-level Shadow Blade Mastery book. Opening it, Yeshin smiled and thought that this was just what he needed to develop his sword skill. Heading to the bedroom, the guy decided to hurry up and start training. The door slammed shut. Sitting on the bed, the young man opened the first chapter of the skill book. Lightning flashed outside the window. The awakened man looked up in fear. Jumping out of bed, he asked why his sister had not returned home yet. Running back to the living room, the student realized that Sheibe knew everything about him since he hired a hitman. The protagonist opened the window. Jumping from the balcony, Yeshin realized that his sister was also in danger. Using sparkling magic, he rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that the girl would definitely be fine. People were walking in the rain with their umbrellas open. In the middle of the street was Zaichin Middle School. The youth flew high above the city, lightning sparkled around him. The awakened one landed in an alley, the red energy dissipated. He ran out onto the street where people were walking. The student looked to the side, looking for his sister. Looking at the passers-by with umbrellas, the protagonist thought that this was just an ordinary school, and that people with talents would never start a showdown in such a place. Frowning, Yeshin realized that a person like Sheibe would hardly act according to the rules. Someone poked him in the back with an umbrella and ordered him not to move. The guy immediately turned around and used magic. Approaching the stranger, he ordered him to stop. Yayu took off her hood and waved at him. Her brother's eyes widened in surprise. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man asked what took her so long to do at school. The girl explained that today was her day of duty, so she had to clean the classroom. Opening an umbrella over herself, the girl asked why her brother went outside without shoes and without an umbrella. The awakened one tried to justify himself by saying that he was in a hurry. Walking along the sidewalk, the schoolgirl asked him to tell her how he managed to do this trick. There was a black-tinted car on the road. A menacing man was sitting inside. Frowning sternly, Sheibe wondered why his enemy was still alive. A heavy rain was falling over the city. Holding out a sausage on a stick, the seller said that the order was ready. Taking the sausage, Yayu thanked him. The boys smiled, enjoying the sausages on the grill. They were walking along a busy street. The girl asked what to cook for dinner. The student offered to cook her signature steamed meat slices. A black car was slowly following them. The protagonist looked back and noticed it. There was no one on the street except them and the car. The rain continued to fall over the apartment building. Putting a plate on the table, the girl said that dinner was ready and asked him to help set the table. The black car was parked in the yard. Throwing a menacing look at it, Yeshin said that he was already on his way. Day had come, the sky had cleared. Holding a book in his hands, the teacher asked the student to solve the following problem. Getting up from her desk, Yayu agreed. Someone was watching the city from the roof. The guy put his hands in his pockets and covered his face with a hood. Taking off the hood, he looked back. There was a lonely car in the parking lot. The surveillance had been going on for 3 days already. Frowning, the young man thought that the enemies had really crossed the line and hoped that they would not dare to harm his sister. Noticing that the car had left, the awakened man's eyes widened in surprise. The parking lot was empty. The student jumped off the roof. Summoning magic around himself, the protagonist decided to follow the car. A trail of sparkling energy followed him. The black car slowed down. It was in a construction site. The front door opened. Someone got out of the car. Yeshin landed on top of a construction crane and wondered what kind of place this was. The stranger entered the building. The boy realized that it was Shayabei, pursing his lips in anger. Blood splattered onto the floor. The bouncer hit the man in the jaw. Lying on the ground, the man said that he really did not have money to pay off the debt. Bleeding, he promised to give it to him as soon as he had it and asked to let him go. Sitting against the wall, the bandit leader said that the debt would double every day because borrowing money from him was not that easy. An ominous aura was flying around Shayabei. Kneeling down, the debtor repeated that he had no money and said that the interest was too high and he needed to take care of his children and elderly parents. Entering the room, the stranger notified his master of his return. The youth watched them using shadow magic. Shayabei asked if there was any news from the shadow assassin. Awakened, he hid behind a pipe. The bodyguard reported that the mercenary had disappeared and promised to contact him later through a frontman. Looking down, the student realized that the assassin was indeed hired by his classmate. Approaching the debtor, the criminal asked if some people really thought they could deceive members of influential families like him so easily. After saying these words, he began to kick the man. The bodyguard bowed his head and said that he wanted to serve him faithfully and that he would never have thought of such a thing. The man in glasses touched the debtor's body and said that the man had died. Shayabei waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to get rid of the body and asked if his comrade had come up with an idea to take care of the enemy's younger sister. The blonde man closed his eyes and explained that he had wanted to entrust this matter to an acquaintance who had recently been released from prison. But now he felt that entrusting this matter to someone else would be a mistake, so he decided to take care of it himself. The young man approached him. The heroes stood opposite each other. The man said that his master had nothing to worry about. The boy smirked. Summoning a multitude of lightning bolts, the criminal struck his colleague in the stomach. The bodyguard fell to the ground. The blonde man leaned on his hands and asked why he had been hit. Raising his bloody hand, Shayabei said that this was punishment for poor performance. The protagonist summoned the original weapon in his hand. Emerging from the shadows, Yeshin pounced on the enemy from the air. The young man turned around in fear. A trace of the blade appeared in the air. The guy jumped to the side, blood spurted. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. The bloody body fell to the ground. Surrounding him, the bodyguards realized that someone had killed their master. Frowning menacingly, the blonde realized that the unknown person had used an ability to hide his location and assumed that it was Litsun. The awakened one emerged from the shadows and spread his blades to the sides. A green aura flew around his body. Turning to him, the man asked where he got this shadow talent. Raising his hand, the bodyguard said that he checked all the information and that he had a weak talent, and asked how he managed to kill the young master with just one blow. He asked where Litsun was. The student blurred his neck. The protagonist looked in front of him and sighed. Yeshin dashed forward. The guy was right above his enemy. A dagger blade flashed in his hand. The blonde man said with his mouth open in fear that the enemy would not be able to kill him. The young man cut his body with 2 daggers. The man fell to the ground. The awakened man took a handkerchief out of his pocket. He hurried to wipe the blood off the daggers. The student threw it towards the dead enemy. There was a hieroglyph on the handkerchief. The daggers disappeared into pink energy. The protagonist pulled his hood over himself. Yeshin looked back and said that he could not be brought to slaughter whenever they wanted, and that now the criminals should blame themselves for choosing the wrong person as their target. The guy walked out of the warehouse. A bright lightning flashed in the air. An hour later, black cars arrived at the construction site. Someone clenched their fist. Moan frowned menacingly and asked who could have done this. The man sat down next to the corpse and asked who killed his son. Holding a handkerchief, the bodyguard informed the chief that they had found it. Handing him the handkerchief, the guard guessed that it was the work of a shadow assassin. Looking at the hieroglyph, the 10th elder realized that the enemies had hired a shadow assassin to do this. A man entered the room. Everyone looked around. Chanking put his hands in his pockets, purple energy flying around him. Seeing him, Moan raised his eyebrows. Kneeling in front of him, the man said that someone had killed his son, the genius of their family. Closing his eyes, the great warrior asked him to tell him everything. Lowering his head, the 10th elder reported that Shayabei had recently broken through to the warrior level and held a feast to celebrate this occasion. One day the boy could become a great warrior and elevate his family to an unattainable level, but he was killed. The dead body lay on the ground. Frowning, the elder confirmed that this child was the hope of the next generation of the family, and that if their family had a second great warrior, their influence in the city would greatly increase. With tears in his eyes, Moan declared that this was why they could not let his son's death go unanswered. Raising his hands in supplication, he asked his colleague to avenge Shayabei's death. Chanking took the handkerchief from his hands. Looking at it, the old man realized that the shadow assassin was to blame. The great warrior's eyes widened in shock. Walking outside, the elder said that most likely the families that held a grudge against them hired this killer. He raised the handkerchief to the sun. The sun's rays illuminated the drops of blood and the character. In the corner of the handkerchief was a barely visible symbol. Frowning, the man realized that it was an iron fang. The handkerchief fell to the ground. The sky above the city cleared. Spreading his arms, Zhang Bao explained that Iron Fang was an organization that was much more powerful than the organization in Linhai. Looking up, the boy said that Changqing believed that some families in Linhai had secretly colluded with Iron Fang and were planning to kill the young geniuses of the elite families in order to seize control of the entire city. Putting his hand to his mouth, the disciple whispered that these people cut off Xiaobei's head as soon as he broke through to the warrior level. Smiling, the protagonist realized that no one suspected him. Stepping forward, Zhang Bao added that his friend was the first on Xiaobei's list of people he wanted to fight after becoming a warrior, but someone suddenly killed him, so his friend was very lucky. Looking down, Yeshin thought that he had deliberately left Litsun's handkerchief behind to divert suspicion from himself, but the elder found the Iron Fang symbol on it. Walking down the street, the boy wondered if he had accidentally foiled Iron Fang's plans or if the great warrior was deliberately trying to pit Iron Fang and Linhai against each other. White clouds floated above the academy. The next day, 4 in the morning, it was still dark outside. The boy woke up and stretched upward. He got out of bed. The awakened one pulled on a hoodie. In his hand was a bag. The student threw it over his shoulder and left the room. The protagonist tied his shoelaces. Yayu approached him. Yeshin apologized for accidentally waking her. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, the girl asked where her brother was going so early. Rising to his feet, the guy said that he was going to train in the wild zone to become stronger as quickly as possible. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl said that her brother had just returned and was leaving again, and suggested that he invite his friends with him. Turning away, the boy asked her not to worry, to stay home and not get involved in anything. The student ran up to him. Yayu hugged him from behind. The awakened one lowered his head. Pressing her forehead to his, the girl asked him to come back as soon as possible. Standing in place, the student said that he would definitely come back. A bright wave of energy appeared in the air. The protagonist found himself in a desert. Standing on a mountain in front of an oasis, he thought that there were high-level monsters in this area, but no one should notice him because his abilities only allow him to fight low-level monsters. Closing his eyes, Yeshin decided to become a warrior. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath him. Not far from the mountain, a monster was raging. The guy widened his eyes, noticing it. A huge minotaur hit the earthworm on the back. A notification appeared in the air that this monster had very low blood and defense talents. The young man put his hand to his chin, thinking about it. Seeing that the monster stopped, the awakened one thought that the monster noticed him. The armored bull rushed towards him at full speed. Taking off his backpack from his back, the student decided to start the battle. He threw the backpack on the ground. At the same moment, the protagonist jumped up from his seat. Swinging his hand, Yeshin summoned a sheaf of lightning in it. A dagger appeared out of nowhere. The boy raised the sparkling blades above himself. The armored bull pointed its horn at him. The boy's eyes flashed. His blades hit the enemy's protective field. Frowning, the awakened one thought that he had an impressive talent for defense. The minotaur spread its paws and roared. The student fell onto the rocks. A cloud of sand and dust rose around them. Grinning, the protagonist expressed his desire to appropriate the enemy's skill. He spread his blades to the sides, approaching the monster. The monster struck the ground with its hoof. Its eyes burned with red fire. The armored bull opened its mouth and rushed forward. Raising the dagger, Yeshin thought that he could take over its skill. The blade in his hand flashed. The boy jumped up from his place. He ran forward, putting his hands behind his back. Red lightning flashed around him. The boy jumped onto the enemy's body. Once above his head, the awakened one remembered that all monsters almost always have the same weak spot. The student grabbed the dagger more comfortably. The minotaur bared its fangs. Its red eyes were round. The daggers pierced the protective field around them. The protagonist clenched his teeth furiously. Trying to break through the barrier, Yeshin realized that it was impossible. The dagger hit the protective field. A crack appeared on it. The blade broke into many fragments. The guy thought that despite its low-level defensive talent, this monster was very strong. The fragments flew past him. Suddenly, the young man looked back. The monster swung its fist. It managed to throw the enemy away from itself. The awakened one clenched his teeth. His body flew back to the rocks. It crashed into the stones. A cloud of dust rose. The student was sitting on the ground. He picked up the dagger from the ground. The protagonist rose to his feet, pondering the enemy's skills. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that there were 16 days left before the copy skill cooldown. Looking at the broken blade, Yeshin thought that this enemy was weaker than the Silver Moon Wolf, but stronger than the snake from the exam. Throwing the dagger onto the sand, the boy thought that his opponent was huge, so he just needed to find its weak point and suddenly attack. Resolutely knitting his brows, the young man realized that he still had a chance to win. Deciding to use the shadow talent, he dissolved into green energy. The awakened one took a step forward. At the same time, the student rose into the air. Leaving a green trail behind him, the protagonist flew around the monster several times. The tip of the dagger hit the protective barrier. However, it failed to pierce it. Sparks rained down. Landing on the rock, Yeshin thought that the armored bull did not even realize that it was being attacked thanks to the shadow skill. A light aura was flying around the barrier. Even sword skill could not break through this defense. Taking off his hood, the guy thought about where the enemy's weak point could be. Sitting in the lotus position, he decided that there must be some kind of gap in this defense. The protective barrier ended right under the monster's tail. Scratching his cheek, the young man thought that this could not be. Grinning, the awakened one decided that the monster's vulnerable point was its butt. He rushed to attack. The dagger in his hand was covered in lightning. The student flew to the tail of the monster. Using shadow murder, the protagonist aimed the blade right at the target. The armored bull opened its mouth and screamed in pain. Its body fell to the ground. Purple blood spread across the sand. Squinting maliciously, Yeshin realized that he was right. After the monster died, the blade easily cut through its flesh. The guy had a glass bottle in his hand. He filled several vials with the monster's blood. The young man corked them. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the young man thought that after death, it didn't matter how strong the defensive talent was. Standing in front of the corpse of a huge armored bull, the awakened one decided that the bull's hide must be quite valuable and expressed a desire to take everything he could. Thinking that the most valuable find would be the horns, the student cut them off with a swing of his dagger. The protagonist threw the loot over his back. Taking hold of the straps of his backpack, he decided to find a quiet place for cultivation. Yeshin found himself in a cave. In front of him lay fresh monster blood and peanuts prepared by his sister. Smiling, the guy thought that this would be his pass to the world of warriors. The liquid from the vials poured into his mouth. The young man threw several nuts into his mouth. A clot of energy appeared in his chest, from which strong impulses emanated. The awakened one closed his eyes. 20 days later, he was still sitting in the same place. The student sighed in relief. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with blue flames. Curving, the protagonist let out a piercing scream. Lightning filled the cave. The ground outside shook, and birds rose into the sky. A giant pillar of light appeared in the middle of the desert. The girls were standing nearby. The stranger in the red cloak smiled and noticed that someone had broken through to the martial artist level in this barren land. The girl smiled faintly. On her cloak was a flower in the inscription Martial Pavilion. Clenching his fist, Yeshin felt a huge flow of power. Looking at his hands, he realized that this was the martial artist level. The guy looked at the empty vials. Picking up the backpack, the young man realized that he could use the copy skill again because 20 days had already passed. Rushing out of the cave, the awakened one decided to first copy the armored bull's defense talent. There were tall sand dunes ahead. The student touched the bone. A notification appeared in the air saying that copying was impossible because the target structure was incomplete. Looking at the monster's skeleton, the protagonist thought about the essence of this restriction. Closing his eyes and sighing, Yeshin thought that he would not have gutted the monster if he had known about it. The strangers were standing on a cliff. The girl asked if this person could have killed the Minotaur. Looking down at the man, the stranger said that he had just broken through to the warrior level, and the monster had long been dead. Putting her hand to her chin, her friend concluded that someone else had killed the armored bull and was surprised that the student dared to explore this mountain. The guy approached the oasis. Crumpled clothes were on the ground. Stretching his hands, the young man thought that almost a month had passed, so he needed to wash himself before returning home. The girl in the red robe opened her mouth in surprise and said that the boy was doing something indecent. Her mistress suggested that they leave quietly. The awakened one dove into the lake. Splashes rose above the water surface. The blue sky hung over the Linhai martial arts market. People were walking around looking for goods. Looking at the house in front of him, the student decided that it was the largest store in the market. Next to it hung a pennant with the inscription Martial Pavilion. Looking up at it, the protagonist decided to check it out first. Someone passed by. Looking back, the blonde asked if it was the same boy from the desert. Yeshin looked ahead. The girl closed her eyes. She looked back. Surprised, his eyes widened. The guy recognized her as his sister and called out to her. He raised his eyebrows. The heroes stood silently opposite each other. Frowning, the stranger assumed that the man had addressed her. Turning away, the young man realized that he was mistaken because Yayu could not possibly be here. The awakened one covered his face with his hand. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. The girl put her hand on her belt. Among the blue particles, her status window appeared. The student realized that a real genius was in front of him. Frowning, the blonde asked who he called his sister. Taking a step forward, the stranger asked who gave him the right to talk to them if his place was in the trash. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion. Sniffing his hand, Yeshin thought that he had just washed himself and wondered if he still smelled like that. Yuling asked her friend to stop talking nonsense. Smiling, Xiaoyu said that it just slipped out of her. Leaning towards her, the brunette whispered something in her ear. The girl apologized for her subordinate showing disrespect. The blonde bowed and said that the mistress had already taught her a lesson. The boy watched Yuling leave. Grabbing his hand, Xiaoyu said that her mistress had some business to attend to and suggested that they go to the martial arts pavilion, where the manager was a brunette, and sell the materials there. Dragging the boy along, the girl promised to buy the trophies at double price as an apology for what she had said earlier. Hearing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Pointing to the door, the blonde asked him to follow her. There were many racks of weapons in the room. There was armor in the corner and shields on the shelf. Nearby was a rack with polearms, and the awakened man thought that he hadn't expected anything else from the largest store in the martial arts market. The girl was holding a cup. Putting it on the table, the employee offered the guest to try their tea. On the table were trophies, horns, and the hide of an armored bull. Xiaoyu said that they would buy it all for 200,000, and with doubling it would be 400,000. The student spat out his tea in shock upon hearing this amount. Covering his eyes with his hand, he agreed and thought that he had earned an incredible amount of money. The blonde placed 4 cards of 100,000 on the table. Taking them in his hands, the protagonist thanked the girl. Looking at the cards, Yeshin thought that his sister would be very happy when she saw them. Holding a blue book in her hand, Xiaoyu added that there was a 50% discount on the entire store for him. The guy smiled and accepted her offer. Taking the book in his hands, he thought that the price tags were huge and that high-level cultivation was only available to the rich. Looking at the pages, the youth wondered how ordinary people were supposed to cultivate with such prices. Looking up, the awakened one said that he wanted to buy a body strengthening technique, a monster manual, 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood, and 3 bottles of Kinyuan solution. The girl reached for the top shelf and asked the guest to wait a bit. There was a box of purchases on the table. Taking into account the discount, the total amount was 785,000. Putting her hands on the table, the blonde decided to round this amount up as an apology and named the price of 700,000. Thinking that he had received a lot of money from the shadow killer, the student handed her a gold card for 1,000,000. Xiaoyu handed him the change. Taking the suitcase, the protagonist thought that it was unlikely that such a prestigious store would give him such favorable conditions just because of those words about the trash can. Heading towards the exit, Yeshin wondered what these people saw in an ordinary poor man. Passing by the table, he thought that if they did not say anything to him, he would just have to leave. The guy took hold of the door handle. The girl standing behind him asked him to stop. Deciding that this could not be for nothing, the young man froze in place. Looking back, he asked what they wanted. Pointing to the stairs, the blonde said that the manager wanted to meet him in person. The awakened man smiled. Squinting, the student asked to show him the way. The door opened. Yuling was drinking tea. Seeing the guests, she looked back. Entering the room, the protagonist thought that he and his sister were terribly similar. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The girl extended her hand, expressing her desire to introduce herself. The heroes stood opposite each other. The brunette introduced herself as an elite warrior from the land of demons. They shook hands. Lightning flashed around them, and a notification of successful copying of a high-level cultivation talent appeared. Yeshin smiled and said his name. The bright sun shone above the house. The manager asked the guest to sit at her long dining table. After pouring tea into a cup, Yuling said that only VIP clients could go to the 2nd floor. The boy crossed his arms and asked why they would suddenly invite ordinary commoners who had no connection to noble families. Holding a teapot in her hands, the girl explained that this was the reason she invited him here. She looked up seriously. The boy thought that unlike his sister, she simply had an icy gaze. Xiaoyu placed a cup of tea in front of him. The brunette took a sip and said that she wanted to talk frankly. Putting a red cross on the table, the elite warrior said that she wanted to propose to the guest. The cross with a flower in the center sparkled. Crossing her arms over her chest, the manager said that she wanted the guest to join their martial arts hall. The awakened man looked up in surprise. He imagined his sister in the background, who was also asking him to join the hall. Scratching the back of his head, the student thought that he could not refuse his sister when she made such a face. Taking the cup in his hand, the protagonist said that he could not understand only one thing. Looking at Yuling, Yeshin stated that Mohai was a huge city with incredible power, and that places like this never lacked talented people. He raised the cup to his mouth. Frowning, the boy said that he had only recently become a warrior. Standing up from her chair, the brunette said that their city had become huge not because they had no shortage of talented people. She walked over to the window. Looking back, the elite warrior explained that it was because they were always looking for new talent. The young man widened his eyes, thinking that this sounded reasonable. Leaning back in his chair, the awakened one thought that he hadn't expected to see such a mindset in a young girl, although nothing else could be expected from a warrior from such a large city. Leaning towards him, Xiaoyu asked him why he had doubts, since such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Proudly crossing her arms over her chest, the blonde stated that even the elite of the large families strive to rise as high as possible in the Moai hierarchy. But her mistress was not interested in that. Closing his eyes, the student thought that it was indeed a great honor, but joining any organization would limit his actions, and he could be killed if his ability was discovered. Looking down, the protagonist thought that it would be better for him to not get involved with anyone until his problems were resolved. With his back to the table, Yuling asked him why he was hesitating. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. Looking at her, Yeshin thought that he could not refuse such a cute face. Placing her hand on her waist, the brunette asked him to tell her everything as it was. Clenching his fist, the guy told her about the rumors of the Iron Fang's invasion and how the large families had gone crazy and quarreled with each other. Lowering his head, the young man explained that he had only recently begun a measured life. Looking up, he said that he did not want to be like them and serve their kind. Looking up, the manager asked who she was taken for. Closing his eyes, the awakened one asked if she was different. Turning to him, the elite warrior asked him to observe her and see for himself. Leaning over the guest, she added that he did not have to answer right now. Yuling narrowed her eyes. The student looked at her from under his brows. The protagonist was walking down the street. There were many warriors around him. Above the gate hung a shield with a hieroglyph on it. Looking at the lightning in his hand, Yeshin wondered who warriors and talents really were. He was worried about whether warriors remembered their duty when they awakened their talents. People were walking around the city. They were rushing about their business. The guy wondered if the duty of warriors was not to protect civilians. Children were playing football. The ball fell in front of the man. The boys ran up to him and asked him to give it back. The man kicked it hard. The ball burst, and the boy wondered why ordinary people, in addition to fearing monsters, had to suffer from bullying from warriors. The child opened his mouth in fear. The man smiled maliciously. Standing in the rain on the roof of the house, the awakened one decided that he needed to become even stronger to take a higher position in society. He looked ahead. A status window appeared in front of him and asked if the user wanted to start merging. The sun's rays illuminated the house. The door was closed. Suddenly, someone opened it. The student entered the apartment and notified his sister of his return. At that time, Yayu was wiping the table. Hearing her brother's voice, she ran to the door. Hugging him, the girl was happy about his return. Placing her hand on his chest, the girl was surprised that he had matured, despite the fact that only 3 weeks had passed since their last meeting. Taking off his hoodie, the protagonist announced that he had become a warrior. The student was shocked by this. Opening her mouth in surprise, Yayu said that their family finally had a warrior. Jumping with joy, the girl said that their parents would be very proud of him. Looking at his sister dancing, Yeshin thought that soon her talent would awaken and she too could become a warrior. A smile appeared on his face. The guy promised to make a lot of money and help her develop her skills. The notification said that her talent of freezing had not yet been awakened. Taking a pair of scissors, the girl called her brother to her. Approaching him, she asked for permission to cut his hair because his hair had grown too much. Leaning towards him, the student said that her brother should live up to the status of a warrior. Yayu asked her brother to sit up straight. The girl started cutting his hair. The boy asked her to return his hair to its former glory. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she knew how to do it. The hair fell to the floor. Bowing his head, the awakened one thought that time was flying by very quickly. Smiling, he remembered that his sister always helped him with his hair after the death of his parents. Her hands were shaking. Standing behind her brother, the little girl said that she could not do it. Pursing her lips, she suggested that they just go to the hospital. There was a wound on the boy's head. He said that it was not worth spending money on treatment. Smiling, the beaten child asked his sister to cut his hair shorter and cover the wound with a bandage. The scissors fell to the floor. Wiping away her tears, little Yayu said that it would be easier if he had the ability of an immortal jellyfish. Turning to her, the protagonist asked what kind of ability she had. The girl said that he himself told her about it. Squatting down, she explained that this jellyfish had the talent of recovery and could heal itself in an instant after being injured. Opening his mouth in displeasure, Yeshin said that this was just a fairy tale for children and asked how his sister could even believe it. Clenching her fist, Yayu declared that the jellyfish really existed. Patting her head, the boy agreed. Smiling, he guessed that when his skill awakened, it would be the talent of recovery. Closing his eyes, the little boy promised that there would come a time when no one could hurt him, and then he would have the opportunity to protect his sister. Jumping up from his chair, the boy remembered the immortal jellyfish. The girl asked him to remain still. Seeing that her brother had run off somewhere, the student said that she had not finished cutting her hair yet. Remembering that he had a treasure book, the young man took it from the bookshelf. Opening it, the awakened one began to search for information about the immortal jellyfish. Raising his eyebrows, the student stopped at one of the pages. He read that an immortal jellyfish with a recovery skill was found in the dead lake, and Yayu approached him and asked why her brother was talking to himself. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he would not have to worry about the wounds he received in battle if he could copy the recovery talent. Leaning over, the girl said that his brother told him about this jellyfish when he was a child. Crossing her arms over her chest, she reminded him that this was just a fairy tale for children. Slamming the book shut, Yeshin said that it was not so. Looking away, the guy said that this fairy tale was real. The girl, with her mouth wide open, asked him to return to his place so she could finish cutting his hair. Holding the book in his hands, the young man read that warriors were able to improve their bodies through the strengthening technique. Looking down, he realized that he first needed to harden the skin, then the muscles, and only then the bones. Placing his hand on his knee, the awakened one decided to try it. A bright cloud of energy appeared next to him. Grinning, the student thought that he should check if the progress this time would be as fast as last time. Picking up the vial, the protagonist decided to drink the blood of a mid-level monster and see the effect. He greedily began to swallow the red liquid. A purple aura appeared around him. Rounding his eyes, Yeshin realized that the process had accelerated 3 times. Sitting in the lotus position, the guy thought that he should go to the dead lake when the copy ability cooldown occurs, and for now he should focus on cultivation. The notification said that the cooldown takes 30 days. Frowning angrily, the young man decided to find the immortal jellyfish and copy its recovery talent. The sky above the battle pavilion was covered with clouds. Someone opened the door. An awakened one entered the store. Looking back, Zioyu greeted him. The student took a step forward. The girl recognized him with raised eyebrows. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. The blonde ran up to him. Pointing her finger at him, she asked if he was looking for her mistress. Yeshin replied that he just wanted to buy some things. The guy frowned. Looking at him, the employee thought that in normal clothes and with a haircut, the guest even looked cute. Apologizing, Zioyu waved her hand and invited the customer inside. The young man asked if they had a dead lake map for sale. Answering in the affirmative, the girl opened the cabinet to take it out. She put the map on the table. Smiling, the awakened man realized that this was what he needed and that there was an excellent talent for copying there. Looking at the price list, the blonde said that the map cost 100,000 yuan. The student handed her a silver card. The protagonist headed for the exit. The employee thought that he wanted to rummage through the trash again, but in a different place. Putting her hand to her chest, Zioyu remembered that this lake was home to many creepy and ferocious creatures and that even an elite warrior would have a hard time there. She hoped that nothing would happen to their client. Yeshin walked forward. Pink lightning appeared in the sky. A wave of bright energy flashed over the mountains. The guy landed on one knee. A red lizard was sitting on a stone. Seeing the dead lake in front of him, the young man called it dull. Smiling, he expressed his intention to copy the amazing talent. This place had been abandoned for quite some time. There were ruins everywhere. Seeing the red aura around, the awakened one realized that there was a strange atmosphere here, as if danger was lurking around every corner. The student put his hand to his mouth. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Lightning appeared out of nowhere. A huge typhoon rose into the sky. Standing in front of it, the protagonist realized that the monster was hiding and watching. Yeshin looked up and frowned. Thanks to the use of shadow talent, a green aura appeared around him. The boy hurried away. He jumped high into the air. A giant sphere appeared above the lake. It sparkled with numerous lightning bolts. The aura dissipated, and a silhouette was visible in the center of the sphere. The man raised an umbrella and called on his girlfriend to attack with him at the same time. The young man widened his eyes and recognized Yuling. The huge monster opened its mouth below them. Squinting, the stranger said that it was too late. The monster slammed its mouth shut, and the heroes managed to jump aside. They walked onto the shore. A top-level monster appeared in front of them. The awakened one gritted his teeth in shock. Throwing the girl away, the old man shouted that he would hold off the enemy for a while. The brunette fell to the ground. In her hands was a golden box. A crowd of monsters appeared behind her. Looking back, the man realized that they were surrounded. The giant crocodile ran after the manager. Deciding that he had had enough, the student took off from the ground. The elite warrior ran forward. The monster chased her, bearing its fangs. The monster was approaching her. The stranger opened his mouth wide. The crocodile snapped its jaws shut right in front of its target. Yuling closed her eyes. A flower appeared on her forehead. A saber appeared in her hand. Her hair turned pink. Pink energy flew around. Her comrade asked her to be careful. Suddenly, the girl disappeared. The monster opened its mouth in surprise. The manager caught up with him from the air. Her gaze was determined. A sword mark appeared between the monster's eyes. After striking, the elite warrior jumped to the side. A wave of energy raised dust. The protagonist jumped back. Frowning, he thought that it was some kind of secret technique and called it amazing. Yeshin jumped onto the rock. Watching Yuling skillfully deal with a crowd of giant crocodiles, the boy thought that with his low level of combat, he still had a long way to go. Numerous swings of the saber cut the bodies of the reptiles. The young man realized that his acquaintance was at the peak of her level. The monster opened its mouth, from which steam came out. Seeing the incredibly powerful streams of energy on the battlefield, The awakened one decided that the girl had gained strength after activating a hidden technique. Scratching his cheek, he thought that it was better for them not to become enemies. The lake monster rose above the water. The man's leg was clamped between its teeth. The monster opened its mouth to swallow the victim. The old man called for his mistress to run away from here. The stranger spat out a clot of blood and said that the secret technique would not work forever. The manager cut the monster in half. The man said that if she did not leave now, the deaths of 10 of their comrades would be in vain. The elite warrior looked back menacingly. Yuling closed her eyes. The student stood on the cliff. Squinting, the protagonist wondered what treasure they were trying so hard for. The girl jumped. The crocodiles rushed after her. After wiping away the blood, the manager thought that her technique was about to stop working. The flower disappeared from her forehead. Her hair turned black again. The elite warrior fell to the ground. The box rolled forward. Yeshin landed next to her. Gusts of wind lifted his cloak into the air. The brunette squinted. The guy's face was blurred in her eyes. The young man looked down at her. Taking the box in his hands, he asked what was inside. Yuling tried to stop him by getting to her feet. The awakened one said that he would not steal anything and asked her not to grumble. Giant crocodiles appeared behind him. The student picked up his friend in his arms. Looking at her face, the protagonist suggested that they first find shelter. The weakened girl opened her eyelids. Yeshin said that silence was a sign of agreement. A bright wave of energy carried them away from the fierce monsters. Birds were flying over the rocks. The guy covered his girlfriend with a cloak. Putting his hand to her chin, he again thought about how much she looked like her sister. There was some kind of spot under her eye. Trying to erase it, the young man realized that it was useless. Opening his mouth in surprise, the awakened one realized that it was a real birthmark. Clouds thickened over the rocks. Looking at his girlfriend, the student realized that she still had not regained consciousness. Sitting down next to him, he wondered how much longer this would last. Her eyes were closed. Yuling tried to say something. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open in shock, asked if she was awake. The girl stood up and put her hand to her forehead. Rubbing her eyes, the brunette asked if her friend had really saved her. Turning away, Yeshin said that he was just passing by. Handing him the cloak, the manager thanked him for his help. The guy put it on. The elite warrior realized that this man had the courage to go to the dead lake and called it impressive. Smiling, she thought that she simply had to recruit such a talent to the battle pavilion. A glowing crystal appeared in her hand. Looking back, the young man asked what it was. Raising her hand to her mouth and laughing, Yuling was surprised that she managed to scare her friend. Holding the crystal in her hands, the girl explained that it was a light stone that could store and emit light. The crystal rose up, bright particles emanating from it. The awakened asked where this stone came from. Throwing the flask up, the brunette noticed his interest. She promised to tell him about it after she drank the healing potion. The flask in her hand sparkled. The manager took a sip. Scratching her chin, the student thought that among her talents, there was definitely no spatial type skill. The elite warrior sat in the lotus position. Green particles flickered around her. Yuling kicked her sleeping friend. Hearing that she had finished healing, the protagonist rose from the ground. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked if her comrade really wanted to know where she got these things from. In her hands was a box. In her other hand was a small bag. The brunette said that the bronze chest was much larger than it. The box shrank in size and fell into the bag. Spreading his arms, Yeshin realized that it was not a spatial talent, but a spatial treasure. Adjusting his hair, the brunette asked if her friend wanted to learn how to use it, and promised to take him to the headquarters if he joined the battle pavilion. Putting his hands behind his head, the boy said that he needed to sleep. The young man lay down on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the manager thought that she would recruit him at any cost. Turning on his side, the awakened one thought that he would copy the spatial and healing talents, and he would not need bags and healing potions. Closing his eyes, he thought that the problem was that his acquaintance disturbed the dead lake, because of which it would not calm down anytime soon. A bright sun rose above the green valley. The student was lying on the ground alone. His eyes were closed. The protagonist woke up and stood up. Yeshin stretched and yawned. Something to the side caught his attention. Looking around, the boy realized that his girlfriend had left. Not far from him was a red box. It had a pattern on it. Opening it, the youth thought that this was not originally in the cave. Inside was a mid-level deep training manual, 10 bottles of high-level monster blood, and 10 gold cards. With wide eyes, the awakened one realized that Yuling had left these for him. Smiling, the student thanked her in his mind and thought that this would be enough to become an elite warrior. He uncorked the bottle and thought that his plans had changed. After drinking the contents of the bottle, the protagonist decided to go in search of immortal jellyfish immediately after becoming an elite warrior. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. 4 months later, an animal carcass was roasting over a fire. Empty cans and a cloak were lying next to the dead pig. Waves of bright energy rushed around the meditating Yeshin. His eyes lit up. A cluster of lightning shot into the sky. A cloud of dust rose up in the cave. The boy raised his sparkling hand. Clenching his fist, he confirmed that this was the true power of an elite warrior. The young man put on his cloak, declaring that it was time to hunt. A grin shone on his face. It was raining. There were 11 fresh graves ahead. Standing in front of a wooden cross, the awakened student realized that Yuling had erected them. Picking up a stone, the student thought that there were too many monsters and that not even the bones of the dead remained. Putting the stone on the grave, he decided that the girl, despite everything, made these graves before leaving. The protagonist turned around. An umbrella was stuck into one of the graves, which was used for diving underwater. Yeshin took it in his hand. Opening the umbrella, the boy doubted that he would be able to use it. Suddenly, the boy raised his eyebrows. Bubbles appeared above the umbrella. Looking down, the young man realized that he was in a waterproof bubble. As he rose into the air, the awakened one thought that this was a great thing. Grinning, he realized that he could easily move around on the water with this umbrella. Using magic, the student moved to the other side of the lake like lightning. Splashes rose above the water. Having plunged into the water, the protagonist realized that this umbrella allowed him to quickly move underwater. Thanks to the use of shadow talent, green energy appeared in front of the bubble. Opening his mouth in surprise, Yeshin noticed something ahead. A notification about a fish with a mid-level blood talent appeared in the water. The guy's eyes widened in fear, realizing that it was a mid-level monster. A huge karambit swam past him. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that a little more and the enemy would notice him. Deciding to go deeper, the awakened one went down. His foot touched the bottom of the lake. Looking around, he realized that this was the deepest point. Someone's eyes flashed in the darkness. The student wondered if there really was an immortal jellyfish living here. Huge tentacles were hanging over him. Noticing this, the protagonist turned around abruptly. At the same moment, a tentacle hit the ground. Jumping aside, Yeshin asked what it was. The guy's eyes widened, realizing that in front of him was an immortal jellyfish with a top-level restoration talent. Nutricular rose above the lake bottom. Its tentacle headed towards the bubble. The young man summoned a dagger in his hand. With a powerful swing of the blade, he managed to cut off the tentacle. The monster opened its fanged mouth in displeasure. Its limb began to recover. At that moment, a new tentacle appeared in its place. Squinting, the awakened one realized that this was a worthy reaction speed for a top-level restoration. The tentacle headed towards him. The student touched it. His hand was enveloped in lightning. A notification informed that the skill was successfully copied. The next second, the protagonist went to the surface. His bubble burst. Opening his mouth, Yeshin tried to inhale air. His body fell on the underwater rocks. A wide grin appeared on his face. Spreading his arms, the guy thought that now he had the talent of an immortal jellyfish. The monster spat a clot of its saliva in his direction. The guy clenched his teeth in fear. The purple liquid fell on the umbrella. Like acid, it corroded the fabric. The remnants of saliva hurt the young man. The current carried the umbrella away. Puffing out his cheeks, the young man realized that he could no longer be here. His eyes turned red. Many notifications about the approaching jellyfish floated up in front of him. Seeing many sparkling eyes in front of him, the awakened one realized that there were a lot of them. Clenching his fist, the student thought that there was no point in him getting involved with them. Swimming up, he decided to just run away. It was raining on the lake. The main character swam out and greedily inhaled the fresh air. Jellyfish tentacles were visible in the depths. The moment they reached the surface, Yeshin jumped. Thanks to his speed talent, pink lightning appeared around his feet. Using maximum power, he rushed towards land. Birds flew in the rain. The guy returned to the cave. The young man fell on the cold ground. Closing his eyes and catching his breath, the awakened one realized that he had managed to escape from the monsters. Poking at the status window, the student realized that he urgently needed to copy the talent. A notification appeared in the air asking if the user agreed to merge the talent. The yes button lit up. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Green lightning pierced his body. Looking down, Yeshin wondered how many times his body had copied before it got used to the pain. A message about successful copying appeared in the air. Following it, a status window appeared listing all the copied talents. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy realized that the fusion process was much easier and decided to try out a new talent. There was a wound on his hand. The poison of the immortal jellyfish is very toxic. An ordinary person would die in an instant. Raising his eyebrows, the youth used recovery. Green particles appeared around his hand. The wound disappeared. The awakened one hit the cave wall many times. A huge crack appeared on the stone. Looking at the craters that formed, the student realized that there was not a scratch left on his hands. Looking at his hand, the protagonist realized that his last talents were aimed at providing assistance, so he needed to copy the attack talents to fight stronger opponents. He decided that it was time for him to return. Black clouds thickened in the sky. The next day, the sun rose over the city. Turning the pages of the book, Yeshin thought that the powerful bear and the flaming bird had good skills. Holding the scissors and comb in her hands, Yayu asked her brother not to twitch. The boy apologized. The ant on the next page caught his attention. It was a lowly ferocious creature with supernatural strength. There was text next to the image, from which he could learn that the insects appeared in groups and attacked all at once, so even a great warrior would have a hard time escaping from them. The young man smiled. The sky above the battle pavilion was orange. Seeing her friend at the door, the employee greeted him. Sorting through the goods on the shelf, Xiaoyu asked what the customer needed. Looking back, she saw a familiar customer. Putting the paper on the table, the awakened one said that he needed the complete remains of an ant with supernatural strength. Taking the paper in her hand, the girl asked her guest if she wanted to drink it, because tinctures are very good for strengthening the body. Closing his eyes, the student wondered if he really looked weak. Raising her index finger, the blonde explained that they didn't have the ant, but they had information about it, and the protagonist asked her to tell them everything. Imagining a trade route from point A to point B, the employee explained that Linhai's stronghold was preparing to open a trade route with a smaller point, and that there were many fierce beasts on the route between them, including ants with supernatural powers. Scratching his head, Yeshin asked if they were talking about Tear because it was the closest place to Linhai. Tucked her hair behind her ear, Xiaoyu confirmed this, adding that it was about 100 kilometers from Linhai and that the Mo family suspected Tear of killing their relative. Frowning, the guy asked if Tear was planning an invasion. The girl put her hand in the barrel and said that the Mo family had decided to investigate there, but Tear assured them that they had misunderstood. It was because of his connection with the Mo family that Tear had negotiated the agreement with the Lin family regarding the trade route. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man thought that these events could not mean anything good. The blonde raised her hand, which held a card. Handing it to the client, the employee explained that this was a pass for the event that was given to the lady. Waving her hand, she said that they had started working for the medium and small sized points, so they would not go there. The awakened one took the card in his hands. Smiling, Xiaoyu said that he would be able to get the remains of the ant if he participated in clearing the monsters on the future route, where both points sent their warriors. Looking at the past, the student realized that even the Mo family bowed to the Lin family, who were the lords of the Linhai stronghold. Grinning, the protagonist thought it was time to find out everything. The warriors had gathered in front of the Lin family's estate. Walking across the square, Yeshin thought that nothing less was expected of them. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy thought that he should not let his guard down under any circumstances. Pointing their fingers at the stage, the people announced that Mingjin had arrived. Spreading his arms, the man greeted those who had decided to participate in the monster clearing mission. Changqing narrowed his eyes angrily. Mo knitted his brows sternly. Grinning, the young man realized that the people from the Mo family were also here. The blue sky was visible above the castle. Someone was shouting loudly that the Linhai base was extremely small, the resources were limited, and it was difficult to cover all the needs perfectly. And if they made a deal with a medium-sized base, they would be able to gain a lot of unimaginable benefits for themselves, so the upcoming mission was extremely important. The knights were wearing iron armor, while someone was saying that killing monsters was a dangerous activity. The crowd of people were listening to the man standing on the stage. Mingjin smirked and shouted loudly that they calculated that this mission would give people more than a normal hunt. The Lin family members raised their hands in joy and shouted. The man wearing a dark cloak turned around. Fenling raised his hand in the air, and the man thought that he didn't know if the captain remembered him. Yeshin closed his eyes and smiled. The crowd looked at the stage, while Mingjin said that he was going to dispel their doubts. He clapped his hands loudly and said that he would guarantee that the people would be able to take all the resources they received. The man raised his fist in the air. The crowd cheered, praising the Lin family. Mingjin placed his hands on his waist and added that his family had also prepared rewards, and each warrior would receive 20 servings of mid-level beast blood and 2 million gold. The man smiled and said that elite warriors would receive 3 servings of top-level blood and 10 million gold, so everyone should register quickly to return home rich. The people raised their fists in the air and cheered. The warriors ran forward, and a woman in pink clothes asked the testers to line up. The people stood in a winding line to place their hand on a stone that would measure their strength. The blonde man placed his palm on a large boulder. A bright inscription appeared on the stone, and a loud voice shouted that this intermediate phase disciple was qualified. The woman looked at the document and called the next participant. The warriors stood in line silently. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that Yuling was right when she said that there was no point in working for them. Next to the girl stood a man in a black fur coat, and Yeshin thought that this especially concerned him. The protagonist lowered his head and came to the conclusion that he would attract unnecessary attention if he was classified as an elite warrior. Yeshin walked up to a huge boulder and thought that this stone measured strength, and if the protagonist put in less effort, his level would be lower. The protagonist stretched out his hand. A blue light appeared around him, and Yeshin told himself to control himself. He closed his eyes and thought that he needed to reach the level of the final phase warrior. A fog rose around the stone. Bright lines began to appear on the boulder. A large inscription was visible, and a loud voice shouted that the warrior of the final phase was suitable. The man frowned and closed one eye, turning his attention to the protagonist. As Yeshin walked away, people looked at him, saying that he was almost an elite warrior despite his young age. The warriors turned around, asking if the protagonist was a genius of some family. As Yeshin walked away, the girls told him that he was both talented and handsome. The protagonist adjusted his hood, thinking that it was only the part of his strength that he showed that impressed the people around him, and he still attracted attention. The muscular man clenched his fists, saying that they had a new high-level hero. The warrior with short hair smirked and suggested that the commander call Yeshin over because their small squad was missing one person. Fenling closed his eyes and replied that the warriors of the last phase were in high demand, so the protagonist would hardly even look at them. Yeshin approached the crowd of warriors. He stopped. The protagonist pulled down his hood. He smiled and greeted the commander. Fenling widened his eyes in shock. The commander smiled and raised a finger, saying that this was the warrior who saved the little girl from the silver moon wolf. The commander patted Yeshin on the shoulder, saying that after a year, he had already leveled up so much, and the protagonist replied that he was just lucky. The protagonist smiled and asked if he could join their squad for this mission. Fenling raised one finger and shouted that Yeshin was accepted. The protagonist bowed and said that he hoped for their support. The black-haired girl turned around and said that she felt more at ease now that they had another late-phase warrior with them. Yeshin sweated and smiled. The ruined buildings of the mission area could be seen. A crowd of warriors walked through the city, while the commander said that the map marked that only low-grade monsters lived here, but just in case, they should not let down their guard and rush forward. Wolves were running along the street. Yeshin turned around and shouted that someone was approaching them very closely. The warriors were surrounded by monsters, and Fenling ordered everyone to calm down. The wolves bared their teeth aggressively. The commander turned around and shouted that he would cover the front, Yeshin would cover the back, and the rest would follow suit. A round hole was visible in the sharp blade of the sword. The protagonist smirked and said to leave the wolves to him. The warriors stood in a circle with their weapons at the ready. The monsters gritted their sharp teeth, their eyes shining brightly. The commander wrinkled his nose and shouted loudly to the protagonist that they would attack together. Yeshin looked at Fenlang and shouted that he understood him. They jumped in opposite directions. The wolves rushed into battle. The protagonist attacked the monsters, and their blue blood splashed in the air. Yeshin's eyes widened, drops of blood fell on his face. He jumped to the ground, picking up speed. The protagonist approached the aggressive wolf. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. Yeshin kicked the wolf in the stomach. The monster flew to the side. The protagonist jumped high into the air. He jumped down, stabbing his sword into the monster's body. Yeshin stood up, looking at the corpses of the wolves lying around. Someone clapped their hands and praised the protagonist. The commander walked up to him and said that it was very good. There were bloody corpses of wolves on the ground, and Fenling laughed and said that Yeshin was still slower than him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he just didn't want to show off his full strength. The black-haired girl smiled, saying that she liked Yeshin more and more, and another warrior stretched out his arms, saying that the protagonist was so young and strong that the commander should not relax. Yeshin watched from afar as Fenlang scolded his subordinate for such words that belittled his reputation. The warrior sat down next to the wolf's corpse and explained that the monsters had attacked before they entered the valley because they would have a better chance of success. They were standing in the middle of a wide road. Fenlang furrowed his brows and said that this territory did not belong to wolves, but to beasts much stronger than them. The short-haired warrior sweated in fear. The commander put his hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down, because they had 2 warriors of the last phase and 3 of the middle phase, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The commander took out a walkie-talkie and asked in surprise what it was. Fenling was holding a means of communication with the Lin family. Fenling grinned and said that every commander had such a walkie-talkie to call for help in case of danger, so they should not worry. The warrior smiled in relief. They turned around and walked away. The city was destroyed. The squad walked through the ruins. The man's ear strained. The commander reached for his sword and said that he heard something approaching. The protagonist's eyes widened and said to look up. There was a large monster sitting on the roof of the building next door. The system reported that it was a flame lizard. The monster opened its mouth, creating fire. Yeshin raised its head and shouted that it was a fire talent. The projectile rushed towards the warriors. They managed to jump back, and a powerful explosion thundered in the place where they were standing. The lizard walked along the roof. Then the monster jumped down. The warrior took a confident step forward. They took out their weapons, telling the commander to leave this lizard to them. Fenlang crossed his arms and concluded that judging by the energy, this monster was low level, but he still had to be careful with its fire. The warriors jumped into the air. Yeshin looked at them seriously and said that they could handle it. The commander frowned and said that there was nothing to worry about. Gray smoke rose. The warriors sat in the middle of the fire, saying that they had done well. The muscular man put his hand on his partner's shoulder, saying that without her shooting, which distracted the lizard, everything would not have gone so smoothly. The warrior smirked smugly and said that defeating a low-level monster was easier than blowing away a speck of dust. There was a bright yellow glow around the sky, and he said that they would definitely defeat several of these lizards. A golden flash appeared in the air. The shockwave blew the warriors off their feet. Thick gray smoke rose from the explosion. The protagonist frowned and assumed that this was not all. The man gritted his teeth and turned around in fear. In the middle of the fire, silhouettes of furious monsters were visible. The man picked up the radio and shouted that his squad was in trouble in Zone C. The lizards jumped onto the asphalt, causing it to crack, and the commander called for backup. The radio in the man's hand began to hiss. Finglin furrowed his brows and shouted that they were ignoring him. As the commander pressed the buttons on the radio, the warrior turned around and shouted that he had overestimated the Lin family because they did not care about other people's lives. Finglin's face twisted in rage, and he said that he thought he and the guys would do a good job this time. The man gripped the radio so hard that it cracked and shouted that the Lin family was rotten to the core. He picked up his weapon. Finglin swung his sword, shouting that he would hold off the monsters himself and that the rest of them could run. The commander furrowed his brows as the warrior shouted that they should leave together. Fenling turned around and shouted at them to follow the order. The girl's mouth opened in shock and her eyes widened. The bald man closed his eyes and sighed. The man in the blue shirt rushed forward and shouted that they were just idiots. As he ran away, he shouted that they could continue to pretend to be warriors, but he would rather leave. The bald man clenched his teeth furiously and said that if this newbie returned alive, he would definitely finish him off. The commander placed his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and said that it would be a shame if he died here, and ordered him to take 2 comrades with him and run. The bald warrior crossed his arms and said that Yeshin could also leave, and the girl added that the newbie should not ruin his bright future. The protagonist smiled and said that if he was going to run, he would only run forward. Yeshin took a step forward. A blue mist appeared around him. The protagonist was holding a sword and a backpack in his hands. The commander frowned and shouted that Yeshin had revealed his true strength because he was emitting the energy of an elite warrior. The bald warrior and the black-haired girl opened their mouths in surprise. The monster released a fiery projectile, and Yeshin thought that he did not want to show his true strength earlier. Chains of explosions passed around the protagonist. The protagonist frowned and decided that if he did not join the battle, Windwolf's squad would perish. Yeshin jumped up, and the lizard opened its mouth wide. A yellow flash flashed, and the protagonist thought that the captain had enough strength to easily escape. Yeshin cut the monster's body with one swing of his sword, and thought that Fenling still decided to stay so that his comrades could escape. While attacking the monsters, the protagonist thought that it would be mean of him not to reveal his strength at such a moment. The lizards opened their mouths wide, creating fireballs in them, and Yeshin thought that he was not like the dogs of the Mo family. 2 fireballs rushed towards the protagonist. Yeshin swung his sword and thought that it was too late to think about the consequences of his decisions, but he was sure that the commander would not give him any trouble. The building surrounded by smoke began to fall. It was approaching the ground where the lizards were. A powerful explosion thundered. The girl smiled in admiration, asking if this was the power of an elite warrior. Yeshin jumped upward, emitting bright lightning. He gritted his teeth, clutching the sword in his hand. The protagonist landed in front of the 2 monsters. His sword sparkled brightly. Yeshin swung his weapon. The lizards screamed in pain as their bodies became electrified. The monster opened its mouth wide with sharp fangs. Then, the lizard fell to the ground, exhausted. Fenling clenched his trembling hand into a fist and thought that Yeshin was indeed strong. The commander furrowed his black brows and thought that there was no doubt that the protagonist was already among the strongest in Linhai. A loud scream echoed throughout the night city. A man in a blue sweater lay on the ground while 2 wolves ran towards him, begging for help. He covered his face with his hand and let out a loud squeal of fear. The bald man looked into the distance and informed the commander that the newcomer was in danger. Fenling walked up to his comrades and said that he didn't care because it was stupid to try to escape from here alone. Yeshin picked up his bag and said that the road was clear. He put on his backpack and said that he needed to move on. The protagonist turned around and asked with a grin whether they would go with him or retreat. The 3 warriors froze, looking at Yeshin in surprise. Fenling closed his eyes. He clenched his fist and said that their squad would face all adversity in full force. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. Several minutes passed. It hurt, the guy with the scar on his head screamed through his teeth while the girl bandaged his wound. While tightening the bandage, she told her comrade to look at the protagonist, adding that he did not look so pathetic. Yeshin stood on the roof of a tall building, and Windwolf shouted to him from the ground, thanking him for helping them get here. Hearing the gratitude, the protagonist glanced at the captain out of the corner of his eye. Jumping down, he said that he would go and try something. Hearing this, Windwolf tensed up greatly, after which he asked if Yeshin really wanted to go further, to which the guy replied that he did. After that, the remaining members of the team approached them, and the protagonist told them to go back and he would go alone. He immediately started to leave, and the commander, after thinking for a moment, asked in surprise if he was really alone, adding that he would not worry because he knew the guy's abilities. But everything is fine, Commander, interrupting Windwolf, the protagonist said, turning around. Yeshin turned away and started to leave again, but from behind the captain shouted, spreading his arms, that they needed to talk. The guy with the scar suddenly turned to Windwolf and asked what they would do, whether they would follow the protagonist. No, the captain answered, closing his eyes and adding that they would only hinder the guy. He looked at Yeshin's back as he left and said that with such great strength, he has no need for anyone else's help, he finished after a few seconds. There was no smile on the protagonist's face, but there was composure and seriousness in his eyes. A few minutes later, he was still continuing to walk forward. In his head, he said that before meeting a stronger family and finding himself in a difficult situation, he passed between two corpses of huge monsters that he had just killed. He needed to understand the limits of the recovery talent, he finished to himself. Suddenly he stopped and looked askance at what he had come to. Burning ash was flying to his feet. In front of him was a huge destroyed burning building. Suddenly the protagonist pinched his nose with his hand and said in displeasure that it smelled really bad here, asking later if this was really someone's den. Suddenly he felt energy from underground, where he immediately looked. "What's going on?" he screamed. At that very second everything around him shook and Yeshin tried not to lose his balance. The building began to quickly break, splitting into many pieces. Suddenly something huge and very strong burst out of the ground, but the protagonist managed to react and jump high, avoiding damage. It was a huge red and muscular fist that caught up and hit Yeshin in the air. The protagonist was shocked and blood spurted out of his mouth. The powerful blow sent him flying far away. A few seconds later, he suddenly flipped over in the air and rushed towards the enemy. A huge fist was chaotically hitting everything around. Yeshin, flying towards the huge limb, took out a sword. The hand seemed to see the guy and rushed to attack, but the protagonist deftly dodged. The hand's blow hit the stone ground, which immediately split. Yeshin landed nearby, successfully dodging. Suddenly, a huge monster burst out of the ground into the air. It landed on the ground, causing a strong shaking and loud stomping. In front of the protagonist was a giant red monster with eyes burning with scarlet flames. Seeing the creature, Yeshin was very surprised. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he himself said that this was a very large block that was suitable for him to test his talent. Suddenly, the monster's eyes lit up even brighter, looking at Yeshin. At that very moment, he opened his mouth, where powerful magical fire energy began to gather. Seeing this, the protagonist was very surprised. The next second, a powerful stream of flame burst out of the mouth of a giant creature and struck the protagonist. A powerful explosion was heard in the place where the stream reached. The explosion was seen by Yeshin's team, who loudly informed the commander that a battle had begun there. Windwolf, gritting his teeth, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, looked at the smoke rising into the sky. At this time, everything on the battlefield was collapsing and falling. The protagonist suddenly burst out from under the rubble. He had a crazy smile on his face, the t-shirt on his body was torn, and he shouted that the head of the lizards was very strong. Coming out to the huge monster, he said that he had an offer, after which he suggested that they have fun to the fullest. After these words, the king of the lizards released another very powerful stream of flame from his mouth, which struck the protagonist again. A few seconds later, everything around was on fire and Yeshin was lying on the ground, saying that it suited him. There was a strong healing magic aura around him. He put his hands on the ground and said that the monster wanted to burn him alive. The next second, he stood up, threw the sword over his shoulder and said loudly that he would now kill the lizard king. His eyes lit up brightly, and his body was enveloped in more powerful magical energy. The next second, he jumped up, rushing at his opponent. In an instant, he appeared in front of the huge monster's face, swinging his sword. With eyes filled with hatred and anger, Yeshin was going to finish the fight with one blow. The Lizard King was not going to give in, and, opening his mouth, began to accumulate powerful flames. An explosion was heard, more powerful than the last. An hour passed. Horrifyingly powerful explosions were still heard. The bald guy from Windwolf's team shouted, pointing out to the commander that the pillars of fire had been rising to the sky for an hour. Powerful magical energy reached even the guys. Covering his face with his hands, the boy shouted, asking if Yeshin was still alive. "I don't know," the captain shouted back, adding that they couldn't get involved in such a fight. At this time, the protagonist's sword was stuck into the flesh of a huge monster. The guy himself wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. He sat on the defeated Lizard King, looked up at the sky and said that the game was over. Exhaling heavily and looking at the dead monster, He added, his victory. Yeshin thought about how the recovery talent greatly depleted physical strength, and he felt empty. He sat on the monster he had killed and looked up at the sky. Sighing, he thought that it was only a mid-level monster. Rising to his feet, the protagonist walked on the monster. He ran his finger along it, leaving a bright trail behind him. Seeing the monster's blood, the thought flashed through his head that he needed to use it to recover. Bent his knees, Yeshin crouched down, placed his hands on the monster and began to absorb its blood. Slowly, he placed his hands on his legs and instantly sat in a lotus position. Crossing his legs, the protagonist closed his eyes and hummed a melody for his recovery. Some time passed. Looking at the destroyed city, the bald guy loudly shouted that the battle had stopped. Looking at Windwolf's back, the girl asked if it was over. The guy with the scar pointed his finger forward and exclaimed that someone was coming towards them. Seeing Yeshin, the commander joyfully shouted, happy to see him back. Calling out to Windwolf, the protagonist asked in surprise if he really didn't order them to return to the city, to which he hesitated. Smiling nervously and spreading his arms out to the sides, the commander said that they could not help in any way, but they could not leave calmly either. Looking at the guy, the girl asked how he was since all his clothes had burned, to which Windwolf said that he had taken a spare with him and Yeshin could wear it. Without refusing, the protagonist put on a t-shirt. The girl sheepishly asked for forgiveness and said that the thing was a little big and did not fit him. Yeshin put his hand on his neck and stuttered, thanking her. Smiling, he looked up at the moon. The bald guy asked the commander what they would do with all the loot. Frowning, Windwolf said that Yeshin would deservedly get it all. Putting his hand on his belt and rubbing his head, the protagonist said that the team could take the trophies for themselves since they did not leave unless the animals did not unite into a pack. Standing on the monster, the bald guy happily shouted that he had never seen so much good, and the girl laughed and said that Yeshin was not only exhausted from killing the beast, but would also be tired from collecting the prey. Opening his eyes wide, Yeshin said that he was not interested in these remains, because first he needed to deal with the king of the lizards. Windwolf turned to him in surprise and asked if the guy would not be transporting the prey with them, to which he coldly refused. Turning around, he walked away from the commander while the latter shouted menacingly, asking where the guy was going. Yeshin turned to Windwolf with a smirk on his face and said that he would be heading to the area of ants with supernatural power. From shock, the commander opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise. Some time passed. The protagonist rushed at great speed, leaving a bright trail behind him. The commander's words flashed through his mind, saying that the most difficult place to clear the monsters this time was the ant nest. Yeshin continued to run forward at a tremendous speed. Windwolf's harassing thoughts continued to flash through his mind, saying that even though the ants were of a low level, the nest was full of them. With a cold gaze, he recalled the enraged commander. He recalled the words that even a great warrior would escape from there. Yeshin landed on the ground, causing a strong shaking. The commander's words flashed through his mind, telling him to be careful. Standing on the roof, he looked down and saw many warriors. There was a strong magical aura around Yeshin, and he shouted that the main forces were concentrated in him. He saw Chanking and Moan below, looking at Yeshin. Yeshin knew that Chanking was from the Mo family. Looking to the side, he saw his huge army. Mingjin represented the Lin family. Looking ahead, the protagonist saw an old man standing in front of the collapses. Yeshin wondered what family the old man was from. The red-haired old man with an eye patch on his right eye was called King, a great warrior from the Iron Fang base. King suddenly turned to the side and shouted angrily, asking if anyone was watching them. Hearing this, Yeshin thought that King was a stern old man. The army looked up high, where the protagonist was standing on the roof. Stretching out his hand, King shouted for the army to bring the guy. Looking down, a drop of sweat appeared on Yeshin's face and he thought that there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, sooner or later he had to sneak into the squad. Some time passed. Holding Yeshin by the arms in front of King, two guys from the army shouted that they captured him. They brought him closer and closer to the warrior. King fixed his angry gaze on the guy, wondering if he was an elite warrior. King put his hand on his beard and looked at Yeshin and asked who he was and why he was following the army. With a drop of sweat on his face, the protagonist said that he was a warrior from the Linhai base and according to rumors, there was a major mission here, so he decided to prove himself. King shouted loudly, asking him to let the guy go. The warrior turned around suspiciously and thoughtfully asked Yeshin what family he was from and why he was moving alone. The angry army shouted that he was not from their family. Shouts were heard from other armies that the guy did not belong to anyone's family. King folded his arms across his chest, looked at the protagonist and asked why no one knew him, because at such a young age, it was rare for someone to become an elite warrior. Yeshin looked down in embarrassment. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Mingjin laughed, looking at King and asked how it was possible not to know Yeshin. Mingjin raised his fist to his mouth and coughed, put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he was from his Lin family. Thoughts flashed through Yeshin's mind that Mingjin had done a decent job, because they were always one step ahead of the Mo family. The protagonist stood there and smiled widely, closing his eyes. Mingjin folded his arms and ordered Yeshin to light up. With a smirk on his face, Mingjin whispered that he had gotten an elite warrior for free. Someone was watching the protagonist from the roof of the building. Yuling said indignantly that the Lin family was vile and did not suit Yeshin. Xiaoyu turned to the lady and said that she was right. Yuling smiled maliciously and said that Yeshin could only belong to her martial pavilion. There were many birds flying in the sky, feeling uneasy. Loud stomping sounds could be heard, and fast feet could be seen walking forward. Many white figures walked across the plains towards the anthill of ants with supernatural strength. In front of them all walked the old man king, keeping his hands in his pockets. In his head, the protagonist said that now everyone knows that he is an elite warrior, adding later that from now on it will be difficult for him to quietly level up like before. He walked in the ranks of warriors with his eyes downcast. After a short pause, he said to himself that with his current strength, he has nothing to fear. At this time, a huge anthill appeared ahead. King stopped abruptly, waved his hand and ordered everyone to stop. In front of him was a huge electric ball. Lightning ran along the hand of the person who created this ball. A rough voice was heard saying that the magic field was finished. An old man in a cloak stood on one knee with lightning running around him, reporting that everything was ready. Hearing this, King rubbed his short beard and said that in front of them, it seemed, were earthen mountains. After a short pause, he said that this was the lair of ants with supernatural powers. In front of everyone, there was a huge anthill. These anthills rose high into the sky and were built of stones that had huge holes in them. In his head, the protagonist happily said that he was finally here. There was a wide and sinister smile on his face. At this time, Old Man King, stretching his arms, stepped forward, telling Old Man Zinku to stay behind. Yes, the old man in the cloak replied, bowing. Everyone back, King shouted, turning to the subordinate warriors standing behind. Suddenly, a bald man with wide eyes loudly asked what the old man was going to do. The next second, King with a very serious face slapped his hands together, after which a powerful magical energy was released from him. A huge magical seal suddenly appeared above the anthill. At this time, the old man raised his hand high, shrouded in powerful magical energy. Open, he shouted the next second, after which he slammed both hands on the ground, releasing a huge power. Huge exploding fireballs began to fall from the sky. Explosions began to sound, and the anthill began to break. The old man continued to hold his hands on the ground while a powerful blast wave was coming towards them. Mingjin, seeing such power, shouted in shock that the old man turned out to be a magician who creates magical fields, adding that the power of the Iron Fang base has no limit. The protagonist, covering his face with his hands from the strong shock wave and stones flying at him, shouted that this was an incredibly powerful field, adding that he would definitely need to learn how to do something like this. At the same time, Xiaoyu and Yuling were watching everything that was happening from the cliff. The former told the lady that Old Man King had gone crazy, and then asked if it was worth using such a valuable technique. Yuling, folding her arms across her chest, replied that the Iron Fang had its own plans. There was a slight smile on her face, and she herself, putting her hand to her chin, said that the exploding fireballs alone could suppress the entire Linhai, which was very profitable. And at this time, the explosions ended and the anthill began to fall to the ground with a roar. All the warriors shouted in shock that the anthill had leveled with the ground. After a short pause, everyone shouted loudly that it was a very cool field, asking afterward if all the monsters had really been wiped out. Two warriors rushed to the place where a huge anthill had recently stood. Now there were many holes in the ground. The next second, everyone else rushed to the destroyed anthill. Meanwhile, the protagonist shouted in frustration in his head that there really was no one, after which he asked if everyone had really been wiped out. He walked between the holes in the ground, hoping to find an ant. Gritting his teeth, with a drop of cold sweat on his face, he said in his head that if there was not even a perfectly preserved corpse left, then it would be impossible to copy the talent. Yuling, with her arms folded across her chest, with a warm smile on her face, said that it was a wonderful magical field, adding that the old man had stirred up the entire anthill. At this time, one of the warriors asked the others what kind of hole it was. Many guys ran to the huge hole in the floor and, looking down, said that there was complete darkness and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, one of the warriors was seized with horror and fear. Many bright lights appeared in the darkness. At that very second, a huge ant burst out of the darkness. The insect instantly pierced the guy with a huge sting. The warrior flew back to his comrades. The huge ant, raising its paws, roared furiously, and its body was enveloped in incredibly powerful magical energy. Moan and Chanking, seeing the monster, immediately realized that they were ants. All the warriors looked at the ant in surprise and asked how this happened. Behind everyone stood the main character. There was a crazy smile on his face, and his eyes burned with a bright flame. "There are too many of them," someone suddenly screamed. Huge monsters began to crawl out of each hole in the ground. Old Man King waved his hand and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. All the warriors stood up after hearing the order. Mingjin turned to his comrades, raised his hands and shouted, ordering the Linhai warriors to follow him as they would accept the fight. All the warriors began to raise their hands, preparing to fight and maintaining their fighting spirit. The command forward sounded, after which absolutely every single one of them, without a drop of fear, rushed towards the huge ants with supernatural powers. The protagonist also did not stand aside and, drawing his sword, rushed to attack. He ran up to the huge ant, which was already being attacked by several guys, and deprived the monster of life with one swift and powerful blow. The ant fell to the ground dead, raising dust and dirt. Two warriors shouted that one was dead and then rushed to attack the next ones, but the protagonist remained by the dead body of the monster. With a malicious look in his eyes, he looked at the ant. Without thinking twice, he reached out his hand to the insect's body. Upon touching the body, a powerful energy and spark passed between them. A notification appeared in front of Yeshin, informing him that a high-level talent had been copied. The next second, an incredibly powerful black magical energy enveloped the protagonist's body. It spread throughout the guy's entire body, who tightly clenched his hands into fists. After that, a notification appeared in front of him, asking if the protagonist wanted to fuse with a high-level strength talent. At the same time, 3 ants ran up to him. They hissed loudly, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust and revenge for their kinsman. Holding a sword in his hands, Yeshin realized that the fusion would not work here. After a short pause, he threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he needed to find a safe place. The next second, his legs were enveloped in powerful speed talent energy, after which he prepared to run. Using his speed talent, he took off, running away very quickly. Suddenly, what he saw made him very surprised. 2 huge ants appeared in front of him out of nowhere, causing him to stop. Reacting quickly, he pulled out his sword from its sheath and used the shadow blade technique. After that, he used the shadow execution skill. The next second, he made a very fast and powerful sword strike on both monsters, leaving a green trace of the blade behind him. Suddenly, huge red eyes lit up in one of the black deep holes of the anthill and a mad roar was heard. An incredibly powerful and ominous magical energy filled the entire battlefield. This roar, the protagonist said slowly in his head. The ground shook, and the warriors began to lose their balance. Belongs to a high-level monster, Yeshin finished in his head. Old Man Qin was shocked, causing him to tense up very much. Cracks suddenly ran across the ground. The next second, a huge claw, enveloped in insane energy, burst out of the ground. It slowly fell to the ground. What is this? The boys asked each other in surprise. A huge, ominous black silhouette slowly rose above the warriors. Suddenly, someone screamed in horror that it was an ant with supernatural power. The ant that emerged from the ground was hundreds of times larger than those that had been before. A terrifying power that had never been seen before filled everything around. King immediately screamed that this ant had a high level, after which he gave the order to run away from here. Everyone immediately began to run away. Changqing and Mon also began to run, trying not to stumble. Mingjin, having killed another ant, saw how some of his comrades were running away and said with displeasure that they were just scoundrels. After that, he turned to his warriors and screamed that they also needed to retreat. The next second, all the warriors began to run away from the battlefield in horror. Seeing this, Mrs. Yuling chuckled and said that they were just rabble. After that, she turned around and slowly told her servants that they should leave as well. Xiaoyu followed behind the lady and asked excitedly what to do with the protagonist. The girl turned around and said with a smile on her face that Yeshin would get out. At this time, one of the warriors asked while running, didn't they have a great warrior in their party, adding that they could all fight a high-level monster, so why should they run away? Another warrior running next to him shouted that the ant had talent for strength, and if you add it to the high-level power, the monster would be comparable to a grandmaster. Among all the warriors, the protagonist was also running. Another warrior shouted, have the others seen the Old Man King from the Iron Fang base, who is a great warrior and runs faster than everyone? The old man was breaking away from the subordinate squad faster and faster. Seeing this, the main character was saying in his head that this was all just nonsense, because all these supposedly important people did not deserve an ounce of trust. With a very tense face, he did not lag behind the others, trying to leave the area of the huge monster, when suddenly a giant ant with glowing eyes leaned over and began to suck the warriors into its mouth. Many guys could not hold on, and they, having torn themselves off the ground, fell into the mouth of a huge monster. The next second, the ant began to actively chew, crushing the warriors in its mouth. After that, it raised its head high and growled furiously, and its magical power increased many times over. Such power fell on all the guys. The ominous aura of the monster pressed on the warriors. Such terrible power made everyone stop. The next second, the guys began to fall to their knees and get up on all fours, saying that the energy had become so heavy. After a few seconds, the warriors were unable to hold their heads up and, resisting with all their might, they said that it was becoming very difficult to breathe. "What should we do?" the people screamed in horror. Suddenly, one of the warriors shouted, asking why this guy was getting faster. The protagonist rushed between all the warriors who couldn't move, leaving a purple trail behind him. In his head, he said that this black air was somehow pressing down too much, so he needed to quickly get away. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into the speed technique, using the skill to its maximum. The next second, he rushed in front of the very last warriors, when suddenly he came out into a zone of clean air. From this, he lost his balance and, tripping, flew head over heels on the ground. When he got up, he saw that about 10 meters away from him was the zone of the huge ant he had left. After that, he said that the golden ant would undoubtedly keep a close eye on the squad. Exhaling heavily, Yeshin, with beads of cold sweat on his face, said that it was time to leave everyone. Some time passed. It was already light outside. On the road lay the skeleton of a large monster. Next to it stood the protagonist. After examining the skeleton, he said that Captain Windwolf was a true hunter. Standing on the bones, he added that the captain had only left the bones. After saying these words, he jumped up to the height of a tall ruined building. The next second, he landed nimbly on the roof. Rising up, he looked ahead and saw the bright sun and birds flying in the sky. There was a slight warm smile on his face. Without thinking twice, he put down his sword and sat in the lotus position. Waving his hand in the air, he called up a system window in front of him. It asked if Yeshin wished to fuse with a high-level strength talent. Yes, the guy firmly said in his head. His eyes, filled with excitement and the desire to gain strength, lit up. The next second, the aura around him changed. A terrifying pain pierced the protagonist's body, causing him to shake violently, trying to restrain himself. In his head, he said that in the eyes of the so-called important people, only strength is an undeniable value. After saying these words, a mad smile appeared on his face, with steam coming out from under his teeth. Some time passed. Night had fallen, and a bright moon was floating in the sky. Yeshin stood up and tore the t-shirt on his body with one hand. His body was enveloped in such a powerful energy that the air shook. With his eyes burning, he put his hands on his hips and said that it was time to go home. Some time passed. It was daytime outside, and the sun was shining brightly. The protagonist's house. In the room, Yeshin was sitting on the sofa in the lotus position. He concentrated his strength and said in his head that with a high-level talent, his strength had increased tenfold. After a short pause, he added that although he was an elite warrior, it was easy to kill a great warrior of the initial phase. Particles of magical energy flew around him, and he himself did not open his eyes, concentrating on concentration. Suddenly, his sister ran up to him, waving her arms furiously and shouting that she had been waiting for her brother so much, but all he did every day was sit motionless. A few seconds later, she was fiddling with a ladle in her hands and sternly told Yeshin not to even think about talking to her. Realizing that her brother was not reacting to her, she dropped her hands, clenched her teeth, and angrily shouted that the protagonist was pretending that nothing was happening. After waiting a little longer, she angrily turned around and went to the kitchen, saying that if that was the case, then the protagonist should blame himself. After these words, she picked up a salt shaker. With an ominous smile on her face, she began to sprinkle salt into the food, saying that Yeshin would fully taste all the severity of a woman. Some time passed. There were many very tasty dishes on the table. Yayu, as soon as she finished cooking, called her brother to eat. Having sat down at the table, the protagonist was very glad that there were so many dishes on the table. His sister leaned on the table and said that the boy had worked hard, so he probably wanted to get a reward for his efforts, so she prepared this especially for Yeshin. Hearing this, the protagonist said with a wide smile on his face that he had to eat it all. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yeshin immediately jumped up from his chair and ran towards the door, saying that someone had arrived. Yayu shouted in confusion for her brother to eat first. But the protagonist did not hear his sister, opened the door and asked who he had come to see. Suddenly, he realized that it was Commander Windwolf in front of him. With a large backpack on his shoulder, the man greeted the protagonist with a wide smile on his face. Yeshin immediately let his old friend into the house, asking him why he had come. Laughing, Windwolf began to take off his backpack and say that he had come to give away some of the trophies. Opening the backpack, he showed that it was full of fangs, eyeballs, and other trophies. Seeing this, the protagonist scratched his head in confusion and said that the captain and his comrades could share everything between themselves and he. But Windwolf interrupted the guy, throwing him the backpack and saying that each of them was already in. After a short pause, Yeshin put the backpack on the floor and offered to eat together, adding that he just had a question. The captain, seeing how many dishes were on the table, was very surprised, adding that he would be happy to join the meal. Several minutes passed. Windwolf greedily ate dish after dish. He sat at the table with his sister and said that he had not eaten such delicious home-cooked food for a long time. The satisfied protagonist, taking the backpack, told the captain not to be shy because he was not particularly hungry anyway. Suddenly, Yayu, with a drop of cold sweat on her face, asked in confusion if anything seemed strange to their guest. bringing it. He asked if it was really 3 great warriors and really against ants. Biting off a piece of fruit and chewing vigorously, Windwolf answered that it was so, adding that after the first wave of people retreated, a second of the great warriors was gathered, but they also lost. After a short pause, he introduced a huge golden ant, in front of which was an incredibly powerful warrior, and said that the Iron Fang base went berserk and sent a grandmaster there, who dealt with the ant lair. Hearing this, the protagonist, rising from the sofa, shouted in shock, asking if the grandmaster had really cleared the entire trade route. That's right, the captain answered calmly, adding that it was not even known where the Iron Fang had laid this path. Was it worth it? He asked after a few seconds, dissatisfied. At this time, Yayu was washing the dishes with a slight smile on her face. The base of the Iron Fang, the protagonist said slowly and thoughtfully in his head, putting his hand to his chin. Some time passed. Evening came. The captain crossed the road and said that there was no need to see him off, adding that they would meet again. The protagonist, waving his hand, wished him a good journey, when suddenly a man came out from the other side of the road, who asked Yeshin if he understood correctly that the person in front of him was Yeshin. With his hand in his pocket and in another envelope, he said that he was Yuan, the manager of the Mo family. With his hands in his pocket, the protagonist asked again, the Mo family. Coming closer, Yuan bowed and handed over an envelope, saying that he had come on the orders of the leader to invite the boy to dinner at the Mo family's house. On the envelope it was written that it was personally for Yeshin. Scratching his neck, the protagonist apologized and replied that he hadn't really felt like going out lately. Hearing this, Yuan looked at Yeshin from under his brows. The next second, he straightened up and, showing his powerful energy, menacingly said that no one had ever dared to reject the Mo family's invitation. Realizing that things were bad, Windwolf jumped in front of the manager, laughed in confusion and offered to negotiate. But Yuan didn't listen to the captain and, walking up to the protagonist, menacingly said that it was for the boy. The next second, he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, smiled ominously and with contempt in his eyes, finished, it was better to accept the invitation and not be impudent. Yeshin looked at the manager's hand on his shoulder with eyes filled with hatred and anger. The next second, he suddenly jumped back and hit Yuan's hand. After that, he grabbed the man's head with all his might and slammed it onto the asphalt. The impact caused the road surface to crack. Seeing this, the captain screamed in shock, ordering the protagonist to stop. Yuan quickly stood up and ran away in horror, shouting in rage that he would kill Yeshin sooner or later. The guys looked at the manager running away in horror. Windwolf, folding his arms across his chest, said that it was better not to quarrel with scoundrels. The protagonist replied, I don't care, adding that it was better to forget about Yuan quickly. After that, he looked at his hand clenched into a fist and said in his head that with his high-level strength talent, he broke the man's hand with almost no effort. Some time passed. Yuan crumpled the envelope he was supposed to give to the protagonist in rage. He sat in a dark alley and angrily said that since Yeshin had contacted him, veins were visible all over his face, and he himself, gritting his teeth from irresistible rage, finished, then we'll see who will win. Some time passed after this incident. The Mo family's house. Footsteps were actively heard in the room. It was the head walking, holding his hands behind his back. Changqing was sitting on the sofa nearby. Suddenly the doors opened and Yuan ran in, loudly calling for the head and the elder. He, stumbling and falling, shouted that they gave him an order. Mo Kanchan, the head of the Mo family, an elite warrior and the son of Elder Mo, stood over the manager, who was kneeling and shaking with fear, and asked what happened, because he said to simply ask the main character and not to kill. I asked, Yuan said very pitifully, adding that he even treated Yeshin with respect. After a short pause, he wiped the tears from his eyes and added that the boy, for some reason, as soon as he heard that he was from the Mo family, immediately told him to leave. Hearing this, anger filled Kanchan's eyes and he furiously asked what. After that, Yuan showed the torn envelope and said that the protagonist not only beat him, but also tore up the invitation. Hearing this, the leader was filled with rage, after which he furiously shouted that Yeshin was simply impudent. His powerful energy was released along with the shout, causing the manager to fly back. After that, he abruptly turned to his father, calling him. The old man, hearing his son's call, tore himself away from the back of the chair and coughed. There was hatred and contempt in his eyes, and he himself said that it was nonsense. The next second, Kanchan turned to Yuan and said that he could go. The manager stood up and said in a trembling voice, okay. After the boy left, the leader poured a pill into his hand. He handed his father a glass of water and told him to take the medicine. Changqing took the glass and drank the pill. After that, he looked at the glass of water and sighed heavily. After thinking for a while, he said that in the fight with the ants, he had no other choice, so he had to resort to a secret technique and move quickly as well as actively fight. Breathing heavily, he looked at his son and said that his wounds were unlikely to heal. Hearing this, Kanchan spread his arms and told his father not to say that, adding that everything would definitely work out. The old man, getting up from the sofa, said that he knew his body better than anyone else. Putting his hands behind his back, he walked forward and slowly said that after his death, there would be no great warriors left in their family. He walked up to the huge window and, looking into the distance, said that this was a real disaster. Kanchan looked at his father and asked in surprise if Yeshin was waiting for an invitation from the Lin family. The old man looked out the window and, slightly lowering his head, slowly said that for the sake of the protagonist, they needed to compete with the Lin family. Suddenly, his eyes lit up furiously, and he himself said that if the protagonist refused to come himself, then they needed to bring the guy by force. Hearing this, the head of the family said that the protagonist was not from their family, adding that the guy was a stranger to them. After a short pause, he spread his arms and said loudly that even if they captured Yeshin, the protagonist would not be sincere with them. It will be, the old man suddenly said, adding that all this was thanks to this bottle. The next second, he took out a small vessel with a red liquid from under his robe, from which powerful magical energy emanated. Looking at the bottle, he explained that this medicine erases memories, adding that he had originally planned to use it during the banquet, but now he would have to hurry. After that, he abruptly handed his son the bottle and the order to take it. Looking at the vessel, Kanchan asked, "Erase memories." Taking the bottle, he looked at the contents inside with burning eyes. At this time, Changking, pouring wine into a glass, said that first let the protagonist forget everything, and then they will form a new identity for the guy and brainwash him. Raising the glass and looking at his son, he added that, for example, they can say that Yeshin is an illegitimate son of their family, wandering in a foreign land, and then they will give the guy their surname and ask him to return home. Hearing this, Kanchan shouted in shock, "Illegitimate son." After a short pause, the old man added that his son should not make up nonsense, since no one would compete with Kanchan for the position of the head of the family. After taking a sip of wine from his glass, he added that they would simply say that the protagonist was Kanchan's son and then change his surname. Hearing this, the head of the family laughed in confusion, scratched his head, and said that this would affect his reputation. Enough chatter, Changking said menacingly, sitting back down on the sofa. With eyes filled with anger and severity, he loudly ordered his son to do as he was told. Hearing this, Kanchan knelt down and shouted that this time he would send 10 elders to the protagonist. After that, he looked at his father and shouted loudly that this time they would definitely catch Yeshin. Some time passed. 10 black silhouettes quickly moved through the city towards the protagonist's house. They quickly covered a long distance. These were the 10 elders sent by the head of the Mo family to capture the protagonist. Some time had passed since that event. Someone's foot gently stepped on the floor. It was one of the elders, who immediately reported that he had entered Yeshin's house. He had an earphone in his ear, through which a loud shout could be heard that he needed to first capture the protagonist's younger sister and then force Yeshin to surrender. "Got it," the guy said firmly, looking around. There were still 9 people standing outside, reporting that they had already set up an ambush outside. "Got it," said the guy who was in the protagonist's house. After saying these words, he slowly opened the door to Yaya's room. The protagonist's sister was sleeping, her head wrapped in a blanket. Standing above her, the invader reported that the target had been discovered. "Act," the captain shouted upon hearing this. At that very second, the invader reached out his hand to the blanket under which the girl was sleeping. Suddenly, the blanket flew up onto the invader. The guy was confused and took out his sword, which was covered in magical energy. He immediately cut the blanket in front of him, which blocked his view. Suddenly, what he saw shocked him, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his cheek. The protagonist's hand rushed towards him at great speed. At that very second, Yeshin grabbed the invader's neck tightly. He lifted the guy up with one hand, and his entire body was enveloped in an incredibly powerful and ominous magical aura. With burning eyes and a malicious smile on his face, he said that he had to wait for a very long time. In the earphone, the captain shouted, asking if the invader had captured Yayo, but the guy could not answer. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and his eyes turned white. The protagonist continued to strangle the invader, not intending to save his life. The next second, he squeezed the invader's neck so hard that a crunch was heard. The earphone fell out of the guy's ear. Having killed the invader, Yeshin let the guy go. A loud shout came from the earphone, ordering a quick answer. The protagonist slowly picked up the earphone. Putting it in his ear, he said menacingly that he had grabbed it and was going to give it back now. Hearing this, the captain shouted in shock, asking who it was. "Take it," the protagonist shouted, after which the dead body of the invader flew out of the window of his living room. It fell to the ground with a crash. "How is this possible?" one of the elders shouted in shock from the roof. At that very second, his comrades ran up to the fallen body. After checking his pulse, one of them said that the boy had already died. Hearing this, the captain of the entire mission shouted furiously for everyone to be vigilant, because someone was probably helping the boy. In their heads, the guys on the roof wondered if he was helping, adding that in all of Linhai, apart from the protagonist, only 2 people could dare to go against the Mo family. They looked ahead when suddenly they heard a sound. "Who is this?" one of the elders asked in surprise, peering into the darkness. "Who's there? Come out," another elder shouted in rage. 6 people were on the roof, not knowing what to expect. "Did I really hear things?" the elder asked in surprise, standing still. Suddenly, his face was illuminated by a bright green glow. At that very second, the protagonist deprived the intruder of his head. "The second one," he said with a malicious smile on his face. The other 5 screamed in horror that it was a shadow assassin, repeating afterwards that Yeshin had called for help from a shadow assassin, ordering them to quickly disperse. The remaining 5 scattered in all directions, trying to escape from the shadow assassin. Seeing this, the protagonist extended his hand and was enveloped in a powerful magical aura. He used speed talent. At that very second, he rushed forward and took the lives of 2 more invaders who were trying to escape. Turning around, the elders saw that 2 more of their comrades had died, after which they screamed in horror, asking how the shadow assassin could be so fast. The protagonist, with eyes burning with hatred and contempt, heard the scream and turned around abruptly. In less than a second, he caught up with his opponent, leaving behind a bright purple trail. While running, he delivered a powerful and very fast slashing blow, taking the guy's life. At this time, an elder was flying at him from above, swinging his fist, furiously shouting that the protagonist should not have shown his true nature. A loud explosion was heard from a punch hitting the roof of the building. Yeshin managed to jump back in time, avoiding injury. Realizing that he missed, the elder looked away in shock, saying that his opponent was very fast. The next second, Yeshin dealt a quick blow to the enemy. After killing the guy, he immediately rushed after the others. He used the Shadow Blade technique. Jumping high, he caught up with the remaining elders, who were running away in fear. At the same second, he used the Shadow Execution technique. His incredibly powerful magical energy filled everything around, and he himself took the lives of 3 more invaders. The captain standing below, hearing the carnage, shouted in rage, asking what was happening above, ordering them to answer him quickly. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped off the roof. He landed on the asphalt with a loud thud, causing the ground to shake. There was a powerful aura around his bare feet. Yeshin himself, with eyes burning with scarlet flames, raised his sword behind his back, preparing to kill the rest. The remaining elders immediately recognized the guy as the main character. The captain pointed his finger at Yeshin and ordered to grab the guy. The 2 elders jumped high and swung their fists, preparing to attack the main character at the same time. Seeing this, Yeshin let go of his sword, which dissolved into thin air, transforming into magical energy. The next second, his aura changed, and he clenched his hand into a fist. 2 incredibly powerful fists flew towards the main character. Yeshin did not just wait, but with burning eyes, rushed to attack with his bare hands. He used talent for strength. The next second, his 2 fists collided with the 2 fists of the elders. This caused shock among the invaders. Cold sweat was running down their faces, and they were wondering in their heads how the protagonist could defeat both of them at the same time. Immediately after these thoughts, Yeshin screamed loudly, and his magical energy increased several times, causing the 2 elders to fly into the sky. A few seconds later, they landed head down, breaking the asphalt underneath them. At the same time, Yeshin slowly walked towards the last elder. The man, seeing that he was alone, fell onto the asphalt and, crawling back, asked what was going on. Wasn't the protagonist a simple elite warrior? Yeshin did not answer this question. He scratched his neck and asked if this was really Sheabe's father, and, taking off the mask from his face, the elder said in confusion what it was, after which he asked not to kill him, but to discuss everything instead. The main hero slowly approached the last intruder and calmly said that he had killed En's son. Hearing this, the man fell to his knees and bowed, saying that it was okay, because his son had probably just been rude to Yeshin, so he deserved such a fate. After a short pause, he said that he had a lot of money, so he could give the protagonist as much as he wanted, after which he again began to beg him to let him go and not kill him. Alas, Yeshin suddenly said, raising his hand, which was enveloped in a terrifyingly strong magical aura. A very bright light illuminated En's face, who looked at the protagonist in horror. The next second, Yeshin grabbed the elder's head and slammed it onto the asphalt with all his might. "I like to pull out weeds by the roots," the protagonist screamed madly, killing En. Some time passed. A bright moon floated across the sky. The protagonist stood above En's lifeless body. Taking hold of the elder's cloak, he said that he never let the feelings of revenge remain in the shadows. After a short pause, he said that En was the one who tried to harm his sister. A few seconds later, he put on the same cloak. Putting on the hood, he said that he would now exterminate En's entire family. The next second, he used speed talent and ran away incredibly fast. Some time passed. Mo Manor, Chanking's voice could be heard from inside. Holding his hand to his face, he slowly asked why the 10 elders had not returned yet. Hearing this, the head of the family spread his arms out to the sides and told his father that there was no need to worry about it. After saying this, he put his hand to his chin and lowered his head, saying that there was nothing impossible for the 10 great elders in Linhai base. Suddenly, the protagonist's blade burst into the manor at an incredible speed. The old man immediately noticed this and was shocked. The sword flew into Changqing's sofa, breaking the furniture into pieces. The old man managed to jump back at the very last moment, avoiding death. He suddenly raised his head in the direction from which the attack came and shouted furiously, asking who dared to ambush them. The sword stuck in the ground began to shake violently. The next second, it burst out of the ground and flew back to where it was launched from. It was deftly caught by the protagonist. After a short pause, he said that the old man sent people to take his life. He threw the sword over his shoulder and asked with a malicious smile on his face, and now Changqing asks who he is. Kanchan, seeing the protagonist, shouted in shock, asking why the guy was here and where the 10 great elders were. "Don't worry," Yeshin answered mockingly, adding that the head of the family will meet the 10 very soon. A mad smile appeared on his face, with which he concluded that this would happen in hell. Hearing this, Kanchan was overcome with rage, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, asking what he just said. The protagonist did not answer. Instead, he jumped off the balcony and charged at the head of the Mo family. He raised his blade behind his back, preparing to deliver a quick and powerful slash. Seeing this, terror and fear appeared in Kanchan's eyes. The next second, the protagonist appeared in front of the man's face and delivered a slash so fast and powerful that his blade left a red mark. Blood spurted out of the head of the family's mouth and his eyes turned white. After that, the man's body fell to the floor, and the old man immediately rushed to his son. Hugging Kanchan's body, he shook and prayed for everything to be okay. "Bastard," he suddenly screamed in rage, raising his head. Tears flowed from his eyes, and an insanely powerful magical aura enveloped his body. Seeing this, the main character asked with a big smile on his face if this was a secret art, adding that he had seen it before. After all, this was what the old man used to escape from the powerful ants. Changqing, clutching his head, shouted in rage that Yeshin dared to kill his son. His magic power was growing stronger with each passing second. Suddenly, the robe on him began to tear. "I will kill you," the old man shouted in rage. His body became several times larger. Muscles filled his body. At that very second, he rushed to attack the main character. Shock and horror appeared in Yeshin's eyes. Changqing raised his fist behind his back in flight, swinging. The next second, he delivered a powerful and very fast punch to the main character's face. After that, he immediately tried to deliver another punch, but the main character deftly jumped back, and the old man flew into the wall at great speed. Yeshin deftly landed on his feet, sliding along the floor. Prepare to die, the old man's furious cry was heard. A second later, he came out of the hole he had made. He was enveloped in incredible magical power. With burning eyes, the old man looked at his opponent and said angrily that even if the protagonist's ashes were scattered, his hatred would not diminish. At that very moment, people were screaming that there was a murderer here. Immediately after that, the guards began to run into the room. The protagonist was instantly surrounded by more than a dozen guards. A few seconds later, Yeshin mockingly asked if everyone really became wary only after he killed the head of the family. After that, he raised his sword, stood in a stance, and with eyes burning with hatred, shouted that the Mo family was full of idiots. At that very second, his aura changed. The old man, standing to the side, ordered the guards to kill Yeshin on the spot. After these words, Changqing's men rushed towards the protagonist, who also rushed to attack. In an instant, he appeared in front of the guards and, jumping high, swung. In the air, he used the shadow assassin technique. In less than a second, he killed all the soldiers, leaving a green trail from the blade of the sword behind him. The old man's men began to fall to the floor dead. "How is this possible?" one of the guards asked in shock, looking at the protagonist. Suddenly, the old man shouted in rage that Yeshin had the fighting ability of a great warrior. Veins appeared all over his face from anger. Immediately after these words, the protagonist rushed at his opponent, shouting that he really wanted to see how long this secret art would last. Changqing also did not stand still and rushed to attack. A huge sword suddenly appeared in his hand, the blade of which was enveloped in lightning. The next second, the swords of the two opponents collided, and the floor beneath them cracked from the tension. A powerful energy explosion was heard. A man in a cloak watched the battle from afar and asked if the Mo family really had a great warrior participating in the duel, adding that this man's fighting ability was impressive. "Young master, should I take a look?" asked a tall man standing nearby in a similar cloak. With a wide smile on his face, the first one said that Eldersy should not be impatient. After that, he took off his hood. Under it was hidden Mingjin, who with a wide smile on his face said that they should wait and see how everything would develop. At this time, a fierce fight was taking place between Changqing and Yeshin. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his sword with burning eyes. The old man raised his sword behind his back with a loud cry. The next second, their blades collided again, and a loud clang began to be heard. The old man, gritting his teeth and not stopping to attack, said in his head that his opponent had tremendous speed, adding that the guy completely blocked all his blows. When suddenly the protagonist swung his sword very quickly. The next second, he managed to seize the moment and deliver a powerful slash along the old man's body. Blood spurted from Changqing's mouth, and he himself almost lost his balance. Gathering himself in time, he slid back along the ground without falling. Suddenly, he abruptly raised his sword behind his head and, with burning eyes, was about to kill his opponent before he was ready to repel his attack. The next second, he slashed the ground with his sword, causing it to split within a radius of 5 meters. Dodged again, the old man said angrily in his head. At this time, the protagonist was sliding backwards along the ground, managing to dodge at the last moment. After that, he rose to his feet with burning eyes and a very powerful aura. In his head, Changqing said that this was completely unsuitable, adding later that instead of continuing to waste energy on the enemy, it was better to ask the Lin family for help before his secret technique wore off. After these words, he wiped the blood from his face with a wide and sinister smile. Come on, old man," the protagonist shouted at this time. With his head held high, he looked at the enemy with disdain and with a malicious smile on his face said that this was no good. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt was released from the old man's hand. A few seconds later, a smoke grenade appeared in his hand. Without thinking twice, the old man threw it, and a tall smoke appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the protagonist covered his face and clenched his teeth, shouting in anger, asking if this was a smoke bomb. The tall smoke screen blocked his entire view. "Do you really want to escape?" Yeshin shouted in anger. At this time, Changqing gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could. As soon as the protagonist noticed this, he used speed talent and gave chase. There was a malicious smile on his face, with which he pursued the old man. Changqing realized that his opponent was chasing him, so he began to give all his strength to escape. They both walked level, leaving bright traces behind. When suddenly the protagonist became faster for a moment and, having overtaken the old man, stopped in front of him, mockingly asking where he was going. Stopping and seeing his opponent in front of him, the old man clenched his teeth in rage and said in his head that the guy most likely had a high-level talent for speed. When suddenly he said in his head that he needed to go back. Immediately after this, he turned around and rushed back. Seeing this, the protagonist chuckled and with a wide smile on his face said that he would keep the opponent company in this game. After these words, he rushed in pursuit of the old man, leaving behind a red trail from the speed technique. At this time, Changqing, without stopping, felt a sharp pain in his head and realized that his technique was weakening. He grabbed his head, and the pain became more and more intense, when suddenly he lost his balance and tumbled head over heels along the ground at great speed. As soon as the old man stopped, he got up on all fours with his last strength. His body returned to its original state. It was shaking violently, and the old man was breathing very heavily and loudly. "Damn it," he said in his head. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face, and his eyes were weak and heavy. Suddenly, he saw the protagonist's leg in front of him, who was saying that this was the end. Hearing the voice of his opponent, Changqing fell on his back and began to back away, and the protagonist, holding a blade in his hands, slowly walked towards his opponent and said that the old man would meet his relatives in hell. "Sir," Changqing screamed in horror, looking at Yeshin with fear of death in his eyes. "What?" the protagonist asked coldly, without stopping. Suddenly, the old man screamed at the top of his lungs, "I beg you to spare me," adding that he would give the guy the most valuable thing in the Mo family. Changqing was kneeling and banging his forehead on the ground. Hearing this, the protagonist stopped and asked if the old man found this situation quite familiar. After thinking for a while, he spread his hand and said, "Okay," after which he ordered the old man to show him what kind of thing it was. This, the old man said slowly, after which a powerful lightning bolt appeared between his hands, transforming the ball. A few seconds later, there was a small red ball between his hands, which the old man asked him to accept. A wide, malicious smile suddenly appeared on him. Suddenly, many arrows began to fly out of the ball. Seeing this, the protagonist was very surprised. He immediately jumped back and began to dodge each game. He helped himself to reflect everything that flew at him with his sword. A few minutes later, the last arrows fell to the ground. The protagonist landed carefully, finishing his defense. Suddenly, there was a scratch on his cheek from the arrow he missed. Seeing the wounds, he said that it was very mean, adding that this trick was just right for the old man's family, because people like Changqing are only capable of cheap tricks. The old man suddenly laughed madly, shouting that there was a potent poison in the needle, so now Yeshin is finished. He jumped to his feet and, pointing his finger at his opponent, shouted that the protagonist would die by his hand. Suddenly, the aura around Yeshin changed as he used the recovery talent. His cheek wound disappeared in an instant. The old man, seeing this, shouted in rage, asking if this was a recovery talent, asking later how his opponent could have so many talents. There was horror and fear in his eyes from what he saw. The protagonist suddenly said this, raising one of the arrows. The next second, he threw it at Changking with great force, piercing the old man through. Blood spurted out of the elder's mouth, who immediately felt terrible pain. Ask the devil, the protagonist finished after a few seconds. Some time passed. Sitting on the roof of his house, Windwolf wondered why Yeshin had not returned yet. He put his hand on his chin and indignantly said to himself under his breath that it was as if he had become the protagonist's sister's nanny. A loud landing was heard behind the commander and a familiar voice asked if Windwolf was unhappy about something. The commander turned around abruptly and shouted when he saw the protagonist. Walking up to him and holding a cloak in his hand, Yeshin thanked Windwolf for looking after his sister. Jumping off the side and running up to the guy, the commander asked if Yeshin had settled everything. With a wild look, the protagonist said that the Mo family was no longer in Linhai. Coughing into his fist, a drop of sweat ran down Windwolf's face and he said that this was very harsh. Thoughtfully, Yeshin asked where his sister was and whether the mercenaries would find her, to which the commander said that it was very safe here and the girl took a sedative, so she was resting in her room. The protagonist closed his eyes and, lowering his head, said that no news was already good news. Waving his hand forward, the commander looked at the guy and invited him to come down from the roof because it was quite cold there. Jumping from balcony to balcony, they quickly went down. Windwolf walked ahead of the guy, and with his hands behind his back, asked what Yeshin was planning to do, because now there was nothing left of the Mo family. The protagonist said that he really wanted to start training Yayu, to which Windwolf was very indignant. Yeshin closed his eyes and asked if it was possible to speed up this process for an ordinary person, to which the commander laughed loudly and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Entering the kitchen, Windwolf replied that if there was money to buy resources, then everything would go as planned. After putting the weapon next to the refrigerator, he turned to Yeshin and told him to check on Yayu, to which the protagonist waved his hand and thanked him. The guy carefully opened the door to the room. In complete darkness, Yayu was sleeping soundly in the middle of the bed. Turning on the light, Yeshin carefully sat on the bed. In a calm voice, he called his sister. Yayu narrowed her eyes and frowned. Waking up, the girl stretched and rubbed her eyes. She looked at the smiling Yeshin and exclaimed in surprise. With joyful cries, she threw herself into his arms. The protagonist hugged her, stroking her head, and the girl said that she was afraid that her brother would never come back. Yeshin looked at her intently and said that he would always be there. Yayu, with tears in her eyes, asked her brother not to lie to her. A tear ran down the protagonist's cheek and he said that he would never lie to his sister. Some time passed. A crowd of people stood in front of the Mo family's mansion, discussing the fact that the Mo family had been wiped out. People asked each other in surprise, how strong was that person? Looking ahead, one of the men exclaimed that a big shot had appeared. Ningjin and Elderzy appeared in front of the people. Among the crowd were Zioyu and the lady. Zioyu turned to Yuling and exclaimed in surprise when she saw a person from the Lin family standing next to them. The lady looked ahead with a cold gaze. What Mingjin saw made the guy smile. With his hands in his pockets, he stood over Chanking's corpse and said that he did not expect the elder of the Mo family to die like that. He saw a red ball next to the body and immediately reached out for it. Looking at the ball, Mingjin said that it seemed to be a secret weapon, an iron pearl. Z said that the iron pearl was extremely insidious and could change the course of the battle due to its long range and powerful force. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, and after a pause, he continued, saying that if it was suddenly used, even a great warrior would not escape. Gripping the pearl tightly in his hand, Mingjin, angry, said that the enemy not only escaped, but also killed the old man with a released golden needle. Z exclaimed that there could be no mistake, because according to the survivors, the killer was one person and he was at least a great warrior of the last phase. Standing next to Z, Mingjin said that a person with such strength was definitely not from Linhai. Passing by the corpses lying on the ground, Z asked if the Iron Fang base had really destroyed the Mo family to demonstrate its strength, to which Mingjin put his hands on his back and said that he was also inclined to believe that. Changing the position of his hands, he folded them across his chest and said that when they agreed to open the trade route, their scouts reported. After a short silence, he continued that in the vicinity of the Iron Fang base, there was a boss monster that would soon evolve into a king. After introducing the threat, Mingjin said that in the future, the base would be in mortal danger. Turning away, Z asked if the transport route was a migration route. Mingjin loudly exclaimed that he guessed it was true. Speeding up, he shouted that after the two bases were united, the new and old forces would split into two factions. Disappointed, he said that the Lin family could no longer represent just the family itself. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, Mingjin said that they should lead the old forces faction. With a mischievous smile, he looked over his shoulder and exclaimed that they should turn their show of strength to their advantage. With his back to Z, Mingjin asked if he knew what to do, to which Z knelt down and said, "Yes, sir." Z said with a menacing look that he would send letters to all the families, inviting them to share the Mo family's fortune together. Some time passed. It was evening outside and the sun was setting. the protagonist's house. A bunch of vials with contents fell out of the bag. Seeing this, Windwolf, shocked, shouted, raising his hands, that there were a lot of elixirs here. He picked up one of the vials, saying that altogether it was worth more than his villa. Yayu, turning to her brother, shouted in displeasure, asking if Yeshin was normal. After that, she shouted in rage, asking if these were real elixirs and, not waiting for an answer, shouted for her brother to return them immediately. She, pointing her finger at the main character, screamed furiously, asking why Yeshin had fallen for the merchant's deception, since the guy had only saved up enough money for the wedding. Holding one of the elixirs in his hand, Yeshin answered the angry Yayu that it was so, since the real ones were very expensive. When suddenly he abruptly shoved one pill into his sister's mouth. Yayu quickly swallowed it. When suddenly a powerful magical aura enveloped her, and the girl herself said in surprise that she felt unusually light, adding that it was a wonderful feeling. Yeshin, hearing this, folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, smiling contentedly. Yayu's voice was heard in the apartment, asking if her brother really needed to leave, and Yeshin replied that he wanted to go to the Xiaozhen forest since there was something he needed there. They went outside when the boy explained that recently the Iron Fang base sent many people to Linhai due to the threat of monster attacks, so the most important thing now was to improve their strength. Yeshin lifted his hood and said that it would be good to become stronger first. Yayu sadly lowered her head and said that he had only recently returned and was already leaving again. She intertwined her fingers with her brother's and asked him to stay. Yeshin asked her not to worry, as she herself should study the basic exercises for now and remember to take strengthening elixirs and improve herself. Yayu looked at her brother and asked him to take care of himself, as she would be waiting for him at home. Yeshin smiled and agreed with her. He took a step to the side. The boy touched the captain's chest and said that he was entrusting his sister to him, to which the man with a smile told her not to worry about them and asked her to trust him, as he would look after her just like his own sister. The sound of a motorcycle engine was heard. The headlights illuminated the night road, and the headlights of the cars had red flags. The captain tensed up and said that the Iron Fang people had arrived. Yeshin was surprised by such a scale. The guy on the motorcycle, who turned out to be Sun Feng, one of the geniuses of the Iron Fang base, and an elite warrior, shouted in a dashing voice that Linhai should meet them. It turned out that it was the Sun family motorcade that had arrived. They passed by Yeshin, Yayu, and the captain with shouts. Yeshin watched Sun Feng go, and immediately the status window reported that he had a high level of cultivation talent, as well as an average level of swordsmanship talent. Yeshin thought that this guy had well-developed talents. The car flashed its headlights and stepped on the gas. Yayu coughed from the huge amount of exhaust fumes and muttered about why do this, since it was too much. Yayan thought that for some reason he had a bad feeling. He turned to his sister and captain and asked them to go home. His legs were enveloped in red lightning. The guy flew up. Yayu managed to wish him a good road as a farewell. A flock of birds soared over the mountains. Yeshin landed among the trees with fallen leaves. He was going down the path. Yeshin muttered that this is the wilderness. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a huge footprint. Yeshin crouched next to it and thought that this must be the footprint of the black wolf leopard. He grinned and noted that when he found it, he would pump up his speed talent. The birds flew up over the forest with a cry as if someone had scared them. Yeshin immediately jumped up and looked around. He raised his head and thought that judging from the fluctuation of the powerful elemental force, there were monsters fighting somewhere, so he wanted to go and take a look. Using his speed, he rushed through the forest. A huge gorilla was fighting with a small leopard. Yeshin landed on a boulder, recognizing the monsters. It turned out that the gorilla was being attacked by golden dragon leopards, which were stronger than the black wolf leopards and were rarer. Yeshin barely had time to notice them, thinking that they had a top-level speed talent. The gorilla that raised its clawed paw to attack was a high-level monster, as it was comparable to a great warrior on a pike. Yeshin watched the monsters fight and thought that the two golden dragon leopards were mid-level monsters, and despite their talent, it was difficult for them to defeat the gorilla. The leopards retreated at this point, trying to catch their breath. Yeshin thought that the fight was very fierce, so he did not know how to copy the talent. Suddenly, a small paw fell next to the guy. The kitten licked the guy. He looked back in surprise. The kitten meowed. Tian jumped away from him, asking why the little one was here alone and what he wanted. The kitten began to use the light of the soul, and the voice of the kitten sounded in the guy's head, who wanted to give him her light of the soul to make a contract, and from now on she would become his faithful servant. Yeshin was surprised that the kitten's voice was a girl's. He asked her if it was she who said this. The cat confirmed it. The boy leaned over to the animal and asked why she wanted him to be her master, to which the kitty replied that she felt the energy of speed coming from him, so she had a kinship feeling. And immediately a status window appeared, informing that the golden dragon leopard has the highest level of blood bond talent, the highest level of speed talent, the average level of endurance talent, and the low level of healing talent. Yeshin thoughtfully muttered about speed, endurance, healing, and how she had so many strong talents in one magical animal. The kitty suddenly exclaimed that the master should have mercy since her parents are in danger. The cat thanked him. A status window immediately popped up asking that the top level speed talent had been copied, so should it be merged. Yeshin clicked yes. He straightened up and looked at the gorilla. His hands began to emit lightning. A blade appeared in the guy's hand and he said that since Zalotzi recognized him as the master, then he would definitely give his all to help her. The status window reported that the guy had a high level of cultivation talent, top level of speed talent, average level of swordsmanship talent, low level of shadow talent, top level of recovery talent, and high level of strength talent when a black electrified arrow hit the ground. The guy jumped and decided to hit the weak spot first. Goldeneye was holding onto Yeshin's jacket as he prepared to strike. The boy decided to attack the gorilla in the eyes. He missed a white arrow above him. The gorilla screamed in pain. Yeshin landed in front of her. The golden dragon leopards immediately began to hiss at him. Yeshin asked Goldeneye to tell him that he did not need the light of her mother's soul and that he was not their enemy. The kitty immediately began to meow. The female leopard immediately responded to her angrily. Yeshin handed her a pill and said that she needed to eat a healing pill to protect the fetus. He sat down next to the leopard and asked her not to be afraid and eat it. The leopard meowed and licked the pill. The second leopard looked at her cured friend and also meowed, and Goldeneye immediately translated that her father asked him to give him a pill too, if he did not mind. Yeshin smiled at the cat. She raised her paw up and thanked her owner. Meanwhile, the gorilla began to run away with a roar. Yeshin was surprised that the gorilla was running away. The golden dragon leopards screamed. Zalotzi conveyed that they couldn't let the gorilla escape. The guy decided that since he had agreed to help, he would help until the end. Besides, he didn't believe that 3 with the highest level of speed couldn't kill 1 high-level monster, to which Zalotzi conveyed that there were not 3, but 4 of them, since she was also learning to fight. Yeshin agreed with her. He and the leopards chased after the gorilla. They were catching up with the monster. The guy couldn't get used to the fact that, having pumped up his speed, he could move so quickly. A huge paw covered Yeshin and the leopards. The guy tensed up. His body became blurred among the lightning. It was also impossible to follow the blows. He attacked the gorilla, thinking about the talent for strength. The monster fell on its back. The leopards immediately began to tear the gorilla's flesh. They tore it with their claws. The leopards did not stop biting into the monster's body, leaving bleeding wounds. Yeshin prepared for the attack, accumulating the power of lightning in his fist. The guy clenched his fist tightly. He hit the monster. Because of the blow, the gorilla rolled on the ground for some distance. Clouds of dust from the blow rose above the forest. The leopards threw themselves after the monster. Yeshin looked at the clouds of smoke. Suddenly, the gorilla stood up. The guy looked at it in surprise and thought that the monster had a strong body since it did not die from the previous blow. There was an explosion. Uch rushed towards the gorilla's muzzle. The leopard rushed with all possible speed to attack. One of the monster's fangs broke. The gorilla owl fell to the ground. Zalotzi called her master and jumped on his back. She cried with delight that they had won. Yeshin hugged the cat. He sighed contentedly and thought that he had never thought that one day he would fight shoulder to shoulder with an animal. The leopard's paw was shaking. She fell, unable to withstand the tension any longer. Yeshin was scared. He realized that the female was wounded. Zalotzi's desperate cry was heard. Yeshin said that her internal organs must have been damaged during the battle. He took out a bottle and said that fortunately, he usually carried various medicines for wounds with him. Yeshin leaned over to the leopard and said that it came in handy. He explained that the medicine would heal internal wounds, so he asked her to drink it so that everything would be fine, and poured the contents of the bottle into the leopard's mouth. Zalotzi thanked her master since her mother felt better. Yeshin was glad about this. It was dark. Flickering lights illuminated the field. Monsters were making their way through the grass and making a deep, threatening sound. Zalotzi asked her master to be careful, as these were black wolf leopards that had attracted the gorilla. The guy chuckled and said that judging by their mood, they wanted to displace her father and mother as kings of the forest, and Zalotzi confirmed this. Yeshin called his lightning and said that he could not agree with this. Lightning pierced the space. He jumped up. He landed on the back of one of the black leopards. The other monster looked at the unexpected enemy in fear. The black leopards whined. Yeshin picked up Zalotzi. The guy raised the cat up, showing her to all the monsters, after which he said that from now on this is their queen. Zalotzi was very surprised by this turn of events. Good weather settled over the forest. They were walking past a cliff when Yeshin said that Zalotzi's mother had not fully recovered yet, so she should not go long distances. The female leopard turned around and said something in cat language. Zalotzi immediately translated that she said that she felt fine and wanted to thank him with a gift. They went deeper and deeper into the forest. Tian asked them if they had arrived, to which Zalotzi replied that the gift was in the cave opposite them. They entered a dark cave with a glowing plant in the center. Yeshin asked if it was some kind of medicinal plant, to which Zalotzi confirmed it and explained that her mother wanted to give it to him, but she said that the fruits would ripen only in a month, so they had to wait. Yeshin thoughtfully leaned toward the flower and muttered about a month of waiting. He carefully touched the flower and said that he was interested in what effect it would have. Yeshin clenched his fists and shouted tensely that the leopard should push. He said that the head had already appeared, so there was very little left. Finally, the cry of a newborn leopard was heard. Yeshin fell tiredly on all fours next to him and said that another king of the forest was born. A month later, the boy came to the same cave and sniffed the gifted flower. He happily said that it smelled fragrant, so the flower must have ripened already. He picked the berries when the little Goldie hurried him to eat it quickly. Yeshin laughed and called the cat impatient. He put the flower in his mouth. Yeshin swallowed the flower. Suddenly he felt ill. He began to cough violently and pull at the collar of his t-shirt. Yeshin fell, and the leopards immediately ran up to him. The little Goldie called out to her master in fear. Night fell over the forest. Yeshin was still lying on the ground, breathing heavily. He covered his eyes with his hand. Yeshin tried to sit up, as his head was hurting badly. He felt as if a lot of spiritual power had accumulated in his brain, but spiritual power was an ability that a great warrior could master. Suddenly, he was struck by the thought that he had obtained it as an elite warrior. His radius for checking other people's talents increased by 50 meters. He stretched out his hand. Yeshin summoned energy as it seemed that he could copy talents from a distance, and at that moment, the status eye displayed the golden dragon leopard talents, and then offered to copy his intermediate level endurance talent, but he pressed no. He stood up with difficulty and thought that this talent was useless for him, as it was more profitable to focus on the cultivation talent. The guy stretched and thought that it was time to return home, as his campaign was successful. He looked around the cave and said that it was time to say goodbye. He thanked the leopards for the gift, as it had helped him a lot. Zalotzi ran to him with tears in her eyes, saying that she would go too, as she did not want to be separated from her master. Yeshin smiled and promised to introduce her to someone who would really like her. Zalotzi thanked her master. Yeshin raced through the city. He jumped on the roofs of buildings, while Zalotzi admired how incredibly interesting the world outside was, as she had never seen any landscapes. Yeshin scolded her, saying that the world outside was very dangerous. He made another jump. Suddenly, something caught the boy's attention. He landed on the ground. Yeshin stopped near the destroyed building of the 5th Academy. He looked at the corpse of a gray-haired man. There were corpses of other men lying around. Yeshin was taken aback. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Bao's body. Yeshin rushed towards him. He lifted Du in his arms and asked if the boy was okay and what happened. Zhang Bao opened his eyes with difficulty. The boy was glad that his friend was alive. He took out the elixir. Yeshin asked his friend to replenish his strength first, since the bottle contained the blood of a high-level beast. The boy looked at the sky. He folded his arms across his chest and said that the people who robbed them were warriors from the Iron Fang base. Zhang Bao said that their base was destroyed by monsters, so 100,000 people fled to Linhai, and now the streets are full of bandits and panic has begun, to which Yeshin asked who is in charge now. Zhang Bao sadly said that the Lin family played the nominal role of rulers, but in reality they were like puppets. Tian looked at the sky where a cloud covered the sun, and he thought about the change of power. The setting sun illuminated the city. The streets were empty. A disciple in training gear picked up a dummy sword. He tried to attack the captain. The captain pulled his hand with the training sword back. The disciple did not have time to react to the blow. His wooden sword broke in half. The girl hiding behind the mask muttered that she lost, and the captain said that she was already doing better and that Yayu had talent. She pulled the strings and said that the captain was just a good mentor. She took off her protective mask and smiled. Suddenly, there was a clap. Yayu turned around in surprise. Yeshin was leaning against the door and watching their fight. Yayu enthusiastically called out to her brother. She threw herself into his arms, saying that he had finally returned, to which the guy asked him to be calm. Zalotzi crawled out from behind Yeshin's shoulder and meowed. Yayu immediately asked about the cat's name, and the guy introduced her as Zalotzi. Yayu took the leopard from her brother and ran off somewhere with it. The captain took a step towards Yeshin and, laughing, said that she had received the cat and immediately forgot about her brother because the guy certainly did not expect that. Yeshin turned to the commander Fenlin. He rubbed his tired hands and looked at the guy with satisfaction. Yeshin said that Yayu had already become a warrior, after which he apologized for having to bother, to which the guy replied that it was nothing. A question sounded in the apartment about whether the guy had heard about the invasion of the Iron Fang base. They were standing outside when Yeshin asked if anything had happened in the house, to which Fenling replied that the boy did not have to worry as it was very safe there. The man held out a cross and explained that when Yeshin left, a certain Zioyu had sent it and said that if the people of Iron Fang saw it, they would not disturb them. Yeshin explained that it was a token of the combat pavilion. He sighed contentedly and thought that she had given it to him on purpose. Fenling said that he had never had a chance to use it, and Yeshin immediately asked what had happened. The commander frowned and explained that there was a certain Sun Feng who often came and looked for the boy to fight to the death. The boy remembered Sun Feng as he had tested his talents when they were at the city gate. Fenlang told him that he was called the genius of the Iron Fang base and how he came to their city constantly challenging elite warriors, and so far he has never lost. The commander threw a farewell to Yeshin to be careful since he was not to be trifled with. Then he turned around and asked if the guy heard him. However, Yeshin was already curious. The roar of a motorcycle was heard on one of the city streets. Sun Feng was racing on his motorcycle. Small stones kept jumping out from under his wheels. He braked sharply in front of Yeshin so that the front wheel immediately rose. Yeshin looked angrily at the guy. The motorcycle landed with a loud sound. Sun Feng asked the guy if he was Yeshin. He briefly agreed with him, and the guy said with a smile that he was finally back. Sun Feng put his foot on the asphalt. He looked at the boy and demanded to know that they would be fighting at Minghui Square tomorrow at 10 in the morning, and Sun Feng would put down a bronze-level swordsmanship book. He smiled and asked if the boy dared to come, and immediately the status window reported that he had a high-level cultivation talent and a mid-level swordsmanship talent. Yeshin summoned strength. He spread his palm, copying the boy's talent. Yeshin grinned and said that of course he would dare, and at that moment the status window reported that the high-level cultivation talent had been copied. Sun Feng started the engine of the motorcycle. He turned to the boy and said that he would wait then. The motorcycle roared away its owner. Fenlang said that this was very presumptuous, since it was unknown how strong Sun Feng was, but Yeshin was definitely no match for him now. However, the boy did not think so. He clenched his fist. Night fell over the city. Yeshin looked at the status window with his attributes and said that he already had a high-level cultivation talent, so he would try to combine them. The status window asked if he wanted to combine high-level cultivation talents, and he clicked yes. He got out of bed when the status window reported that his cultivation talent was now top level. Yeshin went out to the balcony. He leaned on the railing. Yeshin looked at the sky and muttered that he wanted to hurry up and fight tomorrow. Many people had gathered in Minghui Square. Sun Feng was sitting on a chair in a lazy posture. He listened to how he had changed the location of the fights because he had not lost yet. People were talking about how today's fight would be with an unknown guy, whose name seemed to be Yeshin, and they did not understand why Sun Feng wanted to fight him. The sun shone on the monument. When it was announced that this time not only would the boy be unlucky, but the monument would also be destroyed. The passersby were talking about how Sun Feng always arranged fights in such a way as to destroy someone's monument, and he did it on purpose, since the Iron Fang base wanted to destroy all mentions of other families, so now it was the turn of the Lin family. One of the girls in the crowd asked her mistress if she thought Yeshin would come, since the girl herself was doubtful. The mistress thoughtfully asked her to calm down, because even if he could not defeat Sun Feng, he would be able to defend himself. Yayu was puzzled why so many people had gathered. Fenlang folded his arms across his chest and explained that every fight Sun Feng made a fuss, thus raising his authority, to which Yayu asked how they could squeeze through this crowd. She turned to her brother and asked him to go back and cancel the fight since it was too dangerous. Yeshin patted his sister on the head and asked her not to be afraid, because he would return. He leaped into the sky like lightning. Yeshin landed in the square. People immediately began to whisper about whether it was him who the battle was scheduled with. Yeshin straightened his jacket and asked if they had been waiting for him. Sun Feng ran his finger across his eyebrow. He got off the chair and said that he had already given up hope. He waved his hand and said that if the guy wins, the book The Plague of the Wind will be his. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the book. The book in Yeshin's hands flashed like lightning. He said that he was betting an equal book. He threw it so that his book knocked down Sun Feng's book. The two books were now lying together. Sun Feng pulled out his sword and said that Yeshin was different from the others. Dust flew up. Sun Feng went on the attack. Yayu shouted from the crowd for her brother to be careful. Qian grinned. Sun Feng rushed at the protagonist with a scream. Yeshin calmly watched the enemy approach. A moment later, he slightly turned his body and easily dodged the enemy's sword. Sun Feng was shocked by Yeshin's speed. Then he quickly began to attack the protagonist, but he quickly dodged. Sun Feng swung for another attack. The protagonist ducked and quickly approached the enemy. The enemy's sword was able to cut off only a few hairs. The protagonist clenched his fist. Then he delivered a powerful blow to Sun Feng's stomach. The guy's ribs cracked from the force of the blow, after which he flew back. The crowd of people were shocked by what they saw. They tried to understand who the protagonist was, since he was able to defeat Sun Feng with one blow. Yeshin grinned and asked if he was really a rat. Sun Feng stood up and said that since he had high skill, he would not hold back. After that, the man stood up and decisively raised the sword above his head. A moment later, he created discs of wind and attacked Yeshin. The protagonist's pupil lit up at the sight of the discs. He began to dexterously dodge the discs, one of which cut a stone slab. People were alarmed by the falling slab. Minjin gritted his teeth in anger. This slab was a monument erected in honor of their family. Landing on the ground, Yeshin said that it was a strong sword technique. Sun Feng was surprised to see the unharmed protagonist. Approaching the man, Yeshin said that he finally demonstrated his technique. Squinting, the protagonist said that he never considered him an opponent, he just needed a technique. Bending his legs to dash, Sun Feng shouted, demanding not to mock him. In an instant, he was above Yeshin, and struck with his sword, but his blade was broken by Yeshin's fist. The blade flew up due to the force of the blow. Then it stuck into the ground. Yeshin wasted no time in grabbing the guy's face. Then he slammed him into the ground. One of the men was very surprised to see this, and the whole crowd was shocked by this blow. Sun Feng could not get up after this and continued to lie down. Warming his wrist, Yeshin said that he was bored, but his opponent had already lost consciousness and could not hear him. Xiaoyu, who was standing to the side, began to praise the protagonist's coolness. Yuling smiled mentally, saying that sooner or later the protagonist would become a member of her martial pavilion. Yeshin unexpectedly walked up to the table. Then he picked it up, intending to take the notebook. Then he picked it up. Looking at the notebook, Yeshin thanked the enemy for the technique. Joyful Yayu ran up to her brother. He turned around and saw his sister and only smiled. Brother and sister smiled, rejoicing at the victory. Grabbing her brother's hand, Yayu said that he should teach her everything at home. Minshin watched as the three people left. Slightly frowning, the man said that the Lin family lost since the monument to their merits fell. The old man, bowing, asked what they would do. Minshin, slightly irritated, told him that for several days he would not be engaged in protecting him, but in protecting Yeshin's sister, because the Sun family would not agree to reconcile with what happened. After that, he looked at the river and thought about what to do next. Events take us to the house of Captain Windwolf. Yeshin, sitting on the sofa, studied the wind execution and realized that it increased the attack power sixfold. Stroking his neck, the protagonist said that it was no wonder now that Sun Feng hit so hard. Then he threw the notebook on the table and stopped studying it. Yeshin stretched, loosening his muscles from fatigue. Then he stood up and headed to another part of the room. He called up the system status window. Looking at the system window, the protagonist said that he had completely forgotten that he could only use skill copying once a month. Looking at his status window, Yeshin decided to wait and then improve Sun Feng's ability to a high level. After thinking for a while, the protagonist assumed that he would be able to fight the Grandmaster when the power of shadow execution and wind execution was fully realized. Squinting, the protagonist mentally said that only then could he be considered a real strongman. The events transfer us to Yayu, who was training. She used the Bakken to attack the Mannequin. Windwolf frowned. He knew that even though they had finished the duel, the Sun family was unscrupulous and would want revenge. Looking at Yayu, he wondered what would happen to her when the Sun family came to take revenge. Soon after finishing her training, the girl took a bottle of water, after which she began to drink it in one gulp. Looking at Windwolf, the girl asked why he was looking at her so intently. He was a little embarrassed because of her question, but he still decided to call her. She came up and asked what was the matter. Windwolf, without answering, handed her the necklace and told her not to take it off. Taking it, Yayu began to admire its beauty. Windwolf smiled, telling the girl to just consider it a talisman. At this time, someone ran down the street. Windwolf's subordinate ran at full speed. She ran along the sidewalk trying to quickly find the captain. Soon, her scream was heard in the alley. When she came running, the captain asked her if the Sun family had started to act. The girl said, slightly worried, that the Sun family people had been in the shops today and were buying up all the property. Windwolf thought about it and assumed that this family had finally calmed down and had not decided to kill people en masse. At that time, an unremarkable old man was cleaning out the trash bins. He froze when he heard the girl's words. It was the same bodyguard sent by Minshin. The events take us a month forward. Yeshin was leaving Windwolf's house while the same old man was cleaning up the street. Passing by him, Yeshin noticed something, but he still didn't say anything. The protagonist simply decided to take a closer look at the old man. He became nervous when he saw this, assuming that the protagonist was using spiritual power to study him. Watching the guy, the old man tried to understand how he had mastered it, because only great masters had mastered it. Putting on his hood, the protagonist said that the Lin family spared no expense to send such a person as a bodyguard. Events take us to the warrior market. Yeshin walked the streets of this market. Continuing to walk, the protagonist thought about what Captain Windwolf had found out about the Sun family over the past month. In order to master the talent of swordsmanship in its pure form, they did not disdain to arrange close-knit marriages for several generations. If a child was born with feeble-mindedness or a defect, he was secretly killed. Events take us to the Sun family store, standing near which Sun Feng said that today there would be big discounts on all products. One of the passers-by smiled broadly, wishing the guy success. Smiling, Sunfeng asked everyone to go into the store. When a girl approached him and wished him luck, Sunfeng only smiled, not noticing Yeshin in the distance. The protagonist, hiding, looked closely at the guy. He also called up the system window with the guy's characteristics. Yeshin's hand was enveloped in arcs of lightning, after which he pointed it at the guy and also congratulated him. Smiling, the protagonist wished Sunfeng a safe journey to hell. Now that the wind execution was available, the system window also changed the protagonist's characteristics. The events take us to a cemetery on the southern mountain. Yeshin placed a bouquet of flowers on the grave. Sitting down near the grave of his father and mother, Yeshin greeted them, after which he began to get up. Straightening up, the protagonist told his parents that he was going to leave Linhai and move Yayu to a better place. Looking at the sky, Yeshin said goodbye to his parents with difficulty because today was their last time seeing each other. Smiling slightly, the protagonist told them to look at how their son had grown. Suddenly, someone ran across the cemetery at great speed. He rushed towards the protagonist from behind and landed on the tombstone behind him. Then the man stood up. Yeshin turned around abruptly, sensing someone else's presence. He immediately summoned his weapon and blocked the enemy's strike. The man grinned and told the protagonist that he was really strong since he was able to defeat Sunfeng. Yeshin said angrily that he had been waiting for the moment when the tame dog would come to him. After that, he swung his hand, but the enemy quickly raised his hand for a second strike. The protagonist barely had time to see the enemy's attack, and then he stepped back, dodging the blade. Standing up, the servant of the Sun family told the protagonist to thank him for the extra month of life that he gave him. After saying these words, he suddenly rushed at the protagonist. Yeshin also rushed at the enemy. They both crossed swords in the air. In a few seconds, they collided dozens of times in the air. In one collision, the protagonist and the enemy exchanged dozens of blows. Soon they began to fight on the ground. Yeshin tensed up when he saw his father and mother's grave. The flowers on their grave flew up. Seeing this, he sharply increased the distance from the enemy. Smiling, the man said that he was Sunfeng's first mentor. They were like father and son, and since he had injured him, he should die, and the cemetery was a good place for this. Yeshin, ignoring him, picked up the flowers. While the man was telling the protagonist to kneel down and beg him, although even so he would die, Yeshin simply walked up to his parents' graves and placed his flowers in front of them. Continuing to smile, the man said that soon the younger sister would join them. Yeshin clenched his fist in anger. The ground beneath him cracked due to his strength. Menacingly looking at the enemy, Yeshin said that he had run into trouble. In an instant, he disappeared from his place. This greatly surprised the man. Yeshin, appearing right in front of him, kicked him with his foot, making him cough in pain. While the enemy was flying back, Yeshin caught up with him, about to hit him again. He grabbed him by the clothes and swung, about to throw him up. A moment later, he threw the enemy into the sky. He even turned over in the air because of this, after which he fell to the ground and rolled tens of meters forward. Dust filled the place where the enemy fell. The man barely moved his fingers. He was lying on the ground and could not move at all. Yeshin began to approach him. The man slightly opened his eyes and looked at him, but he could only see a vague silhouette. Yeshin smiled creepily looking at the defeated enemy, but the man did not see anything else, his eyes closed. The protagonist crouched in front of him and thought. Taking the notebook, Yeshin said that the technique he received should be good. Taking the enemy's blade, the protagonist smiled. It was much better than what he had. Then he looked at the moon and said that it was too late. Walking along the path, Yeshin decided to return quickly, otherwise his sister would start to nag at him. Events take us to the city, to the protagonist's house, near which an old man was cleaning. He slightly tensed up, feeling someone else's presence. It was Yeshin who had come. He passed by the old man. He froze without saying anything. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped. Then he looked at the old man and offered to come in and have a drink. He grinned and took off his cap. Then he turned around and agreed. The events take us to the house of Captain Windwolf. Going inside, the protagonist invited the old man. Yayu, seeing her brother, called him. Pointing at the old man, Yeshin asked her to make tea because they had guests. The girl was slightly surprised to see a guest. Windwolf stood up and asked the protagonist if the guest was from the Lin family. Z confirmed his identity, puzzling the captain. Windwolf stared at the old man in shock, recognizing the legendary figure. The old man closed his eyes when he saw the captain's reaction. When Yayu said that the tea was ready, Windwolf resolutely went to help her. Seeing how kind the teacher was, Yayu was surprised. When the old man was handed tea, he thanked him for his hospitality. After drinking tea, Z asked Yeshin if he had any business with him since he invited him to his place. Yeshin did not answer and began to approach his sister. After that, he hugged her and said that he wanted to send her to the battle pavilion to Mrs. Yuling. While drinking tea, Z thought about how the protagonist even had connections with the battle pavilion. After that, he looked at the girl. Looking closely at her necklace, the old man now understood where she got it from. Then he put the cup of tea on the table. Leaning back on the sofa, Z told the guy not to worry because he would personally give instructions. Looking at the captain, who was worried about the bad tea, the protagonist decided to help him before leaving. After that, he greatly worried the captain by telling Z that if he took him into the Lin family, he would serve them bravely and courageously. The old man just chuckled and said that they were always looking for talent and from now on he would be listed as his student. The protagonist pushed Windwolf, telling him to go and greet the teacher. The captain fell to his knees in front of the old man, after which, looking at Z, he asked for permission to bow to him. He only laughed and asked the captain to stand up. The old man smiled. If in order to become friends with Yeshin, it was necessary to fulfill 2 such simple requests, then this was a great success for their family. Suddenly, Yayu pointed at her brother and asked what he was going to do himself, entrusting them to other people. Yeshin smiled nervously, saying that he just needed to deal with one trifle. The sister began to yell at her brother, telling him to confess everything and not lie to her. Having given the gold to his sister, the protagonist said that she would protect her. Yayu sighed, saying that her words were useless. Having started to stroke the kitten, the girl said that he still did not listen to her. Afterwards, she smiled and asked her brother to be careful and not to do something he couldn't do. Yeshin also smiled after his sister's words. The events take us to the Sun Family Corporation. The guards were talking to each other, complaining about the night shift since no one would dare to come here anyway. Suddenly, one of them saw the guy and became puzzled. Very irritated, he said that entry was prohibited here. Yeshin, however, only grinned, after which he attacked the guards with his lightning. While they were lying defeated on the floor, Yeshin walked past them. One of the guards asked what he was doing. The protagonist, smiling creepily, said that he just came to clean up the trash. Suddenly, the alarm went off. One of the employees ran down the corridor, shouting to the head that things were bad. He burst into the head's office and said that a man had burst in and beaten up all the guards. The drunk man was surprised and said that he had previously thought that only weak-willed people lived in Linhai. He smiled creepily, happy that someone finally dared to take a risk. The guards shouted, ordering to kill the intruder. Many guards rushed at Yeshin. At this time, the head of the corporation had just left the office. Yeshin kicked the first opponent away with one kick, after which he suddenly approached the second. The head of the department was slowly walking down the corridor. Taking advantage of this, Yeshin defeated all the guards in a second, after which he became slightly despondent looking at the defeated man. When the head of the department entered the hall, he told Yeshin that he had killed many of his people. Then, smiling, he asked the name of the intruder. The protagonist, holding one opponent in his hand, introduced himself. The man grinned. The man suddenly became serious and ordered the elders to grab the guy. 3 elders immediately jumped from the ceiling. Yeshin was surprised to see them. One of the elders landed behind him. Yeshin immediately looked back and summoned his new blade. The old man pointed his hands at the enemy and used control. Yeshin's hands were bound by a thread of mana, surprising him. He fell to the floor due to a loss of balance. At this moment, one of the elders had just landed, while the second one tensed his leg. The third elder had also just landed, as did the 4th elder. The 4 elders stood in front of the boy. One of them mockingly asked if they had waited so many days for just one boy. The second elder showed no emotion looking at the boy, as did the 3rd elder. Only the girl smiled, saying that it was boring. The 5th elder began to approach them, saying that it was not that simple. He frowned slightly and told Yeshin that it was an honor to die in his heavenly net. As he began to approach, the head said that the boy must have jewelry with him. Extending his hand to the elders, he told them that they could take all his things and could consider it a gift from him. Suddenly, one of the elders frowned. Then, pointing to the blade in his hand, Yeshin said that it was Elder King's blade. He immediately hit Yeshin in the face. Grabbing the guy by the hair, the man asked where King had gone. The protagonist smiled while the angry man demanded an answer. Yeshin grinned and asked the man to guess. At this time, the leader demanded that his subordinate go to the store and find the elder. The elder picked up the guy and asked what to do with him. At this moment, no one could see the protagonist's creepy smile. The leader frowned and said that they would first cut off his arms and legs and then throw him in prison. Holding Yeshin by the neck, the man told him to move faster. Suddenly, the heavenly net on the protagonist's hand dissipated, after which he instantly broke free from the man's grip. At that moment, he struck him in the throat, and he fell to the floor after the blow. The leader suddenly shouted, telling everyone that Yeshin was hiding his strength. Everyone immediately jumped back in different directions. The 2 elders jumped back together. The girl retreated alone. She was slightly despondent, realizing that the enemy was strong. She saw that terrifying aura of the guy. The guy's eye suddenly lit up, after which he suddenly rushed towards the leader. Seeing this, Leader Sun was a little surprised, but he was not afraid and released his aura. After which, very angry, he said that he would show him his abilities. Lightning flashed in the darkness. The protagonist jumped into the air, attacking the leader. Leader Sun looked at the protagonist. He appeared in front of him and suddenly attacked him in the stomach. The leader coughed, feeling the terrifying strength of the guy. Yeshin did not stop and struck, which threw Leader Sun up. He crashed into the wall due to the force of the blow, after which he barely sat down, leaning against the wall. He began to get up. As he stood up, he suddenly shouted, ordering the elders to stop standing and attack together. One of them immediately rushed forward and landed in front of Yeshin. He immediately ran towards him. The protagonist saw a new enemy and rushed towards him. They clasped their palms, starting a confrontation. Their terrifying strength caused the floor beneath them to collapse. The man released more lightning, looking at the enemy. Yeshin looked at him and said that he was very powerful. Suddenly, the old man ran up to Yeshin from behind and stretched out his hand, about to grab him. When his finger almost reached the guy, he used a ligament. But the protagonist suddenly jumped up and with 2 kicks threw the elders away from himself. The bulky man was very surprised by this, while the old man coughed up blood from the blow. They both fell to the floor near the protagonist. As the old man began to get up, Yeshin said that he would not fall for the same trick twice, after which he grinned looking at the old man. The elder got angry, calling the guy a braggart and told him to look at his leg. Yeshin saw the shackles on his leg and became alarmed. At this time, the girl was killing the guards with her aura. Their bodies were literally dried out by her aura. She called her monsters and said that now she would personally take on him. Yeshin raised his leg, intending to break the shackles. He abruptly began to run away, feeling the danger from this technique. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock. 2 huge monsters appeared in front of him. When one of them swallowed him, Yeshin abruptly used the spirit explosion technique, blowing up everything in the area. The powerful explosion was visible even from afar. Yuling, who was watching everything from afar, wondered who dared to commit such outrageous acts in the city. While she was thinking about this, a subordinate approached her and reported about Z, who had asked her for an audience. The girl closed her eyes and thought she didn't want to see this old man. Xiaoyu looked at the lady and said that this time the elder brought Sister Yeshin with him. Yuling glanced at her subordinate immediately and asked again. At this time, tea was being handed to old man Z. Z smiled and thanked the waitress. Yayu was sad. She was worried about her brother, who was now beaten and falling to the ground. He was wounded from the explosion and fell to the ground from a height. His fall created a small explosion. His clothes were torn in some places and he lost consciousness. Having landed, one of the elders praised the girl. Looking at the guy below, 2 elders said that even a grand master cannot avoid such a deadly technique. At this time, the head of the Sun family came out from around the corner. Holding his head, he praised the elder. She only grinned, looking at the head. The old man looked at the head and asked what they should do, because this guy was badly wounded and would not live long. The head smiled, saying that nothing would happen if the guy died. Suddenly, the protagonist's blade flew at the elder. He felt something and looked at the blade. A moment later, he was very surprised to see it. The blade wounded him in the shoulder and threw him back. The protagonist smiled while using the recovery talent. At this time, the old man fell to the ground. The elder standing nearby was surprised. Even the head of the Sun family was shocked by what he saw. The elder's body was nailed to the wall. He closed his eyes, clearly unconscious. The man tensed up, saying that the guy was still alive, after which he quickly looked away. But before he could do anything, Yeshin slammed him into the ground. The man immediately lost consciousness from the blow. After Yeshin rushed at the rest of the enemies, he stretched out his hand, intending to deal with the second elder. His blade immediately returned to him, and ended up in his hand when he jumped on the girl. Her eye widened in shock at this moment. Yeshin took advantage of the moment and stabbed her in the throat. Then he looked at the head next to her. Head Sun let go. He looked at the girl's body and was very scared. When Yeshin said that now it was his turn, the man fell to the ground. After that, he summoned his weapon and rushed at the enemy. He screamed wildly, trying to calm his fear. Yeshin looked at him, only seeing him as his prey. A moment later, blood spurted out, and the body of the leader fell to the ground. When the protagonist lowered his blade, Sun Feng approached them. He screamed in horror, seeing his father's death. The protagonist, smiling maliciously, looked at the guy. He stood rooted to the spot behind him. Mocking him, the protagonist called the guy young Master Sun. However, the guy did not answer him, still being horrified by his father's death. Kicking the body of the leader, the protagonist said that he came just in time and he would not have to look for him anymore. Tears appeared in the corners of the guy's eyes. He suddenly rushed forward, and appearing above Yeshin, he demanded that he remove his foot from his father. The protagonist easily dodged the blow. Then, using his talent for strength, he strained his hand. He struck the guy in the stomach, making him cough in pain. Sun Feng even fell to his knees. His body was shaking violently, but suddenly he released his power. Sun Feng frowned, looking at the enemy and trying to understand why he was so strong. He looked closely at Yeshin, comparing him to a monster. Kneeling, the guy asked his father for forgiveness for his weakness. Yeshin, smiling, told the guy not to resist. Then he grabbed him by the hair, and raising the blade, he was going to kill him. Suddenly, someone else's blade approached Yeshin. He felt it and was surprised. He immediately jumped to the side when lightning struck the place where he was standing. Yeshin was very surprised by the lightning. Then he climbed the pole, and looking at the sky, he saw someone. There was a man hovering in the sky. This man turned out to be the mentor. His eye lit up when he called Yeshin a ruthless scoundrel. Sun Feng, seeing the great elder Yai, calmed down. He stood up abruptly and asked the elder to kill the guy. The protagonist gritted his teeth seeing Sun Feng's behavior. Yaya heard Sun Feng's words and said that since this was the case, Yeshin would die. After these words, he pointed his finger at the guy. Lightning released from his finger almost hit the protagonist. The protagonist jumped to the side, dodging the lightning. After that, he looked at the old man, feeling threatened. Yeshin began to run away because of the huge amount of lightning. Lightning followed him, destroying the buildings around him. Yaya pointed his hand at the guy and told him to stop resisting. Sun Feng began to run away at that time. He needed to run away quickly, because if the mentor began to fight, the whole city could be destroyed. Suddenly Yeshin landed near him. The guy was scared to see him. The protagonist smiled creepily looking at the guy. Suddenly, lightning struck right in that place. The attack hit Sun Feng and injured him. He swayed slightly, starting to fall to the ground. Sun Feng glanced at the elder and asked him to aim more accurately. He only laughed, saying that his eyesight was getting worse with age. At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind the old man, and he decisively struck, but was blocked by a barrier. His eye widened in shock. Looking at his fist, he understood that he could not break through the defense. Yaya only looked sadly at the youth, after which he abruptly released his aura and threw the guy back. His aura struck the protagonist, causing him to scream in pain. After that, he began to fall to the ground, and in the end, unable to regroup, he fell. The protagonist began to get up. He could barely breathe after receiving such a strong blow. Getting up, Yeshin said that the strength of the Grandmaster really should not be underestimated. Then he grabbed his jacket and tore it, preparing to fight with all his might. He threw the stump of his jacket on the ground. Then he bent his legs. In an instant, he appeared in front of the old man and released his mana. Looking at the old man's status window, the protagonist saw his talent. Afterwards, he chuckled and told the old man that he was just an ordinary mentor. The old man became very angry at his words. While rubbing his neck, Yeshin advised the old man to get into trouble less often, because if he lost an arm or a leg in battle, there would be no one to take care of him. Sun Feng, who was standing to the side, pointed at Yeshin and said that he wanted to subjugate their Iron Fang base. Yeshin frowned when he saw the guy. Sun Feng, however, angrily shouted and told the mentor that the protagonist must be killed. Yai, slightly angry, expressed his understanding. After that, he only turned his head and sent a stream of lightning at the guy. He dodged, but he could not help but be horrified by the power of this lightning. Yai smiled slightly, saying that it was surprising that he was able to dodge a sudden attack. Moving behind the old man, Yeshin thanked him for the praise, after which he pushed off the ground sharply and kicked the old man in the head. He didn't even move and said that it was a pity that he had so little strength. At that moment, Yeshin used his talent for strength, and he was able to throw the old man into the wall. He broke the wall with his body. The old man stood up and asked very angry how he had increased his strength in an instant. After that, the old man stood up. He smiled slightly, calling the protagonist difficult. A moment later, he suddenly fell silent. The car was driving straight at him. Yea easily dodged the car that the protagonist threw, after which he pointed his hand at the guy. Yeshin was slightly taken aback by the spiritual power of his mentor. He was thrown back at that very moment. The old man clenched his fist, after which, finding himself in front of the guy, he hit him in the face. Yeshin began to cough up blood from the blow, but Yei did not stop and grabbed the boy by the leg. Then he threw him to the ground. Then he concentrated lightning in his palm, intending to kill the boy. Many lightning bolts were released at the same time and rushed into the sky. Lightning flashed noticeably. The stone surface was damaged. A phrase was heard that this was probably the end. The man looked down. Yeshin was lying on the ground. Sun Feng began to laugh uncontrollably. An exclamation was heard that the young man had died. The man smiled contentedly. He noticed how powerful and strong the elder was. Sun Feng suddenly jumped up. The elder covered his mouth with his hand. A blood stain was visible on his palm. A question was heard about whether he was also injured. The man frowned tensely. He grabbed Sun Feng's head and told him to deal with the remaining little things himself, and the elder must immediately heal the wounds, otherwise it would affect his training. The man began to tremble violently. He notices that even his body has frozen due to the elder's overwhelming energy. Sun Feng looks away restlessly. A dark sky with the moon appears. The man suddenly spits. His saliva ends up on the cheek of the half-dead Yeshin. A phrase is heard about how the young man is not so furious because Sun Feng's family dealt with him. He steps on the body, declaring that he could have been chopped into mincemeat and fed to dogs. Yeshin's eyes suddenly open. He jumps off the floor. The young man grabs the dumbfounded man by the throat. A question is heard about whether he has enough courage to repeat his words. Yeshin smiles confidently. He squeezes Sun Feng's face. A sword begins to be drawn to his hand. Suddenly, cries for help are heard, addressed to the elder. The man desperately calls out. He is calmly dropped to the ground. He hits his head on the floor. Yeshin looks down at him indifferently. The elder turns around, noticing what is happening. Smiling, the young man activates his recovery talent. His body begins to heal. His back is fine. Now Yeshin looks completely healthy. The man is shocked to realize that the young man is still alive. There are several bodies lying on the floor, and a phrase is heard about Yeshin's wounds having healed because he used the talent of the immortal jellyfish. The elder furiously asks where such a young man came from. The dark-haired man is surrounded by lightning, and he claims that he is just a person who has awakened weak talents. Suddenly, he launches a bunch of lightning using the wind execution. The thought sounds that this is a secret technique of the Sun family, the wind execution. The man frowns tensely. He realizes that there are too many lightning bolts. It turns out that he is unable to dodge. All the attacks are directed specifically at him. One of them injures the elder. A bunch of the same ones are heading towards him. They immediately catch up with the man. He takes a step forward. As the elder rises, he declares that even if he were to die, he will take Yeshin with him. A trail of pink lightning is seen. The youth clenches his fist. He immediately knocks the enemy to the ground. Grinning, Yeshin says that he is repaying a small debt. The elder lies motionless on the floor. He begins to tremble and glares at the youth. Yeshin's raised foot is surrounded by lightning. He steps on the man's face. With a lifeless look, the youth asks if he should let the elder go. An exclamation is heard that old Manhwa has been watching them all this time. The man frowns in displeasure while the stranger's foot is still near his face. It is reported that their Iron Fang base is a guest here. A large building is depicted and a phrase is heard about guests must obey the host and treat him with respect, but it turns out that not everyone wants to do this. It becomes known that the man has gone unnoticed. Yeshin stares ahead, frowning. The newcomer steps forward. He approaches the men. The man introduces himself, revealing himself to be the master of the Iron Fang base, Limu. Fanning himself, he notices that the youth's talent is extraordinary. Smiling widely, Yeshin assumes that another master wants to test his strength against him. He looks down, his eyes flashing. The man states that he has not even thought about fighting. He laughs as he waves his hand away, claiming that they should help the one who is right, not their loved ones. A line is heard about how Elder Yao Yi, although from his Iron Fang base, is different from him. The youth's foot is still on the man's face. Limu rolls his eyes, telling Yeshin to do as he sees fit. The man clenches his fist in rage. The youth looks down, noticing this. The enraged individual is surrounded by magic, declaring that they will both die. The idea of the secret technique of fiery flame sounds. The man is surrounded by flames. Limu, raising his eyebrows, notices that he wants to self-destruct. Yeshin jumps up from his place, realizing that this is a fierce man. Looking from under his brows, he declares that while he is here, it is not for a man to decide what kind of death he will die. The youth rushes from his place. The idea of the chaotic execution of the shadow blade sounds. Yeshin hits the elder in the chest. The man only clenches his teeth. The youth smiles contentedly at this. His enemy falls to the ground. He lies on the destroyed surface. In Yeshin's hand, a half-disappeared sword is visible. He uneasily notices some feeling. A bright ray soars into the sky. Among the dark clouds, the moon is visible. Limu watches what is happening in amazement. He stands behind him. Suddenly, the master is called. Yeshin, smiling, says that his level has increased to a great warrior. The man starts to applaud him. He admits that he did not expect the youth to be able to kill the mentor, being at the level of an elite warrior. Fanning himself, Limu claims that even in Yeshin's presence he feels awkward. To this, the youth tells him to get straight to the point if he has something to say. The man only heads towards him, laughing. It turns out that Yao Yi's followers have always had views opposite to his. His foot is surrounded by lightning. He passes Yeshin, saying that those people advocated for strengthening the Linhai base, and Limu wanted an equal relationship with it. The thought of his speed sounds. The youth looks after him in surprise. The man pays attention to the elder's body and hopes that now Yeshin's anger will subside because he has already killed the entire Sun family. A phrase is heard that from now on, the Linhai and Iron Fang bases will develop friendly relations in order to strive for prosperity together. Limu's back is turned. Turning around, he asks the young man's opinion. Closing his eyes, Yeshin agrees with him. He advises the man to talk to the Lin family since they are currently in power in Linhai. Fanning himself, Limu asks if Yeshin has ever considered managing the base himself. Waving his hand, the young man declares that he cannot tolerate such things. The man claims that they will have to discuss this in detail. Yeshin waves his hand and says that he still has things to do, so he says goodbye. He is suddenly enveloped in magical energy. The young man immediately takes off. Lai Mu only watches him go. The thought sounds that they will have a glorious future. Yeshin is shown soaring into the sky. The Lin family's villa is depicted. A finger touches one of the flowers. A hand holds golden scissors. A man sits near a small tree with pink flowers. The petals fall to the floor. Wanli thinks and scratches his chin. He decides that what he sees is beautiful. The small tree appears. The man steps forward. Ming stands in the doorway, hands in his pockets. His father is sitting on the floor, and he says that they have found out the cause of the explosion in the city area yesterday. It turns out that it is the Sun family, and their company building was attacked. Ming looks tense. A phrase is heard about how incredible it is because the mentor is in charge of security there. Wanli lowers his gaze. His son asks if he remembers how he told him about an elite warrior named Yeshin. Fascinated by the tree, the man says that he was impressed by that person. Ming awkwardly says that it was Yeshin who destroyed the building and Yao Yu's mentor. The golden scissors fall to the floor with a clatter. Wanli is shocked and asks what his son said. A phrase is heard about how the situation is very unexpected. The roof of a dark building is visible. Wanli stands up, noticing that Yeshin has put an end to the struggle between the hardliners and moderates at Ironfang Base. It is said that what happened at Linhai Base and the Lin family because of this. The man goes down the stairs. He lowers his head, remembering that everyone survived. Ming seriously tells his father that there is one more thing to do, because the mentor of Ironfang Base, Lai Mu, agreed to meet them this morning. A vase of flowers and a plate of watermelon slices are shown. Water pours from a teapot into a mug. The man is sitting at a table, and it turns out that he is waiting in a tea house. He brings the mug to his mouth. It is said that Wanli did not have time to think. He rubs his head in confusion. Suddenly, he resolutely agrees to meet Lai Mu. Wanli declares that he has an order for his son, namely to make sure that all the forces of Linhai Base protect Yeshin and his family. He leaves, claiming that if the young man wishes to establish his power, they must help him with it. The man takes a step. Crossing his arms over his chest, he decides that they cannot anger Yeshin. His son tensely accepts his thought. A battle pavilion is depicted. The small animal yawns. The girl awkwardly turns her gaze to him. It turns out that she is interested in how her brother is doing. Her gaze does not look cheerful. An offer is made to the man to drink tea. He only begins to be indignant, asking what their leader is doing. It is reported that the girl cannot know this. She tucks her hair behind her ear, and the man claims that he has traded here several times, but has never seen this beauty. A question is heard about whether they will wait any longer. The bald man, sitting at the table, tells him to be patient. He picks up a mug of tea. Taking a sip, the man notices that the dark-haired man actually saw their leader. His interlocutor is only surprised. Getting up from the table, the gray-haired man claims that EU also saw that person. The girl looks back questioningly. The lady enters and her arrival is announced. She clicks her heels. The girl is dressed all in black. Suddenly, she looks at something in amazement. EU gets up from the table. The man looks ahead in surprise. He rubs his eyes in disbelief. The dark-haired man looks at EU in confusion. He looks tense. The girl stares at one point in shock. A phrase is heard about her resemblance to the lady. The newcomer calmly looks ahead. Smiling awkwardly, the waitress reflects on the fact that when they first arrived, she immediately thought that she must be the lady's lost twin sister. It is reported that the man and Madame Yu have not seen each other for a long time. He takes a step forward. The gray-haired man stands next to Yu and claims that this is Yeshin's younger sister. He asked him to bring her to the pavilion for protection, but it turns out that the lady knows about what happened in Linhai. The girl is embarrassed and lowers her gaze. Yu watches carefully, placing her hand on her waist. She understands that Yeshin's sister is her copy and everything is clear to her. The lady clenches her hand into a fist. A phrase is heard about why the young man treated her with care when he saved her. She closes her eyes, remembering that moment, including when she was held in her arms. The girl raises her head, clarifying the name Yu. She tells her to call herself sister. Yu smiles, and the interlocutor is embarrassed. A building is shown against the backdrop of the sunset. A fighter's market is depicted. A man kindly calls out to passers-by, informing them that there is a big discount on monster blood. The man takes a step. A joyful phrase is heard about the people finally coming. A sign for a fighting pavilion is visible. Everyone goes about their business. The young man asks in surprise why the girl is here. Crossing her arms over her chest, she claims that he is now an important person in Linhai, so she came out to meet him. As Yu tucks her hair behind her ear, she notices that she does not want to seem impolite to him. She calls him Mr. Yeshin. The boy stands with his hands in his pockets. Waves of energy were emanating from the protagonist's eyes. In front of him stood a dark-haired girl in a black short dress. The status window reported that this was Yuling, a high-level cultivation, a medium-level sword talent, and a low-level speed talent. The guy thought that he didn't expect the girl's cultivation talent to increase from high to high. He looked at the status window again. The protagonist thought that this must be related to the treasure from the Lake of Death. This woman is simply amazing. Yeshin smirked, putting his hand to his chin. The girl frowned in displeasure and covered her face. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The guy widened his eyes. Yuling frowned and grabbed the hero's clothes, asking if he didn't know that staring at girls is rude. Yeshin's mouth opened in surprise, saying that he was just thinking. She let go of his hand, saying that it didn't matter, she didn't have the strength to quarrel now. Yuling turned to him and raised her eyebrows, suggesting that they take a walk while it was light. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes, agreeing with her suggestion. The protagonist shared that he heard from Lin's that the Lin family was planning to help strengthen her influence, asking what she thought. Inside the brick tower, there was a golden bell. The protagonists were walking along a busy street. The girl put her hands behind her back, saying that she was not interested. The guy asked what she was planning to do next. Was she really going to continue cultivating alone? Yeshin put his hands in his pockets and threw his head back, saying that he wanted to leave here for the Demon Sea base. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding his thoughts. The protagonist turned around and raised his eyebrows, asking if something was wrong. Yuling looked down, saying that everything was fine. The young man walked ahead down the street. She watched him go. The girl looked at his back. The hero had a backpack on his shoulder. Yuling wondered if he really decided to leave. The sun's rays fell on the guy's face and his neck. Yeshin turned his head, asking why she was standing there, since she was the one who suggested going for a walk. The girl looked down and sighed heavily, saying that she was already on her way. The wind tore the remaining leaves from the almost bare branches of the tree. There was a dark night sky above the lighthouse. There was a crescent moon in the sky. Yayu screamed and rushed to hug her brother. The guy tapped her on the head with his finger, saying that she was already an adult, but still clinging to him so much, asking if she hadn't been taught restraint. The girl blushed and pressed her hand to her forehead, saying that she just missed him. The protagonist rubbed the back of his head, thanking the men for taking care of his sister. The protagonist put his hands behind his back, saying that he was always happy to help. Yuling and Saioyu entered the room. The girl frowned, looking ahead. She turned to the girl next to her in a colorful cape, asking her to tell Elder Yuzhong to come to the office. She had something to discuss with him. Saioyu looked at her, saying that she would do everything. The protagonist asked what kind of suddenness this was. On the shelf stood a lantern with a brightly burning candle flame. The man raised his eyebrows, asking if this was his final decision. Yuling turned her back to him, saying that it was. She would leave the rest to them. The girl's eyes widened and her mouth parted. Above the tops of the green trees was a bright blue sky, which was obscured by clouds. The girl knelt down by the car, asking her brother to think about his decision again, because if he stayed, he would definitely be able to settle down here with the Yi family. The boy put his hands on his hips, saying that this was his final decision. Yeshin pointed his thumb at the car behind him, thanking the man for it, because it would be much more convenient this way. Yayu smiled, stroking the kitten lying on her back. The man frowned, saying that he was very impressed by the boy's ambition, because if he were a couple of decades younger, he would rush off with him. The boy turned to the stone gate, asking if the owner of the pavilion would not come to say goodbye. He wondered if she and the protagonist were not friends. The streams of wind blew Yeshin's hair. Leaves torn from the trees flew past in front of the empty passage to the pavilion. The protagonist squeezed the strap of his backpack, saying that he was not going to wait for her. The young man turned around, bidding farewell to the people present. His sister waved her hand. The man asked Yayu not to be lazy and work on her cultivation. Yuling frowned, walking closer, asking them to wait for a while. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking at her. Saioyu ran after her, breathing heavily, asking the lady to wait, since she could not keep up with her. The girls walked closer to the heroes and two men standing by the car. A hand reached for the door handle of the car. Yuling frowned and sat down on the passenger seat, asking what he was staring at, asking him to quickly get in. The guy leaned towards the open window, asking if she was going with them. The girl looked at him, saying that it was obvious, since she had already gotten into the car. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, agreeing with her decision. The guy looked at the girls, saying that they would sit in the back. Saioyu petted the kitten in Yayu's arms. Yeshin raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl, asking why she decided to go with him to the Demon Sea base. Yuling clenched her hand into a fist, saying that she just wanted to. The protagonist smiled, saying that if she wanted to go on an adventure with him, she could have just said so instead of showing her character. Yuling frowned and shouted, saying that she already said that she did it because she wanted to leave. It had nothing to do with him at all, and she was only riding in his car because it was convenient. The guy waved from the open window of the car, saying goodbye to the elder and the captain. The man in the blue suit put his hands in his pockets, saying that the young man's future was something worth waiting for. The car moved along an empty road. Yeshin narrowed his eyes and smiled, mentally saying goodbye to the Linhai base. There was a blue sky above the small town, with white clouds slowly floating across it. The car moved forward at a rapid pace, with dust rising behind it. Xiaoyu frowned, saying that she couldn't believe that she wouldn't let her cuddle him. Yayu smiled and held the cat in her arms, saying that he was afraid of strangers. Yuling rested his head on his hand, saying that their base would be holding a secret dimension test in 3 months, asking if he would like to participate. The young man held the steering wheel with one hand, asking what a secret dimension was. Xiaoyu widened her eyes, asking if he didn't know what secret dimensions were. She asked how he even became a great martial artist. The girl frowned and raised her index finger, saying that a secret dimension was a type of alternate dimension that existed outside of the Earth. They said that they were somehow related to the disaster that happened 100 years ago. Martial arts practitioners enter such secret dimensions through the cracks between dimensions to seek adventures as well as rare and valuable treasures. This is one of the important ways for martial artists to raise their cultivation. The bright energy flow was swirling. The heroes and the equipment were approaching the bright portal. The boy looked to the side, asking if anyone could just enter the dimension. Yuling tilted her head and looked at him, saying that it was not so. They also have a ranking system. For example, the secret dimension that would be activated in 3 months was only open to great martial artists like them. If practitioners of a higher or lower rank tried to enter, they would be destroyed by the secret dimension. An image of skull bones appeared next to the bright portal. Yeshin pulled the gear lever, saying that this was the first time he heard of this. The girl was talking about how the places to explore these secret dimensions were in great demand. To help the boy get this place, the Yu family was forced to lose one. The road ahead was empty. Yuling leaned on her arm, saying that not everyone gets such an opportunity. She asked if he was still not interested. Yeshin smiled, saying that since she had to go through so much trouble, it would be better if he didn't go, since he didn't like to bother others. The girl frowned and gritted her teeth, calling him a fool. She began to ask him discontentedly why he was acting like a wimp, saying that he wasn't even a man. The hero screamed, telling her not to touch the steering wheel. The car abruptly drove into the oncoming lane, leaving a trail of burnt rubber behind it. The sky was scarlet from the sunset. Birds slowly flew past. The heroes saw an abandoned trailer camp. The guy suggested that they spend the night there. Yeshin brought his palms with water to his face, refreshing himself. The protagonist smiled and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that it felt good. He walked up the steps, saying he would go see how Yayu and the others were doing with the dinner preparations. Yuling stood on the way, asking if he really wasn't going to the secret dimension. She folded her arms in front of her chest, telling him to think about it, because if he missed this chance, who knows when such an opportunity would come again. The girl frowned and put her hand on her hip, saying that such opportunities were extremely important to them. The boy raised his fist to his mouth and smiled, saying that he wanted to participate, but for Yayu and him, after all, this was the first time they had left the Linhai base. The boy looked at the 2 girls standing by the trailer. The hero said that if he wasn't there for her if something happened, he wouldn't be able to protect her. Yayu and Xiaoyu smiled sweetly as they heated up food over the fire. Yuling covered her face with her hand and smiled, asking if this was the real reason. The boy frowned, asking what was so funny. She placed her hand on his shoulder, asking if he didn't know what her family was doing. Yuling smiled, saying that the martial arts pavilion also had a branch at the Demon Sea base, so he could leave his sister with her. The hero smiled, asking if it was true. The girl winked at him and tucked her hair behind her ear, saying that it was no problem. Yeshin smiled and fixed his hair, saying that it was okay to try. Yuling looked at him over her shoulder with displeasure, asking him not to be so weak-willed again when the time came. The guy turned her around and closed his eyes, asking her not to worry since he understood everything. The protagonist smiled widely, thinking that this way he could save another wad of money. The girl raised her index finger, saying that she wanted to know the opinions of the others. Xiaoyu smiled, holding a map in her hand, saying that they still had about 3,000 kilometers left to the base. She asked if they wanted to get there as soon as possible, or enjoy the travel and take their time. Yeshin and Yuling answered in unison that they would be fine with either option. The girl, looking at them, smiled, noticing that they answered like twins. The heroes awkwardly turned their heads in different directions, not understanding what kind of coordination this was. Xiaoyu was called from behind. She immediately turned around. Yayu smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of her head, saying that she would like to see the world outside and not rush, asking if it was possible to do so. She put her hand on the girl's shoulder, suggesting that everyone do so. When asked if anyone had any objections, the guy and Yuling answered in unison, no. Xiaoyu cried out happily, saying that they would leave tomorrow. The sky was bright pink due to the sun setting behind the horizon. The girls' eyes widened in surprise and their mouths opened slightly. They were told to enjoy the journey. The giant humanoid monster with a giant wooden bat began to advance. The protagonist and Yuling hovered in front of it. The system reported that a mid-level endurance talent had been copied. The girls' eyes widened in fear and their mouths opened. The tentacles of the giant octopus emerged from under the sea surface. The heroes hovered in the air, preparing to attack it. The system reported that a mid-level defense talent had been copied. 3 months passed. The bow of the ship cut through the water in front of it. The ship stopped in a small water channel. The heroes stood next to each other, looking forward. Yeshin shaded his eyes from the sun, saying that they had finally arrived at the demon sea base. The ship slowly approached the fortress built in the middle of the sea. The sun's rays fell on the mast. The man raised his eyebrows, reporting that they had arrived at the demon sea base. Passengers are requested to disembark one by one. The protagonist stood on the wooden walkway, waiting for the others. The guy looked around, saying that this place was probably twice as big as the Linhai base. Yuling stretched out her arms, saying that the inside of the city was divided into districts. The car braked sharply, raising dust. Yeshin looked at the stopped car in surprise. The door opened. An elderly man in a suit and gloves stood next to the car. He introduced himself as the driver of the martial arts pavilion of the Demon Sea base, saying that they were waiting for Yuling. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that only rich people live here. The girl looked at Xiaoyu, telling her to take Yayu to the pavilion to rest for a while. She winked at her, saying that everything will be done. The girl hugged Yayu. She looked at her brother worriedly. The guy put his hand on his hip, asking her not to worry and to rest properly. The girl frowned sadly, asking him to be more careful. Yeshin closed his eyes and smiled, saying that everything would be fine. The car drove away, leaving the boy and the girl alone. She took a step forward. Yuling began to braid her loose hair into a ponytail, holding an elastic band in her teeth and saying that it was time to get to work. The scene of the Demon Naval Base. A military helicopter circled above the roofs of tall buildings. The blades quickly rotated in a circle. The helicopter moved forward. The heroes passed through a busy street. The boy noticed that there were many ordinary fighters here. The girl said that they probably came here as spectators. There were not many martial artists here. The man looked at the tall buildings and the blue sky above them. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, saying that a spatial rift had appeared. A helicopter circled in the sky covered with white clouds. A sphere of bright energy appeared. Yeshin raised his head, saying that the rift was tiny. He asked if it was possible to climb into it. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that with the size like this, of course not. Yuling furrowed her brows and raised her head, saying that it needed to be broken. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, repeating her words in a questioning tone. A man in a white suit and a blue cloak hovered in the sky above everyone. The man opened his mouth in surprise, saying that this was King Yun and he was going to attack. The guy quickly covered the distance, approaching the rift in the sky. Yuling put her hand forward, saying that this was the king's rank, hovering in the air like a bird. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, repeating her words about the king's rank in his head. He wondered if the king came after the grandmaster. Yun put his hands in his pants pockets and smiled. The boy tilted his head back, looking up and thinking that he had no idea that there was such a strong man in the base. He wanted to see how this man would widen the spatial rift. Yun was floating in the blue sky. He pulled his hand out of his pocket. A wide smile appeared on the boy's face, and bright flashes of lightning appeared near his raised index finger. A large and bright area of energy appeared in the sky. The man frowned in fear, asking what kind of technique this was. Yun froze, holding his index finger raised. He pointed forward. The boy's eyes were wide open, shining brightly. A stream of bright energy broke through the sky, leaving cracks in it. There were more and more of them, and bright lightning emanated from the stream. The sky began to crack like glass. A bright portal appeared in the blue sky above the boy. The heroes on the ground cried out in joy and raised their hands, saying that the king had opened a rift. The boy descended to the ground. Everyone was actively discussing what had happened. Yun was standing in the center of the crowd. The protagonist frowned, wondering what kind of talent this was. A status window began to appear. Yun smiled widely without turning his head. The status window showed that this person had an exalted cultivation talent and was a beginner in spatial talent. Yeshin frowned and folded his arms, thinking that in addition to being a peak cultivator, he also had an exalted level. He rolled up the sleeve of his shirt. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he would not hold back and have a good time. The status window reported that he had successfully copied an exalted level cultivation talent. A portal appeared in the sky. There were loudspeakers hanging on the tower. Someone ordered everyone to get ready as the passage was open. Yun walked down the street with his hands in his pockets. The people were cheering. The crowd cheered for the king. The heroes watched from the side. Squinting slyly, the protagonist thought that this person had spatial talent and wondered what secret this skill hid. Unfortunately, He had no way to copy it. A status window appeared with a description of all his abilities. Yuling held a bag of interdimensional storage and a watch that could show people's locations. Giving it to her friend, she said that it would be useful in the secret dimension. The girl said that they did not know where they would end up, so they needed to regroup. Yeshin fastened the watch on his wrist. Frowning, the brunette explained that they would have to wait 10 years if they could not get out within a month. The guy looked up at her. Someone stomped on the ground. A huge man approached the young man from behind and asked if he was the invited professional. Raising his eyebrows, the stranger asked if he really had the ability of a great master. The people behind him realized they had to stay away from his overwhelming aura. The manager narrowed her eyes and asked her brother to be more respectful to her friend. Ko slapped the awakened man on the back and said that he would not respect such a weak person who stole his sister's friend's place. The man smirked and assumed that the boy was afraid of him and could not even breathe. The student frowned angrily. Ko turned away and waved his hand, calling on him not to come here again. Yuling turned away in embarrassment. The protagonist asked if her brother was always like this. A voice from the speakers on the tower announced that the secret dimension had been opened and wished everyone a safe journey. The warriors rushed to the portal. The girl looked back and called her friend to follow her. They bounced off the ground. The people in the square noticed how the heroes were approaching the portal. The rift sparkled with bright lightning. The car sped along the road. Looking out the window, Yayu mentally asked her brother to return safe and sound. On the other side of the rift was a red sky and black earth. The arrival of the heroes caused a cloud of dust to appear on the ground. Smoke filled the entire space, and coughing could be heard. Falling to the ground, Yeshin felt his back hurt. He stood up. Dead trees were growing around him. Opening his mouth, the boy realized that this was the secret dimension. In front of him was a huge pagoda with a bloody moon hanging over it. The young man accidentally stepped on something. The awakened one crouched down and picked it up. In his hands was a 100-year-old spiritual ginseng. Suddenly, the student raised his eyebrows. Many similar flowers were growing around him. Clenching his fist, he realized that he would become a rich man. A spatial bag appeared in his hand. All the flowers flew towards him at once. Purple particles appeared around the bag. The ginseng was flying towards him along with its roots and leaves. Smiling, the protagonist thought that his sister would have fainted at the sight of so many flowers. Deciding to inspect the territory, Yeshin walked forward across the square. The wind was fluttering someone's cloak. Seeing a corpse on the ground, the guy assumed that this person was attacked by monsters immediately after arriving in the dimension, so he needed to be on guard at all times. The watch on his hand rang. The young man looked at it in surprise. A red dot appeared on the screen. The awakened one realized that his girlfriend was in trouble. Traces of blows were visible inside the building. A monster with green paws took a step forward. Someone jumped into the air. Yuling was sitting on the floor, leaning on her saber. She looked up and called out to her comrade. Goblins with clubs surrounded her from all sides. Purple lightning flashed in the air. The student determinedly knitted his brows and rushed forward. Squinting, he mentally asked his girlfriend to wait for him. The protagonist bounced off the walls of the palace to reach the main building. Yeshin jumped off the roof. A multi-tiered pagoda appeared in front of him. The monsters roared and ran forward. The girl cut one of their clubs in half. A goblin pounced on her from the air. The monster hit its victim hard on the head. The stone on the club cracked. The brunette fell to the ground. The monster towered over her and bared its fangs. The manager's eyes widened in fear. The goblin swung his club. The elite warrior closed her eyes. At the same moment, the boy kicked the enemy. Several of the monster's teeth were broken. His kin looked back as his body crashed into the wall. Yuling's eyes widened in surprise. A breathless young man stood before her. Looking back, he said that his friend had better save her strength. Intending to deal with the rest on his own, the awakened one jumped into the air. A blue sword appeared in his hand. A powerful blow threw the monster back. The remaining goblins hurriedly ran away from the battlefield. The student instantly looked back. The protagonist punched the monster in the jaw. He pushed the other monster away with his sword. Yeshin rushed to attack. With a sharp lunge, the boy destroyed all the remaining enemies. Kneeling down, the girl wondered how her friend got here. She thought about her father's last wish that he failed to fulfill. The boy stood in the center of the room full of dead goblins. The awakened one took a step forward. Approaching his friend, he asked what happened. Closing her eyes, the brunette explained that the monsters were unable to injure her. The manager rested her hand on the floor. Rising to her feet, she explained that she received wounds from the demon eye python, a high-level monster with the talent of illusion. Heading to the exit, Yuling explained that she had to use a forbidden technique to escape, but then the goblins appeared. Approaching the hole in the wall, the girl concluded that in addition to the jewels in the secret dimension, there was a chance of death. The brunette said that everything was just beginning. Lightning flashed in the sky, and rain began to fall over the palace. Drops fell on the lotuses in the pond. A red bottle appeared in the brunette's hands. She drank its contents. Green healing particles flew around her. The manager sat in the palace in the lotus position and meditated. Walking back and forth, the protagonist decided that his friend understood this dimension much better and asked what the most valuable treasure was here. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked where they could be mined. Closing his eyes, the elite warrior said that the most valuable treasure was the Lifestone Quarry, but the Yun family had already become interested in her. Looking back, Yeshin asked what about the mine. With a heavy sigh, Yuling rejected this option. Looking up, she said that she wanted to find the treasure left for her by her father. The guy's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Looking ahead, the girl said that 20 years ago, her father had been here and found a very rare treasure, but it was guarded by a beast with a teleportation talent, so his attempts to get the treasure were in vain. Frowning, the brunette said that she had been going to this place her whole life. Smiling, the youth asked if there really was a calamity beast with a teleportation skill here. The answer was yes. Lowering her eyelids, the manager explained that her father guessed that he had a mid-level spatial talent skill. It was very dangerous. A winged monster was hanging in the sky above the forest. Lowering his head, the awakened one thought that even Yun had a beginner's spatial talent. Smiling slyly, the student expressed his desire to master this skill. Yuling reached for her sock. She pulled it towards herself with force. Standing up, the girl arched her back. Stretching her arms, the brunette said that she was fine now and that they could move out. Turning to her, the protagonist asked what treasure all the girls were chasing. The manager rubbed her shoulder and said that it was a divine soul flower, which helped them raise their cultivation to an incredible level. One stem of the soul flower was equal to a man-made genius, a top-level grandmaster. One flower would be enough to allow someone to rise above the rest in the Linhai Academy. A plant appeared in front of the muscular man. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Yeshin asked if this treasure was really that good. Pointing at it, the elite warrior said that Yayo also needed it. Scratching his chin, the guy mentally agreed that his sister would need this flower, unlike him. Putting out his hand, he asked how many stems this flower had. Yuling replied that 20 years ago there were 10, but perhaps now some of the stems may be damaged, and the plant may have grown. She crossed her arms and said that she would share them equally with her friend if he used all his strength against the beast of calamity. The young man smiled and agreed. They high-fived each other, intending to seize the flower. The red sky was filled with clouds. Flying above the palace, the awakened one asked if his friend knew the exact location of the treasure. The girl asked him to follow her silently. Looking at her, the student thought that he was more interested in the spatial talent than the divine soul flower. He frowned decisively. Ahead was a dead forest. The protagonist bounced off the ground. Jumping into the air above the forest, Yeshin asked if his friend's father had been able to come up with a plan in these 20 years. The answer was affirmative. A sparkling treasure appeared in the manager's hand. The elite warrior threw it to her friend. Looking at it, the boy asked what it was. Looking back, Yuling explained that it was a magic field formation disc and that her father had spent a huge amount of money to make it. There was an intricate pattern on the disc called a forbidden spatial field, which would greatly reduce the effectiveness of teleportation. Jumping onto a branch, the young man asked if they could suppress the monster's power. The girl replied that all things strengthen and counteract each other, even if it is imperceptible. Squinting, the awakened man wondered what would happen to the natural opponent for his talent then. Pulling her legs to her chest, the brunette added that the disc was only effective for 3 seconds within 800 meters of the target. Her plan was to activate the disc and attack with forbidden arts together. Frowning, the manager said that she couldn't use her technique for a while, as she had already used it to hide from Python's eyes, but she absolutely couldn't delay getting the treasure. Smiling, the student promised to do his best. Yuling glanced at him secretly. A faint smile appeared on her face. The rain stopped, and the full moon rose above the mountains. The protagonist landed on his feet. They were on top of one of the hills. Bowing his head, Yeshin asked why they had stopped. Looking at the ravine, the girl said that this was the place they needed. Putting her hands on her waist, the brunette pointed to a mountain cave. A dark cave was visible in the rocks, in which the divine soul flower and the spatial disaster monsters were located. The boy asked what they should do next. Sternly knitting her brows, the manager said that they should be patient because the spell takes time to set up, and then lure the monsters out. The monster was sleeping on the ground surrounded by bones. Its eyes opened. 2 red eyes flashed behind the boy. A powerful explosion of red energy was heard. The awakened turned around. Seeing the winged monster above her head, the elite warrior realized that the enemy had discovered them and used a spatial ability. Smoke was coming out of the monster's mouth. A status window appeared with a description of its talents. Looking up, the student thought that his talents were truly amazing. Waving his hand, he said that he would detain him and asked his friend to set a trap. Yuling ran into the forest. The monster pounced on the protagonist. A deep cut appeared on his shoulder. Squinting, Yeshin realized that the enemy, in addition to teleportation, had an incredible talent for speed. The monster rose into the air above the rocks and struck. The boy fell to the ground. Rising to his feet, he decided to stall for time to have some fun. The young man lowered his head. A green aura of healing appeared around him. The girl clapped her hands. A disc was hovering above her head. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she was almost done and that her friend only had to endure for a little while. Blue energy enveloped the disc. The monster hovered in the air above the forest. A red aura flew around its wings. The monster rushed forward. The awakened one's eyes widened, realizing that the enemy was advancing. The bat's claws appeared behind him. The student slowly turned around. The monster struck the ground with all its might. The rocks cracked. Standing to the side, the protagonist declared that his speed would not lose to the enemy's teleport. The monster bared its fangs viciously. It swung its paw to strike. The claw appeared right in front of Yeshin's eye. He looked at him in fear. The boy pushed the enemy away and jumped into the air. A dagger was shining in his hand. The bat spread its claws. They hit the blade of the knife. Looking back, the young man asked how much time was left before the disc was activated. Yuling opened her mouth wide and shouted that there were 3 seconds left. The monster's body disappeared, and a flash appeared in its place. The awakened one, his eyes wide in fear, realized that he was finished. The monster was above his head. The girl frowned tensely. Purple lightning appeared in the air, and a scream was heard. The student jumped to the side, using his speed. Raising her hand, the brunette activated the forbidden formation. She hit the ground with force. The disc flew into the air. The treasure was above the monster that had fallen to the ground. The bat saw a huge magic circle above her. The disc disappeared from its center. The monster fell to the ground and roared in unbearable pain. The manager let out a sigh of relief and realized that they had succeeded. A purple aura enveloped the bat's body. Suddenly, its muscles doubled in size. The monster's body grew in size and turned red. The elite warrior backed away, realizing that the enemy had used gigantism. Seeing the disc trembling, she shouted that the spell was about to break. Yuling looked back and urged her friend to seize the opportunity. The monster opened its fanged mouth. At the same time, the protagonist cut off its head using a shadow blade. His gaze was determined. The bat's head fell to the ground. Its body fell next to it. The girl's eyes widened in amazement, wondering if her comrade had killed the enemy with one blow. The disc fell from the sky as the magic circles dissipated. Upon touching the ground, the treasure shattered. Yeshin landed on one knee. He picked up the disc fragment. Looking at it, the guy was disappointed that it was a disposable item. The brunette ran up to him. She demanded to know how he managed to kill the teleporting bat with one blow and asked if her comrade had hidden his true strength from her. Crossing his arms, the young man said that the formation and gigantism made the monster too easy a target for him. The awakened one lowered his gaze in embarrassment and suggested returning to the main task. The manager lowered the corners of her lips in displeasure. Turning away, the elite warrior promised to bring up the topic again. She ran forward. Jumping from stone to stone, Yuling hoped that after 20 years there was at least something left. Frowning menacingly, the girl thought that she would not be able to justify herself to Yayu otherwise. A spatial bag appeared in the student's hand. The artifact sucked in the body of the bat. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he had managed to make a good profit this time. A scream was heard from the depths of the dark cave. Seeing the divine soul flowers in front of her, the brunette was glad that they were still here. Pointing at them with her finger, the manager quickly counted them. Smiling widely, she realized that there were as many as 8 sprouts. The elite warrior pulled the plant out by the roots. Picking the flowers one by one, Yuling thought that everything would end when they divided the spoils in half. Yeshin approached her from behind. The guy looked around. Feeling a strange familiar smell, he scratched his nose. Handing him a few flowers, the girl said that this was his share. Putting them in a bag, the young man was happy with such a catch. His nose twitched. His eyes widened. The awakened one remembered that this was the same smell as when they came for the fruits of the elixir. Looking deep into the dark cave, he realized that there were more treasures here. The brunette asked what her friend was doing digging in the rocks. The student said that he would catch up with her if she needed to go urgently. Frowning sternly, the manager asked if the divine soul flower was not enough for him and declared that greed was a sin. Turning to her comrade, the elite warrior called out to him. The protagonist placed his hand on the rock. Looking up, he realized that the smell was coming from there. Yeshin clenched his fist. Using the talent of strength, yellow lightning appeared around his face. The guy hit the wall with force. Yuling asked what was going on. A powerful explosion was heard. The wall collapsed. The young man took a step forward. Climbing onto the rock, the awakened one shouted that there was a secret cave here. His foot slid on the rocks. The girl covered her mouth with her hand in shock. There was a small grotto ahead. A golden lotus was growing in the water. The student grinned maliciously. The golden lotus sparkled. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked what it was. Putting her hands on her waist, the brunette explained that this flower was rarer than the divine soul flower, and its price was at least 5 times higher, but unfortunately, the market was closed to it because no one wanted to buy it. Frowning, Yeshin asked why no one wanted to buy it. Putting her hand on her chin, the manager explained that the golden lotus was used for a person's innate talent, but it could increase the level of the inner talent it was applied to. The plant could only cause new evolutions to appear in the innate talent. The man with lightning around him became a man with wings due to the flower's effect. Raising her hand, the elite warrior explained that it was of little use, but there was a 1 in 1,000 chance that the talent could become a truly useful ability. In any case, everyone decided that this flower was not as useful as the others, and only the Bagasi could try to acquire it by trying to change innate talents. A golden lotus rose above the water surface. Scratching his chin, the guy thought about what his talent could turn into after using this flower. Turning to his friend, the young man proposed a business deal. He squatted down and asked her to wait a little. With a jerk, the awakened one extended his hand. With a sharp movement, the student plucked the lotus. Yuling opened her mouth in shock. The protagonist jumped away from the leaves of the plant. He landed on the shore. The girl asked why her friend plucked the flower and said that she also claimed her share. Sitting on the ground, Yeshin asked her not to worry. Lightning sparkled in his hand. The guy reminded her that he owned a share of both the lotus and the divine flowers. Holding the flowers in his hands, the young man offered to exchange 3 sprouts for the second half of the lotus. Clasping her hands together, the brunette thought that her friend was crazy to offer her such a bad deal, since half a lotus was cheaper than 3 divine soul flower sprouts. Smiling widely, she decided to teach him a lesson. Clenching her fists, the manager declared that she would let him take everything for cheap. The sprouts jumped into her bag. The elite warrior thought that she had earned 3 sprouts for free. Looking at the bag, Yuling realized that she now had 7 divine soul flowers. Squeezing it in her hands, she guessed that this would be enough for negotiations. Yellow energy was flying around the awakened one, sitting in the lotus position. In his hands was a golden lotus. Suddenly, he frowned. Bright energy was rushing over the water. Drops rose from the pond into the air. A notification appeared in front of the student. The protagonist's eyes widened when the notification said that the second copy talent was successfully unlocked. With his mouth wide open in surprise, Yeshin guessed that he would be able to use his talent twice a month. Standing up, the boy thought that this was simply a wonderful evolution of talent. Shaking himself off, he decided that it was simply amazing. Purple lightning flashed around him. The youth decided to copy the talent of exploration. Bright pulses emanated from his body. They expanded. In the end, the circles expanded to 500 meters. Smiling, the awakened one realized that he had incredible power in his hands. Squinting, he thought that this was a completely justified investment, because now his talent spread to the nearest 500 meters. Squinting, the student decided to do something else. In his hands was a spatial bag. From it appeared the body of a dead bat. A notification reported the successful copying of a mid-level spatial talent. A joyful smile appeared on the youth's face. His pupils contracted. The status window reported the successful fusion of talents. A bright flash appeared. The protagonist placed his hands on his knees to catch his breath. A new line appeared in the status window. Wiping his chin, Yeshin thought that this was the strongest spatial talent because it implied teleportation, spatial perception, spatial mark, and pocket inventory. A clot of bright energy appeared in his hand. A gust of wind stirred his hair. The clot of energy turned into a cube. Having placed the bag in the spatial storage, the guy thought that he could protect all his things with this cube. Bright lightning emanated from the cube as it absorbed the bag. Smiling, the young man expressed his desire to collect all the harvest. A crescent moon hung above the forest. Yuling was sitting on the rocks. The girl was sleeping, crossing her arms over her chest. Someone approached her. The awakened one looked at his sleeping friend and again thought about how similar she was to his sister. Her eyes were closed. Squinting, the student wondered what his friend was doing now. The brunette glanced at him. Standing up, the manager concluded that her companion had finished all his business. The saber in her hand evaporated. Smiling widely, the protagonist thanked her for protecting him. Standing in front of him, the elite warrior said that she had obtained the necessary item and wanted to leave the secret dimension, and asked if her friend would come with her. Scratching the back of his head, Yeshin said that he wanted to train a little more and, if possible, find a few new treasures. Pointing her finger at him, Yuling explained that this place was too dangerous to stay here alone. The guy tried to calm her down, saying that he had enough strength to ensure his safety. Smiling, he decided to take his friend to the teleportation point and said that they would get there before dawn. Biting her finger, the girl thought that she should make her friend leave the secret dimension with her. The sky became brighter. The heroes almost reached their destination. They ran forward along the forest path. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the middle of the valley. The young man slowed down. Looking around, he realized that there was a battle going on nearby. Seeing the explosion in the mountains, the brunette assumed that someone was fighting for the treasure and was upset that they could not sense who it was. Deciding that this was the perfect opportunity to try out a new skill, the awakened one used spatial perception. Circles of energy appeared from his eyes. The axe hit someone's sword. The picture became clearer and more colorful. The student was amazed by such an amazing ability. A man with red hair attacked an unknown person with a shield. They fought near the body of a dead monster of disaster. Raising his sword, the stranger declared that these treasures belonged to him and that the enemy had better give up trying to take them. Raising his shield, Jankai rejected this thought. The man with red hair kicked the ground. The man rushed forward. Watching the fight from the top of the mountain, the protagonist called their names. The brunette asked how her friend knew them. She put her hands on her waist and asked why they were fighting each other when their families were on good terms. Squinting, Yeshin used spatial perception again and guessed that they were fighting over some treasure. The dark forest was silent. A monster's corpse lay near the rocks. There was something in its mouth. An axe blade flashed in the air. A sharp sword appeared behind it. Licking cut through his opponent's shield. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Jankai's mouth opened wide in pain. The opponents fell to the ground. Yuling's eyes widened in surprise. Pointing at the men, she asked if these people had died at the same time. The girl jumped off the cliff. Putting her hand to her mouth, the guy asked if his girlfriend hadn't been in a hurry to leave. The brunette smirked and replied that it would be stupid not to take this treasure. Rushing after her, the young man offered to take the treasure to the one who touched it first. The manager agreed and asked him not to regret it later. Squinting slyly, the awakened one realized that he would lose if he had to share this spiritual mixture. Looking back, the elite warrior asked her comrade not to blame her. The student asked why his friend accelerated so sharply. Yuling landed in front of the monster's body. Lightning appeared in her hands. Leaning over Liking's corpse, the girl took his spatial bag. Rising to her feet, she noticed another person. The brunette crawled to Jankai. Lightning appeared in her hands again. Smiling, the manager said that these two bags now belonged to her. Hitting the monster with his hand, Yeshin refused his previous offer. The guy sat on its carcass. The elite warrior said that her friend could keep the body of the ferocious beast. Jumping off the monster, the young man asked if his friend was sure about this. Looking back, Yuling repeated that she did not need this corpse. The awakened one smiled. Holding the sword in her hands, the girl called her comrade annoying. The student grabbed the monster's face. He opened its mouth with both hands. On the tongue lay a small flower. The brunette turned around in shock. The sword fell to the ground. Picking up the flower, the protagonist said that the spiritual mixture was in the monster's mouth. Running up to him, the manager demanded to show her the spiritual mixture. Yeshin declared that the flower was now his. The elite warrior grabbed his hand. She opened her mouth in amazement, seeing a unique fire flower. Squinting, the guy realized that his friend knew what it was. Pulling his hand back, he asked how valuable this flower was. Yuling asked him to be careful. Smiling, the girl offered him to switch again. The young man asked to tell why the Zhang and Lai families killed each other because of this flower. Clouds thickened above the forest. The brunette raised her index finger and explained that the power of this plant was very simple. She smiled and said that this spiritual mixture allowed one to have a fire talent. Frowning, the awakened man asked in disappointment, "Was that all?" The manager opened her mouth furiously and explained that some family members had extremely high cultivation talent, but they did not have the blessing of a special talent, so advanced attack talents like this were very valuable. Putting his hand to his chin, the student decided that he could copy talents infinitely, so this thing was completely useless to him. Squinting, Yuling explained that the elder of her family urgently needed a special talent, because if he managed to obtain a fire flower, his combat effectiveness would increase tenfold. A purple aura flew around the old man. Holding out the flower, the protagonist decided to give it to his friend. Looking at it, the girl was surprised by such unprecedented generosity. After handing her the spiritual mixture, Yeshin said that neither he nor his sister would need this ability, so it would be logical to give her this flower. Turning away and putting his hands behind his head, he decided to walk around in search of something really worth paying attention to. Smiling, the brunette looked at the flower and thought that this was the difference between her friend and other people. Some people think that the spirit mixture is a treasure worth sacrificing their lives for, while others are not deterred and prefer to sacrifice it. The bloody body lying on the ground. The manager decided that her friend was someone who would achieve great things in the future. The guy walked forward. With a smirk on his face, he thought that his girlfriend now owed him a lot and that selling this item in the combat pavilion would still bring losses. Clouds floated above the forest. Above the destroyed bridge was the teleportation gate of the secret dimension. Looking at her friend, Yuling once again asked if he really did not want to go with her. Hearing a negative answer, the girl closed her eyes and sighed. Holding sparkling bags in her hands, she decided to give her friend a pocket inventory and another divine soul flower. The brunette explained that she could not take the spirit mixture without giving something in return. A bag appeared in the young man's hand. The manager fixed her hair and reminded her that the teleportation gate would become more dangerous after 1 month, so her friend should be more careful. Taking a step forward, the elite warrior remembered something. Looking back and imagining Yun in her mind, Yuling asked her comrade to avoid the people from the Yun family because there was a monarch-ranked expert among them. The awakened man scratched his chin thoughtfully. He looked up when he was called. Smiling, the girl said that she would look forward to his return. The student smiled and waved at her. The brunette kicked off the ground. She jumped high into the air. The manager looked back. Approaching the teleportation gate, the elite warrior thought that after a little time, her friend would progress faster than her. Resolutely knitting her brows, she decided to cultivate harder to avoid being left behind. The portal sparkled. Putting his hand on the ground, the protagonist was glad that he was finally alone. Purple lightning flashed around him. Squinting, Yeshin thought that this was his domain now. He rose sharply into the air. The portal hung above the city. Suddenly, it lit up. Raising his head, the man realized that the entrance to the secret dimension was shaking. His friend was surprised that someone was coming out of there after only 2 days. An explosion was heard in front of the passers-by. Grinning, the stranger suggested that this man had treasures. His comrade explained that people who returned after 2 days were not strong enough, and they usually had nothing. Bending over Yuling, who had fallen from the sky, the men decided to take everything she had. The girl rolled over onto her back. Someone broke through the crowd of people, asking everyone to step aside. Uncle Ben opened his mouth in surprise when he saw his friend. Sitting down next to her, he asked what happened to her in the secret dimension. The brunette placed her bloody hand on his shoulder. Opening her eyes, she suggested that they return to the clan first. Yoon watched from the roof of the house. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, the king thought that this girl must have encountered a monster and was forced to flee without finding any treasure. Grinning and not wanting to waste time waiting, the man mentally called on his enricher to return quickly. People were walking around the market. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the old man realized that the girl did not have serious injuries and asked what happened there. After drinking a bottle of monster blood, Yuling explained that the entrance to the secret dimension was full of experts who were waiting for people to take away the treasures they had obtained from the secret dimension. Healing particles appeared around her. The brunette explained that she was able to deceive them and leave safely, pretending to be seriously injured. Standing in front of her, the man asked if she had managed to obtain the treasure. Taking out the spiritual mixture, she said that she had obtained the flame talent flower. The plant in her hand sparkled. The old man opened his mouth in shock, realizing that it was indeed a medicinal flower that could bestow talent on others. The flower dissolved into lightning, and the manager expressed her desire to ask her friend for something. Uncle Ben turned away and said that finding this flower was already a huge contribution to the development of the Yu family. He looked back and asked what she wanted. Standing up from the bench and looking back, the elite warrior said that she wanted to meet the elder. Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes. Walking up to him, Yuling said that she knew that they were not allowed to see each other due to the difference in their status in the clan, but she was very important to her. Looking down at him, the man called her very brave. Throwing a stern look at him, the girl said that she would never give up the flame talent flower if she could not personally meet the elder. The heroes stood opposite each other. Uncle Ben asked if they could find a compromise, but the brunette stood her ground. Closing his eyes and sighing, the old man promised to make all the necessary preparations. The full moon shone above the palace. The brunette put on her slippers. Drying herself with a towel, she thought that taking a bath was a great decision. The door opened. The manager looked at the garden. Raising her head, Yuling wondered how her friend was doing in the secret dimension. Birds flew over the forest. The bloody protagonist sat on a thick tree branch. Putting his hand on his knee, he thought that it was too boring here. There were many dead monsters around him, but among them there were none who could resist him. Day had come. The sun's rays illuminated the palace. Someone knocked on the door. Standing in front of her, a servant said that the elder asked her to bring the lady to the assembly hall. The door opened. A girl stood behind it. After leaving the building, the brunette said that she was on her way. Birds were flying above the Yu family's assembly hall. Incense was smoking inside. The elder leaned on a small table and praised the manager for finding the flame talent flower. An elite warrior stood in the center of the huge hall. The old man narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of reward would suit her. Yuling closed her eyes. Her hands trembled. Looking up, the girl expressed her desire to cultivate and try to comprehend the path of awakening. Many birds were flying in the sky above the building. The man with a white mustache furrowed his brows and shouted loudly, asking if his interlocutor wanted to try to comprehend the path of awakening. He walked up to Yuling and shouted that the path of awakening was the foundation of the Yu family, and even he did not have the right to comprehend it, so the girl had clearly gone too far with this request. Yuling knelt down and said that she had obtained 6 stems of the divine soul flower from the secret realm and was now willing to distribute them to all the disciples of the family if the man agreed to her request. The old man took a sip from the cup. He placed the tea on the wooden table and said that the aura of the path of awakening had almost completely dissipated, and those who had tried to comprehend it had left. The old man bowed his head and told Yuling to think of something else. The girl furrowed her brows and replied that she did not want anything else. The old man opened his eyes and looked at her sternly. Suddenly, a beam of blue light pierced the wall of the building. The girl was sent flying backwards. She fell to the ground. The man turned around, looking at the ancestor. The old man stood up, emitting blue smoke, and said that Yuling should not negotiate with him like this. The girl placed her hand on the ground and said that no matter how much she trained, her talent would only reach the level of a grandmaster. She grabbed her stomach with her other hand and added that she was not satisfied with her potential. Yuling closed her eyes and screamed loudly that she wanted to become stronger. The old man crossed his arms, hovering in the air and looking down at the girl. Blue smoke came from his eyes and he asked, "How dare Yuling?" The girl sweated in fear. The floor beneath her knees cracked. Yuling fell headfirst into the ground. She began to breathe through her mouth, feeling the aura of a monarch. A man in a black suit ran down the stairs, calling for his ancestor. He fell to his knees and screamed that Yuling was still young and asked the old man to have pity on her. Ben clenched his fists when the girl said that this had nothing to do with him. The girl stood up, purple lines visible around her body. She bowed. Straightening up, Yuling frowned and said that she must comprehend the path of awakening. Ben pursed his lips furiously, not understanding how the girl could stand up under the pressure of his aura. The old man waved the hem of his robe. He extended one hand to the side. Yuling closed her eyes and let out a painful groan. She fell to the floor and said that the pressure was gone. The man in the black suit stood up and thanked Ben for sparing the girl. The old man created an object in his hand and said that the country had rules that they must abide by, which meant the clan too, and he would only break these rules to teach someone a lesson. Ben frowned his thick eyebrows and explained that this was his personal secret mark, with which Yuling would be able to reach the path of awakening. The mark flew towards the girl, and the old man said to take it. Yuling brought her palm to the mark. The girl smiled and exhaled in relief. A flock of birds flew above the residence. The man held a wooden tray with shining flowers inside, asking Ben why he agreed to let Yuling go on the journey of awakening. The old man standing in the corner of the room ordered a servant to put the tray on the table. The man put his hands behind his back and asked what happened now, since Ben initially did not agree to this adventure. The old man stirred the brew with a spoon. While watering the flowers, the old man said that he liked how stubborn the girl was. Drops of water flowed down the green leaves of the plant. Ben closed his eyes and said with a smile that Yuling reminded him of his youth. A white moon was visible in the sky. Someone was climbing the cliff. Yeshin stretched out his hands to the shining flowers. He pulled them out by the roots. The protagonist smiled, enjoying the spiritual plant. Suddenly, Yeshin stumbled. He began to fall down, screaming loudly. A loud explosion thundered from his landing. Yeshin threw the flowers to the ground. He grabbed the cliff, breathing heavily. The protagonist stood on the river bank. Red flowers fell to the ground. Yeshin took out a small cube, which was his pocket space. Many items fell to the bottom. The protagonist sat on the rock and said that he could find so much spiritual plant in just a few days. He came to the conclusion that luck was not leaving him. He closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that he could make a fortune from the number of monsters he killed. Yeshin put his hands on his waist and said that it was time for him to change his dirty clothes. There was a dark sky above the cliff, and the protagonist said that he remembered that Yayo asked him to bring clean clothes in case he needed to change. The animal with red eyes sighed. Yeshin put on a hoodie. He tied the laces of his sneakers. Creating a bright light in one hand, the protagonist decided that he needed to rest today. His stomach growled loudly. Yeshin looked at the forest and added that he also needed to find a snack. The protagonist turned around abruptly, hearing a sound. An animal with a hoof stomped on the ground. It was a huge boar with spikes on its back. Yeshin's eyes widened and his mouth opened in fear. White smoke was visible. The protagonist was roasting huge pieces of meat over a fire. He brought a knife to the shashlik and said that it was not so bad. Yeshin bit the meat and said that it was very tasty. Someone galloped along the ground. A rat knocked the meat out of the protagonist's hands. The rodent began to run away with food in its teeth. Yeshin's eyes widened, watching the rat. He ran after the rodent. A crescent moon shone above the trees. Yeshin ran between the tall plants. He sat down, watching the rat and thinking that this would be the last day of its life because it dared to touch his food. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened and his brows furrowed in shock. While the rat was eating a piece of meat, Yeshin realized that it had a talent for finding treasures. The system provided information about a purple jade mouse with a high talent level. The protagonist jumped up with lightning speed. His body emitted purple sparks and he shouted that he would catch the rodent. The mouse ran away, leaving a piece of meat on the stone. The mouse circled Yeshin. It ran away, jumping from tree to tree. The protagonist stamped his foot and asked with a smirk if the mouse was trying to escape. A bright portal appeared in front of the rodent. Yeshin jumped out of the portal and grabbed the mouse with his hand. There was a dark sky above the forest, and the mouse asked the protagonist to let it go. Yeshin grabbed the rodent by the scruff of the neck and said that the mouse had a female voice, which meant it was a female creature. The protagonist frowned his thin eyebrows and told the rodent to choose either to be roasted alive or to accept Yeshin as its master, and the mouse agreed to the latter option. The protagonist closed his eyes using the soul light contract technique. The mouse also closed its eyes. Yeshin put the rodent on the ground and said that there were purple stripes on its body. The protagonist sat up and said with a smile that for this reason, he would call the mouse Violet from now on. The rodent stood on the ground, and Yeshin thought that a mouse that hunts for treasures and has top-level talents is very beneficial to him. The protagonist frowned and thought that Yuling once told him that the most valuable treasure in this secret realm was the energy stone mine that the Yun family wanted to get. And although the Yun family was influential and strong, with the treasure mouse, Yeshin might have a chance and he could give it a try. The protagonist turned around and asked Violet if she knew where the energy stone mine was, and the mouse replied that she did. Violet stood up on her hind legs and said that she had the talent of a top-level treasure hunter and could definitely locate the energy stone mine. Yeshin sat down in front of the mouse and asked her with a smile to take him there right now. Violet jumped onto the protagonist's hand. His body began to emit purple lightning, and he said that Yuling asked him not to offend the Yun family, but it seemed that a clash with them was inevitable. Yeshin smirked and said that he was going to steal everything right from under their noses. The sky began to brighten. The protagonist jumped down. He pressed his hand on the ground. Yeshin ran forward, leaving behind purple light. The protagonist frowned when Violet said that the energy stone mine was nearby, but she could smell other people who had probably already taken over the place. Yeshin closed his eyes and used his spatial perception talent. The silhouettes of people could be seen, and the protagonist thought that there must have been a fierce battle here. Yeshin stretched out his hand. A bright portal could be seen in the middle of the rocks. The protagonist fell on his head. He then stood up and quickly ran forward. Yeshin hid behind a rock and thought that the battle was still going on. He frowned and thought of Rockfall, the forbidden curse of the earth elemental. A bright staff could be seen. People were fighting while rocks were flying in the air. The warriors fell to the ground. The man in armor smirked and jumped. The staff hit the ground. A wooden stake pierced the warrior's body through and through. He closed his eyes and coughed up blood. He fell down. His opponent smiled and said that it was amazing. The two people stood opposite each other, and the warrior in the pink shirt said that his opponent was indeed once a genius of the He family and had killed many members of the Yun family. The dark-haired man frowned, clutching a staff in his hand. The system provided information about a person named He Lionbai. The girl touched the staff with her finger, emitting blue sparks. She put the sword on her shoulder and said with a smirk that it was her turn to have fun with Lionbai. She smiled slyly. The system reported that Yunfeng had the highest level of cultivation talent. The girl took a step forward. She smirked and shouted that all of Lionbai's treasures now bear the name Yun. The man chuckled and said that he would see if Yunfeng had the strength to do such a thing. Lionbai swung his staff and used the earth element forbidden curse diamond scepter technique. Purple smoke appeared around his hand. The girl quickly ran towards Lionbai. The man frowned and thought that Yunfeng had imbued her weapon with a wind talent that could instantly pierce even the strongest objects. A powerful explosion thundered. The girl bent her knee, preparing to attack. Lionbai gritted his teeth when Yunfeng's foot landed on his face. The girl knocked the man back with a powerful kick. Smoke rose up. Lionbai stretched out his hand and summoned the forbidden curse of the earth element, a rain of splitting stones. A large yellow seal was visible behind Yunfeng. She opened her eyes wide and turned around. In the middle of the circle was a symbol. Pieces of stone began to fly out of the seal. Yunfeng deflected the stones with her sword, asking if this was all Lionbai had. The stones fell down. The man frowned and used the curse of heavenly descent. A huge boulder began to fall down. The stone was approaching the girl. She opened her eyes wide and thought it was impressive. The boulder fell to the ground, but Yunfeng managed to jump to the side. Lionbai opened his mouth in shock. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she would show the man something. She swung her sword, and the rocks rushed towards Lionbai, knocking him down. The man fell to his knees. He dropped his staff, lying on the ground. Yunfeng sat up, asking if the ore vein was in the cave. Lionbai tried to get up. He jabbed the staff into the ground. Leaning on his weapon, the man said that he had painstakingly opened the ore vein in the mysterious realm for 10 years. Lionbai gritted his teeth and shouted that he would never let anyone lay their hands on this. The protagonist watched the fight from afar, thinking that the ore vein was in that cave. Yeshin frowned and thought that there must be some kind of restriction because he couldn't sense the ore vein with his spatial perception. The girl chuckled and said that Lionbai was very confident if he thought he could protect the vein. Blue flowers appeared in Yunfeng's hand, and she said that she didn't want to accept it here at first because there was a lot of risk in directly consuming the spirit mixture. The girl closed her eyes and said that now she just wanted to slaughter Lionbai. The man's eyes widened in shock when he saw the spiritual revival herbs that would enhance Yunfeng's talents. The protagonist pursed his lips in surprise and thought that if the girl took the herb like this, she could easily die. Yunfeng swallowed the herb. Her eyes shone brightly. Red blood cells rushed through her blood vessels. The girl began to fall, screaming loudly. A ray of purple light appeared above the mountains. A gust of wind almost blew Lionbai off his feet. He frowned, thinking about Yunfeng's talent. The girl clutched a sword in her hand. She smiled widely, and the man realized that her talent had advanced to the transcendent realm. The system provided information about Yunfeng's abilities. The protagonist thought about the transcendent level, that she had raised her rank to the transcendent level in cultivation. His eyes widened. The girl slung the sword over her shoulder and said that if Lionbai begged for mercy, she would leave his corpse whole. Lionbai shouted that even if she had improved her talent to the transcendental level, he still could not yield to her. He summoned a magic circle. The girl was wary. Swing. Her leg was covered in electricity. With a quick dash, she closed in on the magician and broke his staff. Lionbai screamed, blood spurting out of his mouth. He flew to the side. The girl chuckled and said that with the support of the high-speed talent and the highest level of wind, he underestimated the strength of this talent enhancement that she received, asked if his combat sense had really weakened that much. She felt like the genius of the Lionbai family had become a complete non-entity. Lionbai slammed his fist on the ground and said that those who walk the path of cultivation know that countless other geniuses are cultivating this path, and even if she were to defeat him today, he looked at his rival and said that she would still be a stepping stone for someone else to reach great heights in the future. The girl walked up to him and said that the man looked terrible, said that if he lost, then he lost. How could he say such nonsense? She walked away and asked him not to forget that the Yunfeng family was the strongest family in all the Demon Sea bases, and they also had a monarch in their family in front of absolute strength and power. Yunfeng smiled and said that they had no enemies. Birds flew out from behind the rocks. Lionbai was lying under a tree. He asked himself, was his life coming to an end? His eyes were closing. The guy's face covered his gaze. He asked if the elder was okay. Lionbai raised himself on his elbows and asked who was in front of him. The guy summoned a bubble and said that it didn't matter who he was. He sat down and handed the medicine to the elder, asked him to take it. It was supposed to help him recover from his wounds, but the man said there was no point. He showed the deep wound and said that her attack had destroyed his internal organs and he was dying. The boy stood up. Lionbai bent down and asked if he was also here for the mine. The boy said yes. The man smiled and said that he was quite honest. The hero looked at the elder and asked what was wrong with this mine. Lionbai looked up. He introduced a huge beast, said that the mine was guarded by a supreme cataclysm. It was guarding the mine of lifestone ore. He said that it had dug many tunnels in the cave, and when someone entered it, they would inevitably get lost in there. He said that only someone with a purple mouse with the talent of treasure hunting would be able to find the real location of the mine of lifestone ore. Lionbai added that it was an extremely rare creature. He had been searching for it in this secret world for 10 years and still had not found it. He remembered how he had wandered around the world. Yeshin grinned and took out a mouse, asked if he was talking about this. The mouse looked at the wounded man with a smile. His eyes widened. He began to think, how is this possible? He coughed. The hero looked at him in fear. The elder said that the hero had tamed a purple mouse and made a contract with it. The mouse jumped onto his knee. Lionbai smiled and looked at the mouse, said that he saw it before his death. He extended a trembling hand to it and said that he felt how stupid he had been to spend 10 years in this secret world. He almost touched it. The hand fell to the ground. Lionbai thought that fate had played a cruel joke on him. The man smiled, shed a tear and closed his eyes. The last trees fell from the branches. The hero froze in front of the body. Darkness fell. Yunfeng walked through the cave. She looked ahead and asked why there were so many caves. She looked at a bunch of tunnels in the wall. She ran ahead and said that she would just pick any. She approached a tunnel. It started to rain outside. Yeshin crouched in front of the grave and said that the elder's soul would find peace here. In the rain, the hero looked at the grave with a staff. He looked ahead gloomily. The staff was sticking out of a pile of stones. Meanwhile, Yunfeng walked through the cave. She approached another exit. She frowned and angrily said that this was a labyrinth. Pebbles fell to the floor. The floor began to crack. Yunfeng began to fall into the mouth of a huge worm. She bounced off the stones. She looked at the huge monster in front of her. She looked at it with fear and thought that it was a top-level predator, which was not mentioned in the intelligence. A magic projectile began to form in the worm's mouth. Yunfeng prepared for battle. The rain intensified. The vaults of the caves trembled. The hero smiled, asking if they had already begun the battle. He shouted for Yunfeng to hold them back for him. Yeshin froze in front of the cave entrance. He looked at the mouse and said that now everything depended on it. The mouse mentally said that it understood him. It jumped off the boy's shoulder and galloped forward. It jumped from stone to stone. It ran forward. It sniffed the stone. The hero thought that the many caves confused its sense of smell. He thoughtfully looked ahead. The mouse sniffed among the stones. In its mind, it said that it had found the true passage. The hero ran to it and said that it was very fast. They stopped in front of an underground river. The river flowed through the cave. Yeshin thought that the caves were just a trick. To confuse the intruders, the real entrance to the cave is an inconspicuous pond. He frowned, touched the water, said there was nothing suspicious about it, looked cheerfully at the mouse and asked if she was ready. Violet said that of course she was ready, and took off. Yeshin dived after the mouse. Violet said there. He opened his eyes wide, saw a passage at the bottom, thought that this must be the place, and swam towards it. Yunfeng's sword broke off. Covered in blood, she was breathing heavily, sitting with her clothes torn off, and said she couldn't even fight him. She pulled her leg towards herself, said she didn't think so, stood up. She didn't think this beast would be so strong. He loomed over the girl. She was covered in electricity. She began to cast a projectile, said she had no choice but to use this. The small ball was covered in electricity. Yunfeng held it out. It began to shine like a rainbow, licked her lips and said that it was a monarch rank magic artifact. The worm began to cast a huge projectile. Yunfeng squeezed the ball. She told the monster to feel the power of the monarch. The monster was pierced by a huge magic bayonet. The stone began to crumble and fall to the bottom of the cave. A powerful beam pierced the mountain. The cave trembled and collapsed. The hero thought of the wind, the piercing blow of the monster. He swam forward. The debris fell to the bottom of the reservoir. Violet said that the mine was about to collapse. She said that a powerful energy surge said that this was not the power of that girl from the Yunfeng clan. Something went wrong. The hero frowned ahead. He said that time was running out and used the talent of speed. He rushed forward like lightning. A powerful roar was heard. The worm with the hole in its body raised its snout. It was covered in magical flames. Blue and red flames evaporated in the wind. The injured girl walked forward and said that fortunately she had the magical tool for movement that the head of the family gave her. Otherwise she would have died here. Her hand was burned. She looked tiredly ahead and asked, "Where is that mine with life stones?" The light fell on the water. The hero thought that this was the exit. He opened his eyes wide, jumped out of the water, landed on the floor. Violet peeked over his shoulder and asked to take a look. The hero was surrounded by shining stones. Violet said admiringly that there were many life stones and all of them were huge. Yeshin looked at them, fascinated. The stones hung from the ceiling, sticking out of the walls. Yeshin maliciously thought that he would accept this on behalf of the Yunfeng clan, and he grinned slyly. He went ahead and said that he would start from here. Violet asked to take into account that these stones are unusually hard when mining. Yeshin summoned a pickaxe and said that it was no problem for him. He used the talent of strength and hit the stone. A small fragment flew off the stone. Yeshin told the mouse that there was little time and asked for help. He swung the pickaxe and told the mouse to take all the ores that he had managed to collect, so it would be easier for him to move them to the inventory. The mouse began to push the fragment. She looked at the fragment in surprise. Yeshin turned angrily and asked where she was going. Violet asked to follow her because she had found something important. Yeshin ran after the mouse, asked, "Aren't all the life stones here?" Mouse said that she caught the scent of a golden treasure and it might be the thing from the legends. After a while, they came to a large hall. Yeshin looked at the shining sphere in the center of the hall. Violet walked forward and said that this was the core of life and all the life stones in this mine were just derivatives of this item. She said that this was the most valuable treasure in the secret world. Yeshin looked at the core in surprise and asked, "Is it really the most valuable?" Violet happily said that the core would help him rise to the level of a monarch in the future. The core threw rainbow sparkles. Yeshin looked at the core in shock and asked, "Is it really a monarch rank?" He shouted to become one of the strongest among all the other experts on this continent. He introduced the strongest experts. He walked towards the core. He was getting closer and closer. Violet shouted for the master not to approach the artifact. She looked at the hero excitedly. She said that the energy of the life force core was too strong. If the hero touched it directly, he would completely disappear. Yeshin froze. Strange waves emanated from the core. He tensely wiped his sweat and said no wonder his body was getting hot. He was covered in lightning and said thank God that he still had the endurance and defense talents that he copied from the Demon Sea base. Now he would definitely be able to use them. The hero's legs were covered in lightning. He said to activate endurance and defense talents. Yeshin smiled. A barrier surrounded him. Violet in shock began to ask how this could be and where did the master get so many talents. She raised her surprised face. Yeshin stretched his hand to the core. His fingers were covered with black veins. His eyes opened wide. The core was blazing. He stretched his hand to her, covered in purple flames. He screamed in pain. His hand was covered in veins. Drops of his blood flew in the air. Violet screamed in fear, "The master!" She ran towards him. She was thrown back by the energy of the core. She screamed that the energy of the life force core was too strong and ordinary defensive talents could not protect against its energy. She stopped in fear at the flames. She screamed that the hero would burn if this continued. The hero's hand was burning. He used the restoration talent. The guy's body was covered in green light. He thought that as soon as he touched it, he thought that he needed a little more. The veins on his face bulged. He continued to reach. Suddenly he understood. Touch the core. Use spatial talent. Pocket inventory. The guy was surrounded by a disk of bright light. He used storage. He gritted his teeth, stared forward fiercely. A moment later, he was thrown back. Yeshin crashed into a column. Violet panicked. He crouched down, asked not to worry, said that everything was fine. He took the sparkling core in his hands. He looked at the core with satisfaction and said that he now had it. The mouse said that her master was amazing. The core emitted many waves. Yeshin looked at the collapsing ceiling, said that without the core, everything here would be destroyed. Stones fell into the water. The hero jumped up and shouted that they were leaving. A crack ran across the ceiling. Yunfeng raised her head, began to ask what kind of sudden earthquake it was, realized that the mine was about to collapse. She looked up. Suddenly she thought of the life core. In shock, she looked forward. She asked herself, was there really someone else in the mine? The life stones were shining. The hero looked at them and said that all the life stones cannot be allowed to go to waste. He summoned a pickaxe and began to happily mine them, said that they will take them all. Yunfeng thought that this could not be. She ran forward. She thought that there should be no one else in the mine. A stone fell in front of her. She began to strike and thought that if the core of the life stone was taken, she landed and thought that everything was lost. She dashed into the depths of the cave again. She looked ahead sharply. She found herself in front of a wall. Her hand was covered in smoke. She swung it to strike, and she hit the wall. Cracks appeared. They began to spread. The wall collapsed. The debris covered the bottom. Yunfeng froze. She found herself in a large hall and began to ask, why is this place here? She stepped on a small fragment of the life stone. She bent down to pick it up. Suddenly she realized that it was a life stone. She looked at it in shock. She looked ahead and asked, is this really the life stone mine? She asked herself, why is there no life stones around? She looked at the empty room. She sniffed the fragment. She realized that it had a human scent. Yunfeng's eyes widened. The girl grimaced, realizing that someone had already dug everything up. The shard fell to the floor. Yunfeng said that she was missing, assumed that someone had come here and stolen all the life stones and the core while she was fighting the monster. Yunfeng fell to her knees. She knew that the head of the family would kill her for failing to complete the mission. The girl trembled in fear, covered in sweat. She began to ask into the void how dare the idiot touch what their young family wanted. Her hand trembled. She said that she would definitely find the culprit. She screamed that she would kill him. Yunfeng screamed furiously into the void. It was raining outside. The hero said that it was amazing. He told Violet that thanks to her they were able to get such a big catch. The mouse said that the master had also tried hard. She never thought that there would be a life stone core inside. Lightning flashed through the forest. Yeshin ran ahead and suggested that they leave the secret realm together, said that there were many kebabs outside that she could eat. The mouse said that she would obey any order. Yeshin smiled contentedly and said that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, at the Yu family temple, someone took the box. The girl looked at the one carrying the box and asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was carrying it to the young lady. Since she returned from her ancestor, she had locked herself in her room and had not eaten for several days. The girl waved her finger and said that Senior Yuebeng said that no one was allowed to disturb the young lady, even to bring her food. The other girl objected that her body would not withstand if she did not eat for several days. The friend yawned and said to just listen and follow the instructions of the senior. Night fell. The Yu family's medicine hall. The mistress was meditating. She told herself that she had used all her spiritual energy to defend against that ancestor's strike, but due to the lack of vital energy, it seemed that the barrier to the next level had finally weakened. Blue energy was emanating from her. She thought that this was the sign of a great martial warrior breaking through to the master rank. The mistress closed her eyes. She thought that since she had used so much blood from high-level monsters and consumed various treasures to help herself, she would definitely be able to break through to the next level this time. There were containers on the shelves. There were various fruits on the shelves. Yuling thought that she would finally become a master. Her hair rose to the ceiling. A candle was burning. A stream of energy blew it away. The entire room was filled with energy. Yuling was surrounded by waves of energy. She decided that this was it and opened her eyes wide. The courtyard was silent. A cocoon was hanging on a tree. A glowing butterfly hatched from it. It flew over the city. Clouds gathered above it. A blue pillar of light shone through them. People looked at the beam and said that this was the Yu family's aura beam. A man said that another great master had awakened. He said that the Yu family was really amazing and it looked like they would have another famous representative. Someone was taking notes. Yueji calmly looked at the sheets of paper. He smiled and said that this child clearly had talent and potential. The girl's room was filled with streams of energy. Yuling stood majestically in the middle of the room and asked, "So this is how high a great master can reach?" She thought that she no longer needed to sit and cultivate. She could instantly absorb all the life energy from the air into her body as if her soul naturally resonated with nature. Yuling began to glow. She looked at the small bug. She noticed that her senses had become even more acute. She followed the bug. She thought that the most important thing. She looked to the side. She saw a spark of life. She noted that she now had a unique psychic ability that great masters possessed. She smiled. She drank from the cup. She decided that tomorrow would be the last day before the entrance to the secret dimension would be opened. She looked at the decorations. Yuling sat down, adjusted her hair and said that she should meet him. Day came, a sphere sparkled in the air. The man shouted and said that someone was coming out again. Two big guys jumped out of the portal. They landed on the ground with a crash. They went ahead. The merchant said that in his experience, those who return last from the secret dimension usually get the most treasures. Curly went ahead. His younger brother asked where they were going and he suggested looking around here. The merchant rubbed his hands and asked what treasures they had brought from the secret dimension. He said that he was now buying items at high prices and all of them were negotiable. Curly summoned the item and asked why they didn't give it an appraisal. The merchant leaned over the item and said that it was a spirit herb, obviously still young and still damaged. He smiled and said that the most he could offer for it was 10,000 gold coins. The big man in the bandage grabbed him and asked if they were trying to cheat him. He said that it was a 100-year-old medicinal spirit herb and even if it was used to create alchemical pills, it would still be of high quality, and he was only offering 10,000 coins for it. The old man said fearfully that if the brothers were not satisfied with the proposed price, they could still negotiate. The curly man said that this was not the place for fighting. The man let go of the old man. The old man looked at him fearfully. The one-eyed man said that they were unlucky to meet a dishonest merchant right after leaving the secret dimension. Said that if they were still in the secret dimension, he would have been killed 800 times over. The curly man suggested looking for other buyers. Someone used teleportation. A portal opened in the air. The cloak waved. The stranger in the hood appeared next to the merchant. Violet began to ask if this was the outside world. She noted that there were many people here and it was very interesting. The hero asked her to hide her presence. Mouse peeked out from behind the hood. The hero said that his spatial talent sensed the gaze of the monarch in this city. Yeshin looked ahead warily. A new day was coming. The merchants shouted not to miss the last items along the way. The hero walked through the trading area. Another merchant shouted that he was buying treasures from the secret world at a high price. Yeshin began to think, why was a monarch-ranked expert watching the entrance to the secret world? He decided to go to the Yu family first. He looked ahead gloomily. He used teleportation. The merchant began to shake his head and ask how he suddenly disappeared. He rubbed his eyes and asked if it just seemed to him. The brothers were walking through the market. The one-eyed man told the elder that they would definitely get rich this time because they had pulled out so many valuable things from their world. They would definitely make a lot of money with them. The younger asked not to blab too much. They needed to be careful. Suddenly someone would want to rob them. Curly looked at his feet in shock. A magic circle surrounded his leg. The brothers teleported. They found themselves in a dungeon. They fell to the floor. There was an iron door in front of them. The elder cowered and realized that they had fallen into a spatial talent. He stood up with difficulty. He began to look around and ask why there were so many corpses here. The stranger asked them to stop screaming. The bald man looked at the brothers and reminded them that they had gotten a lot of treasures from a secret world, right? The elder turned around abruptly. His pupils narrowed in fear. King Yunyu was sitting in front of him with a bottle in his hands. The brothers looked at him in fear and asked why a monarch-ranked expert was here. Yun frowned and said angrily that they were like annoying flies, said that they irritated him. Blood spurted. His hand fell onto the cold floor. Yuna began to pour himself a drink. He wiped his mouth. He smiled evilly and said that he wondered what they brought back from the secret world this time. Meanwhile, the hero walked through the city and asked where the Yu family was, noted that the Demon Sea base was huge. Yeshin walked through an empty street and said that if he knew that they were so difficult to find, he would have asked for the address. He touched the bridge of his nose and tiredly thought of asking someone for directions. Someone ran across the rooftops at lightning speed. Yuling was approaching the hero. He turned around abruptly. The girl kicked him in the face. Yeshin fell to the ground. Yuling looked at him in fear. She threw him against the wall. The hero said that he was in pain, but it seemed that he had no enemies here. He grabbed his head and asked why he was still being beaten in the streets. Yuling ran up to the hero and asked guiltily if he was okay. Yeshin looked at her friend happily. Yuling bowed sheepishly and said that she had risen to Grandmaster and wanted to test the hero's strength. She did not think that he would not be on guard as always. Yeshin looked at her in confusion and asked if she was already a Grandmaster. The girl awkwardly said that she was just lucky. After a while, the hero said that he did not expect her to become a Grandmaster so quickly. The wind blew the leaves off the branches. Yuling said that she had reached this level by chance. They walked forward. Yuling said that she had only broken through thanks to the many natural treasures that her family had provided. The hero said that he could not believe that she had completely overtaken him. Yuling happily turned around and said that he could do it too. Yeshin thought that the Yu family's resources were indeed vast, but the main reason why Yuling had become this level was because of her talent. He thought that the Demon Sea base was full of masters. If he wanted to establish himself here, he needed to quickly raise his strength. Yeshin looked sadly into space. Violet said that she was hungry and asked when they would eat roast meat. Yeshin looked at the mouse that came out in fear and asked why it came out here. Yuling pointed at the mouse in shock and said, "This is a purple treasure." She blocked the hero's path. He asked if she really recognized it. Yuling began to say in amazement that this animal was priceless and extremely difficult to obtain, even with a lot of money. She said that the hero did not need to go to the martial arts pavilion to sell it. She said that she would buy it right away, asking him to name his price. Violet looked at the hero pitifully and asked him not to sell her. Yeshin rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said that she was already his sole pet, so he couldn't sell her. Yuling sighed and said that the hero was right. They walked up to the house. Yuling said that they had arrived, said that you lived in the apartment upstairs. Yeshin looked at the girl and asked if she wouldn't go visit her. Yuling said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, so she wouldn't interfere with their reunion and would visit her another time. She said that tomorrow she would send someone to take the hero to the headquarters of the martial arts pavilion. She turned around with a smile and suggested that the hero had found many good things in the secret world. She said that she would give them a good amount at the membership rate. The hero said that he would leave it to her. Yuling waved and walked away. Yeshin smiled sweetly after her. He knocked on the door and asked you to open it. The door started to open. You looked at the hero in surprise. He was standing in front of her and asking if she was okay. You clenched her teeth in embarrassment and anger, and slammed the door. Yeshin stared at the closed door in shock. He started to pound on the door and ask what she was doing, because he was her older brother, asking her to open it. You started to scream. That Yeshin suddenly remembered that he had a younger sister, said that as soon as they arrived here, he immediately went to a secret world and never came back until now. You sat on the other side of the door and asked if the hero knew what it was like for her alone in a place where she didn't know anyone. Yeshin pounded on the door and asked for forgiveness, said that it was his fault, asked to let him in first. You looked sideways angrily and told him to stay outside and never come back. Yeshin opened his eyes wide, used teleport, turned into a bunch of lightning, and he found himself right in front of his frightened sister, who began to ask how he got here. Yeshin approached her and said that it was thanks to the ability he received in the secret world, asked if it was cool. You said that it was a very interesting ability. Yeshin smiled and thought that spatial talent was quite useful. He showed Violet. You looked at her with admiration. Yeshin said that he had a gift for her, so he asked not to be angry anymore. His sister began to ask what the name of this unique mouse was. She took Violet and began to raise her up, saying how cute she was. Yeshin embarrassedly scratched his cheek, told her to keep her in her care, said that her name was Violet. Gold touched the hero. He turned around abruptly. Swollen Gold was looking at him. The hero asked what kind of mini pig his sister had at home. He was embarrassed. You crouched down next to the kitten and said that it was Goldie, which the hero couldn't believe. You scratched the satisfied cat, who said that the teacher was cruel as before. He had only gotten a little fat, but he was not as fat as a pig. Yeshin gritted his teeth, touched his face and asked how he was going to fight in the future if he was so fat. The cat looked at the mouse and asked, he was Violet, right? He said that from now on, she would follow him and call him boss. Night had fallen. Water was pouring out of the shower. Yeshin was washing his face. He turned off the water. He pulled on a towel. He wiped his neck. He walked to the bed and said that he was leaving Violet in Yu's care and could now copy her search talent. He sat on the bed. He opened the interface and decided to try it. The status window opened up the mouse's information. The hero copied her skill. His eyes rolled back. The system showed his characteristics. Meanwhile, in the Yun family residence, the man called the girl a loser. The plate broke. Yunfeng was kneeling in front of Yunhee. He was asking how she could fail such a simple mission and still dare to come back and report to him. The girl said that she was tricked. That guy took advantage of the moment while she was fighting the disaster monster and took the life force core and all the stones. She fixed her hair and said that the speed was amazing. She didn't even have time to collide with him. She only had time to see the aftermath and traces left by the completely abandoned life force stones. Yunhee looked at her angrily and asked, did she not even know what gender the thief was? Yunfeng looked at the floor sadly and said that she really didn't know. Yunhee yelled at the trembling girl and asked how dare she call herself the first genius among the younger generation of the Demon Sea base, bringing him such terrible results. Yunfeng begged the monarch to give her another chance. She said that she would definitely find the life force stone core and return it. He grabbed the girl's head, said that not only had she been deceived, she couldn't even figure out who it was. He asked her to tell him if there was any reason for him to keep her around. He pulled her hair with a smile and said that she had shown herself to be unreliable and useless. Yunfeng asked for another chance. Yunhee fell silent. He slapped the girl on the cheek, said that to steal such resources right under the nose of the Yun family. He guessed that this thief could only be from a large noble family. He ordered an investigation to begin with those families that sent their people into the secret world. He adjusted his sleeves and said that the girl, what would happen to her if she failed again? He glared at her angrily and hoped that she would understand this seriously. He walked away. Yunfeng said that she understood him. Her fist trembled. She angrily looked ahead and said that she would definitely find him. The day had arrived. The hero looked at the huge building and asked if this was the main building of the battle pavilion. The pair walked forward. Yeshin noted its grandeur. Yuling smiled and asked not to be surprised. The hero decided to use this chance to test how good the mouse's searching talent was. He smiled. He opened the door. He looked forward in surprise. He looked at the filled shelves and noted how many items there were. He studied the artifacts. Yuling asked if he was impressed by it. She looked at the hero and said that he could try some of them. Yeshin looked at the sparks above the items and thought that most of them were blue, and they did not seem to be that valuable. He opened the list of colors and their meanings. He swung the dagger. The blade cracked. He mentally asked himself, did it really crack that easily? He was embarrassed. He decided that he needed to quickly put it back in place before anyone noticed. Uncle Ben entered the room and asked if the hero was Yuling's friend. The girl introduced Uncle Ben, said that he was an elder who ran the martial pavilion. The hero greeted him, then pointed to the shelves and said that if there was anything that interested the hero, he could give him a discount. Yeshin sniffed. He thought he smelled a transcendental treasure. He turned around abruptly. He looked at the egg and opened its characteristics. The egg was covered in red scales. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Yuling carefully asked what the hero was daydreaming about. He embarrassedly ruffled his hair and said that he was just thinking. The girl said that if he needed something, he should say so right away. Yeshin looked at the elder and said that there were only low-level things here. He needed something worthwhile, and money was not important. Ben chuckled and said that the guy was impudent. Yuling wondered when he learned to pretend so well. She awkwardly covered her face. Ben said that they had everything in the battle pavilion, rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and unusual weapons. Ben pointed to the cabinet, told him to pay, and he would get everything he wanted. The hero summoned the life stone. He showed it and asked what would happen if he offered it. Yuling and Uncle Ben looked at the stone in shock and realized that it was a spiritual life stone. The elder looked at it with admiration and said that such a huge spiritual stone was rare. The girl asked where the hero got such a huge stone. Yeshin laughed and said that he was lucky to find it in the hidden realm. The elder began to dance and ask what the hero needed. He said that he would go to the treasure room and bring the best for the hero. Yeshin said that he needed a cultivation technique to become a great master, and a short weapon like a sword. The elder said that this spiritual stone would be more than enough. Ben held the stone greedily and laughed sarcastically at his luck. He danced in the treasure room and said that it had been a long time since he had seen such valuable things. Yeshin thought that if such small pieces of spiritual stones could be found so easily, then the spiritual core must be priceless. He looked ahead thoughtfully. He walked forward. Yuling approached him and asked him to tell the truth where he got this spiritual stone, because it was impossible that he just found it. Yeshin turned around and said that if she found out the truth, there might be problems. The girl froze indignantly and demanded to know. Yeshin sighed. He turned around and said that he stole this spiritual stone from the Yun family. Yuling began to ask if the hero had gone crazy. After all, it was better not to mess with the Yun family. She grabbed him by the collar and began to ask how much he stole. If only one, asked him to return it, and that way he would save his skin. The girl's finger froze in front of his face. He said that it was a whole mine. Yuling was horrified. It was a sunny day. She fell to the floor. She grabbed her head and said that the Yun family was probably already looking for them. The hero walked forward and calmly asked him not to worry, because they would not find them. The girl screamed that the hero simply did not know what the Yun family was capable of. She sighed and said not to complain later if everything went wrong. She warned him. The hero froze. He looked at the egg and realized that he had found a precious treasure. Ben laid out the items and said that this was the purple cloud body enhancement technique and the mystical purple-blue dagger, rare treasures found in the king's tomb. Yeshin stood in front of the table. The elder asked him if he liked it. Yeshin picked up the dagger. Red energy was released. He thought that these red ones were all top-class treasures, most likely belonging to kings. He ran his finger along the blade. He sucked the items into the portal and said that he would take everything. Ben handed over the bills and said that the remainder for the spiritual stones had been converted into money. He said that this was the hero's VIP card and that he could now freely enter and exit the battle pavilion. Ben laughed and said that he would get a 30% discount with this card everywhere. Yeshin said that in that case he would take care of it. He pointed to the egg and asked how much it cost. The elder reached out his hand to the artifact. He held it. Yeshin impatiently asked how much it cost. The elder handed over the egg and said that since the master was interested, he would give it to him. Yeshin asked, was it really just like that? The elder laughed and said that they would be friends, asked to bring more good things like spiritual stones to the battle pavilion in the future. Yeshin looked at the egg with embarrassment, thinking that receiving such a treasure is a gift. He showed the egg to the girl. She said that it was just a dragon egg and was used as an ornament. Yuling said that it was sold to the pavilion by a wandering cultivator a long time ago. She folded her arms and said that they tried everything but couldn't raise it. She thought that they were deceived back then and it was just a defective item. Yeshin thought that it was not a defect. His talent for finding treasures said that it was really something valuable, so it must be a good thing. He saw golden sparks near the egg. He decided that he would try to hatch it. He calmly looked at the artifact. Birds flew over the pavilion. The hero said that this time he bought some great things. He walked with a girl through the city. She said that it was nothing. Yeshin invited her to come to his place for dinner. Yuling stopped in front of the hero and said that another time. She needed to return to the clan to resolve some matters. Yeshin said that since he and his sister had now settled here, she had helped them a lot and this, frankly, worried him. Yuling smiled, fixed her hair and said that it was a small thing. She asked if they could be considered friends now. Yeshin said of course. He smiled, said if she ever needed help, she should not hesitate to ask him. Ko frowned. He walked up to the hero and said that he did not expect the hero to actually come out alive. He began to smile and point his finger at him, said that he was the sixth in the secret realm, selling junk in their martial arts hall for pocket money. Yuling screamed and said that this was a guest of their martial arts hall. What nonsense. Ko began to laugh and said that he was just joking. The girl asked her brother to just go back to his clan if he had nothing to do and not to cause trouble here. He jumped up, covered in electricity, struck the hero, said that he was already leaving. Yeshin was covered in purple energy. The big guy hit the protective barrier. He looked at him in shock and asked if this was a defense talent. He began to strike again. Yeshin looked at him angrily and said that he was asking for it. The fat man's legs trembled. A skeletal face made of aura appeared above the hero. Yuling stood in front of the hero. She looked at him and asked him not to touch him because they were at the main martial arts hall. Yeshin exhaled. He looked at the frightened big guy and asked if he understood him. He turned around and said that he was leaving. The girl began to apologize to him. She went to her brother and asked why he was climbing on his friend. Ko suddenly fell. She looked at her brother in shock. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily, asking how many animals he actually killed. He looked at the aura around the hero and said that he had never seen such an ominously strong aura. Evening came. Yeshin approached the door of the apartment. Yu was cooking at that time. The hero said that he was back. He approached his sister. She smiled, asked to wait a little. The food would be ready soon. Yeshin said that he had not eaten food cooked by her for a long time. He said that something special was waiting for him today. Yeshin sat down, stretched on the sofa, said that it was nice to come home to coziness and comfort. He looked at the animals and said that the two of them were so relaxed. Summoned an egg. He sat down, began to look at it, thought that the Yu family still had not sorted it out after all these years and it might be better to put this matter off. He suddenly shuddered. The egg was trembling. Sounds began to come from a large brown egg consisting of segments. Looking at the egg in his hands, the protagonist mentally asked why a heartbeat was heard. The golden leopard's eyes widened sharply and his pupils narrowed. Enveloping himself in purple lightning, the little gold growled angrily at the egg. He made a large leap forward, quickly flying over the protagonist. The leopard took a ready stance and opened his mouth, from which drool oozed. Yeshin asked in surprise if he was afraid. Violet asked where he got the dragon egg from. Picking up the brown egg and turning his head, the protagonist replied that he had just bought it, but it was clearly a bad egg, for how could his heart suddenly beat? Mouse jumped onto the table. Sitting down on the sofa, the protagonist asked what was going on with them, clarifying if this thing was dangerous. Looking at him, Violet stated that he might not know, but dragons exert pressure on all levels of such ferocious beasts as them. She added that they were existences that surpassed the legends of the king level. The dragon, covered in red flames, opened its mouth wide. Standing up abruptly, Yeshin asked in surprise what surpassed the king level, asking if there were levels higher than that. Violet replied that there were, but she did not know what they were called. The large egg in the protagonist's hands froze. Lowering his head to it, the protagonist stated this. Putting his hand to his chin and squinting his eyes, Yeshin mentally said that this was strange, because the people in the battle pavilion said that this egg was a defect and would not be able to hatch. Creating a small purple portal in his hand, the protagonist stated that they would forget about it for now and he would put it aside. Raising his head and opening his mouth, Violet said that she understood what it was, stating that it was an elemental core. Sitting down on the sofa and leaning his body forward, the protagonist asked if the elemental core had revived the dragon egg. Mouse confirmed, adding that he, holding the elemental core and the dragon egg in his personal space, caused the pure life force of the elemental core to awaken the dragon egg, giving it a heartbeat again. An image of a bright light from the egg appeared, as well as unusual energy emanating from the stone. Bringing his head to the pet, the protagonist said with a smile that he did not expect the elemental core to have such power, loudly adding that she really is an expert. Violet confirmed, saying that it was natural, for she is a famous mouse, a treasure hunter. Yellow Leopard closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, yawning loudly. Before he could finish the sentence about them disturbing his sound sleep, he fell asleep again. Placing his hands on his knees and folding them, the protagonist asked what Xiaozi should do next to watch over the dragon egg. The mouse replied that he shouldn't worry, let the elemental core grow a little more, and when the heartbeat was fully restored, they could proceed to the next step. Cracks appeared on the egg. The mouse stated that on the day it actually broke out of the shell, the owner would receive a soul pet that surpassed the king level. Smiling slightly madly, feeling the profit, the protagonist mentally declared that a king level soul pet was something to strive for. Yayu said that the food was already ready. White plates with various foods filled the small table. Turning her head, the girl told him to wash his hands as it was time to eat. Getting up from the sofa, the protagonist replied that he was coming. The moon was partially covered by dark clouds, creating a crescent moon that towered over the small dark houses. The protagonist said that in order to become a grandmaster in the purple cloud body cultivation technique, 2 conditions must be met. Sitting on the floor and reading the scroll, he stated that firstly, extraordinary cultivation talent, and secondly, an ideal physical base. He said with annoyance that this technique was very demanding. Gritting his teeth and starting to scratch his head indignantly, the protagonist said that Yuling was only a high-level cultivation talent and he had already become a grandmaster. After that, he remembered that grandmaster from the Sun family. An image of hieroglyphs appeared, with purple magic circles in the background. The protagonist said that the purple cloud cultivation technique is divided into 5 styles: blood tempering, flesh tempering, bone tempering, skin tempering, and Chiron Yule. The protagonist said that this will lead to tempering the internal organs to the limit, breaking the boundaries and forming a strong body. An image of the bones and organs of the human body appeared, which emitted a bright turquoise light surrounded by magic circles. The protagonist said that it also required rare treasures to replenish vital energy. He exhaled in irritation and said that the technique was too extreme, after which he assumed that this was why no one else bought it, and also why it was sold to him. He asked why he felt like he was deceived. As he continued reading, he said that simply helping to acquire heavenly materials and earthly treasures was no longer available to ordinary people. He noticed a glowing symbol at the bottom of the page. Looking at it, Yeshin asked how it was possible that there was a spatial imprint here. His eye began to emit purple light, and the white pupil contracted. This was the ability talent, spatial perception. The unusual symbol began to glow brighter. A flash of bright light instantly illuminated him. The protagonist found himself in an endless dark space. He began to walk along the black and white space under his feet. Looking around, he asked if this was the inner space of the purple cloud cultivation technique. Turning his head to look at the man passing by, he asked if there was anyone. Opening his fan, he stated that he had finally arrived. Turning his head and smiling, the purple-haired man narrowed his eyes and called him the successor. The protagonist stared ahead in shock, unable to utter a word. A status window appeared, revealing his information. He was a thunder-striking divine immortal. His cultivation talent was hidden and impossible to copy. His lightning talent was transcendental grade. His minting talent was intermediate, and his strength talent was apex grade. All of them could not be copied. Raising his head, the grinning youth declared that her successor had finally arrived. Covering his face with his fan, he narrowed his eyes and declared that he was a thunder-striking divine immortal. A flock of crows cawed loudly above the forest. The horse's hooves hit the cobblestone streets of the city. A dark-haired, muscular man was riding on him. He approached a large, classical building with stone walls. It was the Yun family's estate. The man abruptly pulled the horse's harness, stopping him. Without wasting any time, he jumped off the horse. The dark-haired man began to run forward along the family's property. An image of several small crowbars with dark roofs appeared. The man said that they had found him, turning to the young lady. Suddenly freezing when he saw the blonde girl, the man said that it was someone from the Yu family. Opening his mouth wide, the man said loudly that when the secret realm was opened, only the Yu family had an outsider named Yeshin. Yunfeng opened her eyes slightly. With a slight grimace, she said the outsider's name. Standing up abruptly, she asked who he was that he was able to contact the Yu family. The dark-haired man replied that they had no idea what their relationship was, but this guy was brought by Yuling from the Yu family from the 5th Academy of Linhai base. Looking forward, he also added that he managed to find out something else, saying that Yuling had just been promoted to Grandmaster yesterday. As the blonde girl started to walk, she asked him in surprise what he was talking about, and she asked if he was sure. Raising both his hands, the dark-haired man said with a smile that it was true and that everyone in the Demon Sea base already knew about it. He added that everyone was saying that she was currently the #1 genius in the base. The girl asked if that was true. Tilting her head slightly, Yunfeng asked if he was glad that she had also become a Grand Master. Raising both her hands, the man panicked and fearfully replied that he was not. Kicking him with a roundhouse kick, the girl declared that she was the only one who was the #1 genius among the younger generation. The man fell to the ground and slid across it. Opening his eyes, the dark-haired man said through the pain that he understood. Yunfeng said that he didn't need to find out anything else. Starting to walk forward, she said that she would go and meet that guy called Yeshin, adding that if he really was the one who stole the life stone core. Lightning struck. Clenching her fists, the blonde girl added that even the Yu family wouldn't be able to protect him. The protagonist was still in the dark space. Starting to turn around and walk, the guy said that if he could come, it meant that he had some ability. Walking forward, the thunder-striking divine immortal said that the current him was nothing more than a mirage left by her skill. He added that even this entire space was shaped by his talent. Narrowing his eyes as he looked at his back, the protagonist mentally asked who and what rank this guy was, guessing that he was a monarch. Turning his head, the boy told him to forget about it, for he would not pry, for in the end, it was not very fun. Looking back, he offered to clarify the situation. The protagonist's eyes widened sharply. In an instant, he found himself face first into the ground. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. Looking down in fear, he mentally stated that this was simply a terrifying aura. He also mentally questioned if this was really just a mirage, asking why the aura seemed stronger than that of the monarch-ranked King Yunhuo. The purple-haired boy began to walk forward. Walking up to him and placing his hands behind his back, he declared that he would test whether he was worthy of receiving his inheritance. The divine immortal of smiting thunder brought his closed fan to the protagonist's head. Light energy particles began to emanate from the fan. The boy spoke of a talent for speed, defense, and endurance. His eyes widened sharply. Looking into the protagonist's eyes, he asked how he got so many talents. Grinning, the protagonist stated that he couldn't believe that he had discovered his secret. The protagonist leaned on his leg and began to stand up. Breathing heavily and continuing to stand up slowly, Yeshin stated that he never thought that she would be able to see what talents he had. Looking down, the boy stated that there was no need to be nervous, as having many talents was unique in itself. He added that it all depended on each cultivator's luck and the opportunities they received along the way. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, the purple-haired man said that he was not interested in his secret. Enveloping himself in a purple aura and starting to rub his nose, the protagonist asked what he meant by his air as well as what rank he was. He added that it didn't look like he was a monarch-level expert. Turning away and walking forward, the purple-haired boy stated that, as he had said before, he was not interested in the boy's secret, but he did not need to delve into his affairs. He also added that he only wanted to give advice to those in the future generations who had talent. Making a gesture with his hand holding a fan, the boy stated that he had several talents, so he definitely fit his criteria. Throwing up the fan, he added with a smirk that this was why he had come up with the best way to help him reach the level of a great master. Looking forward, the protagonist asked again if this was really the best way to help him. The boy confirmed it. The thunder-smiting divine immortal stated that although he had many talents, their diversity was bad. And the most critical thing was that he had low-level and mid-level talents. Images of the protagonist's battle footage appeared, where he used completely different abilities. The purple-haired boy said that only true experts who had gone through life and death battles use their top-level talents in battle. He added that if the protagonist were to use a low-level talent in battle, it would only cause harm. Looking at his hand in frustration, Yeshin mentally stated that this was true, and if he were to use a low-level talent in battle, he would be giving the enemy an opportunity during battle. He mentally added that he needed to be more careful when copying talents from now on. Raising his head and beginning to wave his fan, the youth stated that the more talents he had, the more his growth would be limited. He added that that was why, if he wanted to advance further, there was only one way. Shifting his gaze, the thunder-smiting divine immortal stated with a cold expression that this way was to upgrade all of his talents to the highest level. Looking at him in shock, the protagonist asked if that was possible. Lowering his head and looking coldly into his eyes, the purple-haired man said that as long as he had enough combat experience with them, he could upgrade his talent. Snapping his fingers, he said that he would help him just this once. A bright light illuminated the stone statue. It quickly filled the room with many columns. The protagonist and the divine immortal of smiting thunder walked along the red carpet of an unusual, huge room. It was an engraving of a spatial room, a room of reverse flow. Turning his head, the protagonist asked if there was another spatial room here. The purple-haired man said that time in this engraved spatial room flows differently than outside. Looking forward, he stated that 1 hour outside is equal to a month spent in this room. Turning his head, the protagonist asked again in surprise. Closing his eyes and smiling, the purple-haired guy answered that it was exactly like that, adding that it can only be used once and if he decides to leave this spatial room now, he will not be able to return. closing his eyes, the protagonist mentally said that his most important goal is to rise to the level of a great master. Clenching his fist, which was instantly covered with veins, Yeshin mentally said that if the Yun family really knew about the core of the life stone, he would be able to protect Yayu if he became a great master. Raising his head and looking forward seriously, the protagonist said that he would stay here to improve his talents. Laughing, the purple-haired boy said that he was an extremely teachable youth. Looking around, the protagonist asked where he went. The thunder-smiting divine immortal crumbled into a stream of purple particles. He said that if he was lucky after reaching the rank of a monarch, he might have a chance to be worthy of seeing his true body. Several groups of particles flew near the ceiling of the dark room. Looking up, the protagonist asked again. The boy said that he had found a suitable opponent for him. The purple monster stepped onto the floor of the room, chipping off a dozen stones from it. The purple-haired man said that he could fight to his heart's content. A huge monster, whose veins were glowing purple, towered over the protagonist. Opening his mouth wide, Yeshin fearfully stated that this was a monster of a great master. Throwing his arm back, the monster began to swing. The protagonist wrapped his legs in purple lightning, starting to dash. As soon as he rushed forward, a blow landed on the place where he had been, instantly destroying several meters of stone floor. The protagonist turned his gaze back. When Yeshin jumped out from under another attack, the monster mentally declared that he was very fast. Another powerful blow broke several huge columns. Stone fragments fell to the floor of the room. He looked down at the protagonist. Looking at the protagonist wiping blood from his face, the monster mentally said that he was very strong. An image of the moon appeared over several abandoned buildings. The protagonist mentally said that he remembered entering this room around midnight, adding that there were now only 6 hours left until dawn. Creating a blade in a stream of blue lightning. The protagonist mentally said that if he did not get out of here by dawn, Yayu would be worried when she saw him unconscious on the ground. Grabbing the blade and starting to emit an ominous red aura, the protagonist mentally declared with a mad expression that he needed to finish everything in half a year. Glimpses of the morning sun appeared in the sky, where flocks of birds were flying calmly. Large mountains blocked the city from waking up. A rooster perched on the stone wall surrounding the city crowed loudly. The city was beginning to come to life, people going about their business. The morning market. A dark-haired man, his mouth wide open, was calling for people to buy freshly picked herbs. Approaching the stall, the man in purple robes asked how much they were for. Raising his hand, the vendor said with a smile that it was quite cheap, only 5 gold coins. The wolf's corpse was thrown onto the pavement. Sitting down, the orange-haired man in the vest said that it was amazing, adding that he could not believe that he had killed the silver moon wolf all by himself. Folding his arms, the huge man said that he had waited all night to kill it. An abandoned multi-story building stood under the cover of night. The blinds on the windows partially obscured the view of the street. Yayu was sleeping on the bed with her legs tucked up to her body. Still sleeping, she called out for her brother with her eyes closed. Goldie was lying on his white pillow. The door handle remained motionless. The protagonist fell exhausted in front of the door of the house. His eyes were burning, he was unconscious. The sword lay calmly in his relaxed hand. A bright light covered the entire location. Enveloped in energy, the protagonist managed to dodge another powerful physical attack of the monster. Raising his head to the protagonist, the dark monster said that this guy had gone mad. He also mentally added that this was a talent of the highest level. Yeshin clenched his hand and instantly surrounded it with yellow lightning. Rushing forward, he delivered a powerful blow with his right hand to the enemy's body. The shockwave rolled through the room, and the powerful blow knocked the monster off his feet. Tearing the floor under his body, the monster opened his mouth in pain. Spreading his arms, the protagonist landed on the ground. Smiling, he said that it was high time to end this. His body was enveloped in red magic. His clothes were partly torn, and a white dagger was burning in his hands. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist declared that the combat-type talent had been fully elevated. A status window appeared. His cultivation talent was top level, and his speed, knife, shadow, regeneration, strength, and defense talents were at the highest level. Spatial talent was average, and treasure hunting talent was high. The monster picked up a huge boulder. He threw it forward a few times. The protagonist, with a cold face, pulled the weapon aside. He threw it towards the enemy's attack. The protagonist used the highest level of knife talent, sword control, chaotic strikes. The dagger instantly smashed a dozen stones, quickly rushing around the location. Their fragments fell to the floor. Grabbing the blade in his right hand, the protagonist declared that he was finished. His body began to emit bright purple lightning. Doing a somersault, the protagonist rushed towards the enemy. Opening his mouth wide, the great master's monster roared. The protagonist used shadow elimination. Yeshin delivered a dozen slashing attacks to the opponent's body. Splashes of blue blood soared into the sky. Grinning, the protagonist declared that he had finally won. The morning light illuminated the roof of an old multi-story building. The bright sun was beating through the window with its rays. The tree branches stood under the bright sun. The The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. With a shocked face, he jumped up, quickly raising his body. His eyes widened, he looked down. He stated that he had finally returned to reality. A brown old multi-story building stood under the afternoon sun. Opening the door, the dark-haired girl asked if he was awake. Yawning, Yayu said that it was time for breakfast. She, rubbing her eye, said that there was a breakfast shop nearby and the food was good there, and then asked if he wanted to go together. The girl called the protagonist. He looked into her eyes in shock and speechless. He rushed towards the girl. The protagonist jumped towards his sister to hug her. Looking ahead in surprise, the dark-haired girl asked him what was wrong, assuming that he had a bad dream. Looking into the girl's eyes, the protagonist replied that no, and it just felt like it had been a long time since he last saw her. Yayu blushed. Embarrassedly pushing the protagonist away, the dark-haired girl loudly stated that even if they were related, he shouldn't suddenly hug her and say something so sweet. She also asked if he wasn't ashamed. The surprised guy apologized. Starting to demonstratively leave, Yayu said that she would ignore him, adding that he could even die of hunger. Rubbing his neck, the protagonist asked if she hadn't said that she wanted to have breakfast together and suggested that they just go shopping today. He added that he couldn't go shopping normally at the Demon Sea base. The girl's ears perked up when she heard the word shopping. With her eyes shining with happiness, Yayu ran up to the boy and asked if he was serious and if he really had time to go shopping with him. Smiling kindly, the protagonist said that she could buy whatever she wanted to eat and added that he had earned a decent amount of money fighting in the secret world. An image of the protagonist's multi-story building appeared. The dark-haired girl excitedly told him to wait until he changed his clothes. Spreading his arms and enveloping himself in a red aura, the protagonist mentally declared that he never thought that raising his combat talent to the highest level would increase his strength so much. Placing his hands on his waist and lowering his head, he declared that there was only a little time left until he could become a great master. Birds flew over the slightly empty autumn trees. They flew over a small fenced city. Looking at the crowds of people and carriages, the protagonist stated that the market at the Demon Sea base was indeed flourishing. With her hands behind her back, the dark-haired girl said with a smile that he was right and asked why he didn't invite Big Sister Yuling and Big Sisters Ioyu to their home if there was a chance. She said that she would throw a big feast to thank them for their help. The protagonist agreed with a smile, saying that there was no problem with that. He also added that he wanted her to get to know them better, especially if they were going to stay here at the Demon Sea base. Violet and Goldie listened attentively to their conversation, being in the red bag on the girl's shoulder. Walking up to a vendor cutting apples, Yayu asked how much a pound of apples cost. The vendor replied that it was 2 silvers. The protagonist watched his sister try to bargain for a price on a weapon. In the middle of the market, there was a large white fountain. Approaching him, the dark-haired girl asked if it was a fountain, saying that she had never seen one before. The sun was slowly setting over the city, painting the sky in darker colors. Several people were walking around the small bar. The protagonist poured himself another shot of alcohol. Putting it on the table and exhaling with pleasure, he said that it was very beautiful. Looking at his sister, Yeshin said that he had not drunk for a long time, and it was still too early for her, so she would not be able to drink. The girl indignantly told him not to get drunk, because she would not be able to carry him at all. Resting her head on her hand and smiling sincerely, the dark-haired girl said that to be honest, they had not had such an opportunity to relax for a long time. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist smiled and confirmed, sighing with satisfaction. He said that this was an extremely happy and joyful day. The small town began to fall asleep with the coming of night. A flock of birds flew over the old multi-story building. The lights were off in the protagonist's apartment. The blonde girl folded her arms and silently looked around the empty apartment. She turned her head and looked around the entire hall and balcony. She raised her head and asked if he was really not home. Yunfeng turned her head and said the protagonist's name. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.